Hello? Hello?
Hello, Jamil.
Hi, Jordan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Listen to me. Just listen.
Okay.
The PayPal company is not processing that the thing because they said when you put it in as paying for a service, they hold it. They have to hold it and cannot do that, and so it's going to have to wait 24 to 48 hours. If it had been sent just as a donation, then it goes through immediately. But if it's sent through saying that it's paying for a service, then they won't let it go through. They hold it for 24 to 48 hours.
Can we cancel it? Is there a way we can cancel it right now and then I resend
cancel it and just resend it as a donation.
Okay.
Don't say that you're paying for a service, because then they're going to have to hold it for a couple 3 days.
I've never done any of this before, so I wasn't sure how to do it.
That's okay. No problem. I'm just telling you. So cancel the whole thing and then just resend it as a donation. That's all.
Oh, okay. I'm going to do that right now.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Please try again.
Hello?
Yeah, it's me again, Jamal.
Yeah, Jamil. Did you get the second one?
No, did you send a second one?
Yeah, I sent a second one under goods and services. I thought they wouldn't let me cancel the first one because it said it was completed, that it was already sent, and it went to you.
Yeah, I understand.
So so if you have the computer by you, or you have I don't know how you're doing. If you check and see, I sent the second one as a goods or service, like to a friend or family.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's it. Then I'll tell you what I'll do is when I get the first one, they'll probably release it in a couple of days. I'll just reject it, and it'll just send it back to you, rejected.
Okay, or we can figure something else out too, and maybe do something else too.
Well, whatever. Yeah. All right, whatever. Let's see, it's 7:19 right now. What is it? 10:20 your time?
Yeah, in Michigan. Yeah, right here.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, yeah, and I'll talk with you, more than one time too. I if we don't finish it tonight, well, we could talk tomorrow too again, because now that I got your phone number.
Yeah. Well.
Okay.
Could you talk some now then? Can you?
Sure. I'll talk with you now for a little bit, and then we can also talk tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
And maybe even Monday too, if you want to talk some more.
Yeah.
I don't care.
Yeah, I went. I went to try to find you. We used to talk a few years ago. We talked a few times, and I'm sure you probably don't remember because, you get a lot of calls from a lot of people.
Yeah.
Right, but I went to go. It was I was staying at the Tarzana Inn, and there was is your place above a Chinese place?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I went.
Well, there's
I went there, and there was this white guy with blonde hair, and he had a British accent. And there was this other big guy, man, he was huge, and they were like kind of stopping me from trying to get up there. And they looked like they were selling drugs or something.
Was that at an office?
Yeah. Yeah, it's like an office place above a Chinese restaurant.
I'm trying to think of where that was.
It was on the main road down the street from the Tarzana Inn.
I'm just trying to think about where was that and what was it? I don't remember.
It was
trying to think of where
it was like on an old. I got the address of an old piece of paper that we had mailed back and forth to each other like a couple of years before that. And so it wasn't like an up-to-date, accurate thing where we had talked. I was just like, wow, Jordan's around here. And so I thought, man, maybe if Jordan, maybe he might do an interview out to eat or something,
Yeah.
But it was kind of.
Yeah.
It was kind of.
I don't remember. remember a Chinese restaurant.
All right.
Maybe I will later. I don't remember one right now, and being above it.
Yeah.
I know that there was a dentist office beneath me when I was in my office on Ventura Boulevard. There's a dentist office.
Maybe they changed. Maybe they changed. This was last winter. I don't know. Or maybe I had the wrong building. You know.
Yeah, maybe so, because did you ever get to see me? Did you actually meet me?
No, in person, no. I had called you like a few times. I had did a session with you one time from your old website, and it was a session. It was a session. You were charging $250 then, and I sent a money order to you. And that's when you were telling me you were going through like some situation with these guys with your website.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I didn't think that was too cool of whatever they did to you. I heard about that. I didn't think that was pretty.
Well, I mean, I'm still fighting them in court. They stole everything.
Yeah,
everything.
Did the guy have a ponytail? He had like a blonde ponytail or something?
Yeah, that's right. He had a ponytail.
Yeah, I took one look at him on the internet, YouTube, and I could tell by looking at him that he looked kind of scandalous. Like,
yeah, he's just a real scumbag.
Yeah, he looks like the scandalous type that makes you think.
Yeah, that's him.
He looks like, you know, like kind of like a wealthy type of guy, but in reality he's scandalous, you know.
Yeah, that's him. He's just a scumbag, lying thief, you know. But I had to learn the hard way. But I've been scammed by so many people.
Yeah, well, Jordan, I've always considered you, like they say, the godfather of the research. You know, the.
Well, I've been doing it for 54 years before all the rest of the guys out there were even born.
Yeah, I always bring. You know, I went and did a channeling session with you know who Daryl Anka is, with that Bashar and all that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I went and did a channeling session, and you know, I was like, yeah, a friend of mine, Jordan, he was saying how there was a UFO in Hollywood back in the 50s, and I was talking to this guy about UFOs through the channeling session, and. You know, I talked to Wendy Kennedy. She channels too. I talked to her. I did a channeling session with her not that long ago, and I always make a point to, when I talk about the alternative research stuff, to, you know, I always say Jordan Maxwell, you know, he brought David Icke to America. He put Stitching on with the shows and stuff that was supposed to come out, you know, the television shows. And so I always make a point to stress that you're one of the main people, even though you're not on TV, you're not a sellout like a lot of people end up selling out. You know, they get
That's right. That's right.
And I always make.
I've been offered all kinds of contracts to do television, to do 2 motion pictures, to all kinds of stuff. I've been offered in Hollywood. Why? Because I've been doing this for 54 years. Before all the people that are speaking today, they weren't even born when I was doing it.
They weren't even thought of.
Yeah.
That's right. They didn't even exist.
That's it. And so, but I've never been interested to do any of that crap. I'm not interested in Hollywood. I'm not interested in movies or TV or celebrity stuff. I'm not interested in any of it. I just do what I do. And so I've turned down all kinds of opportunities, turned them down. I'm not interested.
That's why I was so excited to talk to you, because I said, you know, money is no object to talk to Jordan Maxwell. Jordan Maxwell, you know, you go to somebody else like that David Icke guy or somebody else. I mean, you got to pay. They act like they're Jesus or something. Like you got to roll out a red carpet just to talk to them. And
yeah, he gets $15,000 to $20,000 per lecture.
When he
goes out and speaks at. Now he gets $20,000 per lecture. I know, because I know the people who set the lectures up, and I ask them, how much are you having to pay him? They're paying him $20,000. And I said, how much did you pay me when I did the lectures for you? How much did they pay me? And he said, I don't think we paid you anything. I said, that's right. You certainly didn't. I didn't ask for anything, and I didn't get anything. But I do my lectures for free. And I'm the one that started the whole thing, you know, before David Icke was born. And he gets $20,000, and I get $0.
I always like with that one guy, I forget his name. I think his name is Bruce Springs, some Springer or something. Where he ended up going to prison.
Oh yeah. Springmeyer.
Yeah, didn't he go to the penitentiary?
What's his name?
Yeah, he went to the penitentiary, but he had stolen a lot of your stuff through some woman and put it in a book or something like that?
Oh, yeah. That's right. He stole it through his girlfriend, came to me.
Yeah, I always
I knew it. See, and I knew his girlfriend. I didn't know him, but I knew her real well.
Mm-hmm.
And so she wanted to make copies of all of my work. So I let her, but that's many years ago. And she made all kinds of photocopies of all of my work over a 2-day period. She stayed with me for 2 full days in my office and photocopied all my documents, all my stuff, pictures, and all the research I was doing. And then about a year later, the book comes out.
Yeah.
And I was amazed because people who know me and they know Fritz Springmeier, they call me. My friends call me and said, "Did you know Fritz Springmeier has come out with a book with all of your information?" I said, "What are you talking about?" They said, "Yeah, it's here it is." And they said his girlfriend, Gloria Muscarella. And I said, "Yeah, Gloria came to my office and spent 2 days photocopying all my stuff, but I thought she wanted it for herself." And he said, No. Gloria was his girlfriend, and she was getting it for him."
Yeah,
so he got it. Yeah.
They're too lazy. What it is I think a lot of these people are too lazy, and they don't have the intelligence that you have to go out and get this on their own. So they see you and they say, "Wow, this is an opportunity. This guy got all this information. We can take this and make a book and make some money." You know.
Right, and the mere fact that he's an old guy, he's not interested in making money. He's not interested in the money. He's doing it for the to put the information out. And so he's old and stupid and dim-witted. So why don't we just rip him off and take it all and put it out there and make a lot of money off of him? And and fuck him. Let him starve. We'll be big stars, and we'll write books, and we'll be on television and do radio shows, and we'll be big stars, and we'll rip this guy off, and he's not going to do anything. So I've been ripped off over the years, and everybody knows it. Over the years, many people have come in, took my stuff, took all my videos, took my research, and went out and made money off of it, and published books and television shows.
Jordan, people know you, though, that don't know people because I've talked to people like Professor Griff, the black guy, the rapper.
I know.
He knows of you. That big guy, he wrote a bunch of books. He used to be a big gang member in South Central. He wrote his name's Cody Scott. He wrote that book, Autobiography of the L.A. Gang Member. I was writing him when he was in prison. He knew of your work. There's a lot of people. Kenneth Anger, you know who Kenneth Anger is?
I know the names, I think. Yeah.
He's big into the occult and the film world, and he was an associate. He was that Bobby Beausoleil, that member Bobby Beausoleil, the Manson family, used to stay with Kenneth. Kenneth was a film director. He was even affiliated with the Church of Satan and all that. And I saw him in Hollywood.
Yeah.
I was staying at the Motel 6 on Whitley and Hollywood Boulevard. And this was after I left Tarzana, I came into Hollywood. I was staying in Hollywood for a week at the Motel 6 there, and I was walking to this little corner diner, and I saw Kenneth Anger. And I'm like, "Kenneth?" And he said, "Yeah." And I got to talking to him, and I said, "Yeah, I research into secret societies." And, I said, "Have you heard of Jordan Maxwell?" He said, "Yeah, I've heard of Jordan Maxwell." And we were talking. And, people know about you, Jordan. A lot more people know about your work than is told,
Well, probably so. Because I live in the world that a 74-year-old man lives in. I'm not out there with the young people. I don't know what's happening out on the street. I don't know who knows what out there. Right. I just do what I do. I live in one room by myself, and just do what I do day in and day out, and putting information out there. I do radio talk shows, and that's about it. But I've done a lot over the years. I've been on television. I've done all the major networks. I've been on television. I've done History Channel, Discovery Channel, NBC, ABC. I've done CBS television specials. But I'm not really interested in the money. I'm not interested in making the money. I'm just happy being an old man, living by myself and doing what I like to do. Just like information, knowledge, wisdom, and putting it out there for free. And so I've been doing it all my life, and a lot of people, and I know lots of people in Hollywood. You know, there's at least 12 different rap groups, big ones, like Wu-Tang and Run DMC and KRS-One and Judas Priest and a lot of other that have all used my voice on their records. Wu-Tang did a whole song on me.
Yeah, I remember you put some links up on your website a few years ago, and like one of them was Ice-T and a bunch of other people.
Yeah, Ice-T. Yeah. I did two rap. I did a rap song with Ice-T, and I also did two music videos with Ice-T.
Yeah, that's you know what you have taken like the research thing. I can't even put a label on it, but whatever this stuff is, you have taken it and taken it to areas that no other person has done before. You know,
Well, you know, what was his name? Prince. Remember Prince?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, Prince threw a big party for me down in Los Angeles at his nightclub in L.A. It was called Grand Slam, and that was Prince's nightclub, Grand Slam, and he had a big party for all the gang members. There was a Mexican gang, black gangs, white, everybody. All the gangs were there. And it was Jordan Maxwell, and my name was up on the marquee. It was a big thing, and there was traffic everywhere.
Oh my!
And there were hundreds of people there. It was a big, huge Jordan Maxwell night at Prince's nightclub called Grand Slam, and all the different gangs were showing up. And I talked to Ice-T and Ice Cube and those guys, and I said, I don't know if I want to even be down that damn place. All these gangs, and you know, it sounds dangerous to me. And Ice-T said, no, everybody has agreed there will be no violence and no shit, no fucking around. Nobody's going to mess around at all because it's you. So out of honor for you, everybody has agreed tonight. Nobody messes with nobody. We're here to honor you. And so I got there. I couldn't believe it. All the different gang members were there. I mean, all the big shots, you know, with their limos and their women. They were all there with their, you know, with the rings, the diamond rings, and and it was a big to do. And they're all coming in and shaking my hand and thanking me for what I've been doing and all that. And I was thinking to myself, my God, if people could see me back home in Florida, see me out here with all these gangs and shit. Yeah. Damn.
You were the Godfather. You were the Godfather that night for real, huh?
That's it. That night it was for real, and it was my night. And when they were coming in, everybody was supposed to come over, shake my hand, and thank me. And I stood there at the door with Ice-T, Ice Cube, all these guys, and the different gang members would come in, the different gangs, and they were all very polite to me, very polite. They were very courteous, and thanked me for being there, and thanked me for all of the work I've been doing to help them educate themselves, etc., etc. So it was a hell of an, you know. And then I got some offers to go to New York, DMC. To record with him and to you know, so it was a fun night. Got a lot of strange stuff going on that night. So
yeah, Jordan, that's one thing about you is you're not only known to like the you've done it in the universities. You're known high up. I mean, higher than levels than I can even imagine. I know your name's up there. But still, though, you know, I've seen people out there like with the Moores, you know, the Moores Science Temple and stuff. And
yeah, I know them all.
People who live in the projects on food stamps know who you are. I mean, you're known. You're Rotarian. Your research is. I mean, like you said, you showed up. You know, they had a whole ball for you down there.
Yeah.
You know. My God, that is something.
I got to tell you one experience. One guy comes in, one gang member, he's a gang member, no, he's a gang leader, and he pulls up in this white limo with his girlfriend, limo, and he gets out. And he's really decked out in all white, and he's a black guy. And he's decked out in all white, and he's with his girlfriend. And he comes in, but he comes in and he walks right past me. Walks past me because he sees Ice-T and some of the other guys there, so he's going to go talk to them. And Ice-T in Africa Islam looked at me and shook their head, and they walked over to this guy, and they said, do you know what you just did? And he said, who are you talking to? They said, we're talking to you, fucker. That's who we're talking to. And he said, what are you talking about? He said, do you know the man that was standing at the front door? Yeah, that's the man that is the man tonight. And you just walked right past him and didn't even say hello. And he said, why should I? And Ice-T said, because I say so. That's why you should. So and all the other gang members, all the other gang leaders, the black ones and the Mexicans and white, they all told this guy, go back and pay some respect, son. You better go back.
Yeah.
And so he realized he's way out-leagued here. He just won. There's about 10 others that are telling him, you better go back and make it right.
There might
so
be more
he came back over and apologized. Came back over and apologized and shook my hand and apologized. And I said, I have no hard feelings. I understand. I've just had a lot of interesting experiences in my life.
And Jordan, you've been in L.A. now. If I'm correct, you left Florida about 18, right?
Yeah, 18, and I ended up here in Los Angeles in 1959, in early January of 59. So I just turned 19 years old when I hit L.A. Yeah.
What did you think?
And I hit L.A. I got into Los Angeles about 10 o'clock at night, and I had $9 in my pocket. That's all I had in the world was $9. I didn't know anybody. I didn't even know where the shit I was.
Mm-hmm.
I just knew I was in L.A., but that's as far as I could go. There's an ocean past that. So I knew I was in Los Angeles, and I was at night, about 10 o'clock at night, and I had $9 in my pocket, period. I had no place to go. I didn't know anybody. I had no idea what I was doing. And I ended up sleeping in,
a serious situation.
But I lived through it because I'm 19 years old, and I learned quick. But I had a lot of protection, though. I had a lot of spiritual protection I didn't even know I was getting at the time.
Yeah, I've recognized, I felt that myself. I've had some situations where I've come close to death, and some serious things have happened to me, and I know there has to be something there that's kept me from, getting the worst end of it. Jordan, so what about this Jimmy Jones guy, Jim Jones? You were in L.A. when he was around there, weren't you?
Oh, sure, absolutely. Yeah, I know all about Jim Jones. See, Jim Jones was part of, it's a big story. We have to go back and start, and we can continue this conversation, tomorrow, the next day, next week, because there's so much to tell you, so much. But what you first have to understand first is go back to square one. The Democratic Party in America, the Democratic Party as far back as 1930s, back in 1930s, we're talking, 80 years ago, 90 years ago, whatever it is, was taken over by the left wing or the communist movement. So that today, the Democratic Party is a Soviet communist operation, Marxist-Leninist communist organization, while the Republican Party is 95%, not complete, like the Democratic Party is 100% Marxist-Leninist Soviet communist.
Right.
Period. Yeah. But the Republican Party is about 95% Nazi.
Yeah.
SS, Gestapo, Adolf Hitler, Nazi.
Vatican rat line type of.
That's it. Vatican rat line, white folks with the big money, financing Adolf Hitler and all that crap. So the Republicans are Nazis, and 95% of Republicans are Nazis, and 100% of the Democratic Party are pure Soviet communists.
George,
so once you understand that, then you begin to see how all of these cults that was started by the Marxist-Leninist movement in America and in Europe, so many of these different churches and organizations like the NAACP and CORE and some of the black organizations, and then the white movements, the white resistance movements, and all of that. These were all started by the Soviet Marxist-Leninist communists to divide the people, divide and conquer. So, like the Bible says, no house divided against itself can stand. So the best way to, and the way I explain it is that if I were in Africa as a white guy, and I'm in Africa, and I get thrown into a jail in Nairobi, Kenya, and there's all blacks in there except me, the smart thing to do is what the British would do, what the English did when they were in Africa. You start trouble between all the other people in the prison.
Right.
You go to this one black guy and tell him, you know what this guy said about your mama?
Yeah.
And then the other guy say, you know what this guy said about you? And then before you know it, you got all the black guys fighting each other, right?
Right.
Which is good. That way they leave me alone. They go out there and kill each other.
Yeah.
Right?
Smart move.
And so that's what's been going on, is that England is always starting all the problems, all the cults and all of these different secret societies. And Jim Jones was working for the Marxist-Leninists and the Communist Order, but he was also very clever, getting support from both sides. Both sides thought they could use him. And so Jim Jones's People's Temple, when I heard his church was called the People's Temple, I knew immediately this guy is going to be connected to Jimmy Carter and Rosalind Carter and all of these Soviet Marxist-Leninist, left-wing communist assholes.
Brzezinski?
The people, Brzezinski, exactly. Because
Robert Pastor.
The very word, that's it. The very word People's Party, the People's Paper, the People's this. The very word "peoples" is a term used by the Communist Party, and so that's why you will find all of the communist countries of the world. Here's something you need to keep in mind: all the communist countries in the world, from Cuba, China, North Korea, and all the other communist countries that used to be. All of them are officially referred to as People's Republic, People's Democratic Republic.
George,
you have the People's Democratic Republic of China, the People's Democratic Republic of Cuba, the People's Democratic Republic of North Korea. Every country as communist is called the People's Democratic Republic.
You even see
so
that.
That's where we get the.
Even in the street
Say
gangs,
it again?
Even in the street gangs, you see that in Chicago. One street gang where they wear their hat to the left, they have an organization where all these street gangs are called the People's Nation, and then
that's it.
Then that's it. Then the other side of the street gangs, the Folk Nation, they all wear like a pitchfork, and it's kind of, they use the 6-point Saturnian type of star. And
yep.
You got like the right. They're kind of like. Kind of like a Saturnian Nazi type of thing. Then the other side is the people's. It's like a communist and a Nazi type of thing.
That's right.
Right in the street gang. Right in the.
That's exactly right.
And
that's exactly right.
There's so much Masonic. When you read the graffiti, I was in Chicago one time when I was younger, and I didn't realize until now how much Masonic symbolism is in the graffiti.
Yeah, well, let me tell you something. I went to many years ago, back in early '80s. My friends, all my friends here that are in the Moors, they called me, and I used to go out to their house. I used to go to their parties, their meetings, and I give lectures at the Moors about maritime admiralty law, et cetera, Well, they called me one night and said that there's going to be a doctor who works at the Martin Luther King Hospital in L.A. is giving a private lecture to the Moors tonight, and they wanted me to be there. So I went. It was in Santa Monica. And his whole lecture, this is a black doctor from Martin Luther King Hospital, and his whole lecture was about the graffiti of the gangs and what these symbols mean in occult Freemasonry. And he was explaining how the different gangs, like the Mexican gangs, use a lot of the York Rite symbolism, while the black gangs use a lot of the Scottish Rite symbolism. And he went on for about 2.5, 3 hours explaining the symbolism that the gangs use coming from occult Freemasonry. I remember that a long time ago.
Yeah.
And so I know that this kind of stuff has been going on, and that's where the gangs are getting their guns and their money.
Yeah, the drugs.
And the bottom line is that the guys who are in power, they don't give shit if you're in communist or Nazi or a fascist. They don't give a shit about none of it because they run the whole show anyway. They can kill you no matter who you are.
Right.
So what they want, it's true.
Yeah.
It's like Al Capone. He don't care if you are or with the Roger Tui's gang or with the so-and-so's gang. He don't give a shit. He'll kill you himself. He don't care who you are with.
Right.
So this is what the guys who run this planet, they don't care about the different groups, and they're not on one side or the other. They want all the young people.
Yeah, they created them anyway.
That's right. They created them for you, and then, in case you're so fucking stupid that you don't you don't get involved, they will make movies for you so that you can watch Blood In and Blood Out and watch all the gang movies. So that'll give you an idea. What you need to do is go out and join one of the gangs. So Hollywood makes the movies so they can get you involved in the idea of joining a gang. Because maybe you're so damn stupid you didn't even think about joining a gang. Well, they make movies about it. Yeah, this way. Yeah, make the movies about it and show you, this is what you kids need to do is join the gang.
Yeah.
And they make a movie Fast and Furious and Blood In and Blood Out and all that silly ass bullshit. And I know all the guys who worked in the movies.
Good old
and I know that's what they're doing.
Yeah, psychological warfare.
That's it. And so the bottom line is that they get all of the youth fighting each other. Keep all the different groups fighting each other, and that way the British can go in and make the money. They'll sell the guns. And they'll buy and sell your body and throw you into prison and use your body as a security on the stock exchange. There's a whole world going on out there that people don't know nothing about at all.
Jordan, I noticed. Okay, I've been with this research with this Jim Jones. I got a whole thing on the internet where I'm showing people that Jim Jones has so many look-alike body doubles.
I know.
The ears, Jordan, I show this to people on the internet how on the NBC footage, they actually switched body doubles right in the footage while the congressman was down there. Nobody even noticed. The ear,
all these leaders have body doubles, all of them.
I think the real man escaped because if you look at there's two different photographs of two different Jim Joneses. There's one outside the little cottage pavilion. Then there's another one inside some cottage somewhere. It's two separate men, and one of them looks like he got like a mask on, like how the CIA during the Cold War wore those fake bodysuits and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
When the congressman was down there, you can look in the pavilion. Some of those old black women really weren't old black women. Those were like bodysuits.
I wouldn't be a bit surprised. That's exactly right. That whole thing. That whole Jim Jones going down to Guyana, that whole Jim Jones thing was a CIA operation.
And
the
CIA
paid for it, or organized it,
The Nazis were down there waiting for them.
That's exactly right.
I was.
That's what they were.
You'd be surprised. I was sitting there watching the footage, and I was shocked. I said, in 1978, what the hell is a 50-something-year-old man, German man, doing in the middle of a communist rally?
That's right.
In Guyana, what the hell is a ex-Nazi doing sitting in the middle of a communist rally with Jim Jones and them. I could tell. It's like I find the British intelligence. I find them down there. Frank,
yep.
Frank, you remember Frank Turple?
Yeah, I remember the name. Yeah.
He was that deep cover CIA agent that was selling guns to terrorist groups, and he got busted, and he had to flee the country.
Yep.
Yeah, he indicated something about like how the Green Berets are. There was a contingency plan. They assassinated the congressman at the airport. Then they did this. They threw the suicides, but also there was a contingency plan. So whoever didn't drink the poison, that's okay, because we got some assassins coming in to get you anyway.
No, of course, yeah. You don't have to drink. You don't have to drink that. You're gonna be dead anyway.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter.
Yeah, because when you see the photographs, everybody's face down. You don't see one face picture. They're all like they have been dragged. Like their bodies look like they tried to run, and somebody caught them and shot them or strangled them something and brought them back there and just dumped them there.
Yeah.
And
I wouldn't be a bit surprised. That's the kind of thing. And remember, one of Jim Jones's ardent admirers and promoters was Jimmy Carter and his wife.
Yeah.
Jimmy Carter, and especially his wife.
Rosalie.
She was always down there to be on the street with Jim Jones in the People's Temple, the People's Revolutionary Temple.
Mm-hmm.
It's purely Marxist-Leninism. Well, today, the Democratic Party is pure Marxist-Leninism.
Yeah,
it was getting that way. It was almost there when Jim Jones was in. Now it's finally totally Marxist-Leninist, communist, Soviet operation going on, and we call it the Democratic Party. And again, remember that, go look it up. All the different communist countries are, Cuba is called the Democratic Republic of Cuba. China is the Democratic Republic of China, the People's Democratic Republic of Cuba, the People's Democratic Republic of this, the People's Democratic Republic.
Right.
Everywhere that's communist is always called the People's Democratic Republic.
Yeah, I know in Germany they use that in Germany and Europe when they talk about being a Democrat and stuff on the left, they write out, show pictures of Trotsky and Lenin and
of course,
and they don't even try to hide it.
Nope, they don't even need to. They're so damn powerful now and got all the money. They don't even need to hide it.
But they can't. I was reading about how Trotsky was a gangster from New York City, and
so was Marx and Engels. Marx and Engels worked for the New York Tribune newspaper. They were both newspaper reporters. Both Karl Marx and V.I. Lenin worked for the New York newspaper.
And then they
worked for the New York newspaper.
And didn't the money come from Wall Street anyway?
That's exactly right.
Yeah,
it comes from Wall Street.
Yeah, it's same thing with the Nazis. And the rocket.
That's why. Yeah, that author, what's his name? The author who wrote, God, he's the best of the best on that subject. And he's got about 20 different books out there on that subject. What's his name? He's done all these books on financing the Nazis, financing Wall Street financed Hitler.
I think I read those. Yeah, you had him on you had him on your site a few years ago under PDF. Where people could look on it and read it. Yeah, I remember. Yeah.
Anthony Sutton. Well, you need to go on the web and go on the web to YouTube and type in Anthony Sutton, Sutton, Anthony Sutton, and listen to his discussion. Listen to him because he tells you who was financing who, where the money came from. How the Democratic Congress today and the Democrats in Washington are communists, Soviet Marxist Leninist communists, and the Republicans are Nazis, and who's paying them, where the money is coming from.
Yeah,
it was very interesting. He was talking about how the Nordic companies such as BMW, Volkswagen, Mercedes, IKEA, names off all of these German Nordic corporations around the world, all today, even right now today, give 8 to 10% of their profits to the Nazi Party in Argentina today. Volkswagen gives 10% of everything that they make. All the different German BMW, they give 10% of their profits today, so that the Nazi Party in South America, especially Argentina, are rolling in money all over the world. They're getting money from all these German companies. From Germany itself is financing, sending money to them. So the German Nazi Party is very much alive, very well, and they were running NASA today. They run NASA. They're running the Republican Party. They're doing very well and making lots of money. And on the other hand, the Soviet communists are very well. They've got their guy in office now.
Jordan,
so little by little, the American people have no idea what's going on.
Jordan, that brings me to another question about the Nazis. I heard maybe even what happened down there in Guyana with Jim Jones. I mean, they wanted to take the congressman out anyway, and they had things they wanted to do anyway, but it was sort of like a twin operation because the Nazis were in competition with the Soviets down there, and the Nazis used this incident to because the U.S. had to come down there and clean it all up anyway. And so the Nazis did this possibly in order to get the U.S. to get their troops down there and all their helicopters down there during this time to knock the Soviet base out.
That sounds about right too.
Because these guys,
that's the kind of stuff that goes on.
This Jonestown stuff. I mean, I was studying it, and it looked like they were training sharpshooters at Jonestown to go fight in Angola. And because Lyndon B. Johnson had gave away the Atkins airfield down there in Guyana back in 1965. Now they call it Tamara Airport, but they said the Tamara Airport was like the largest airport. It was even bigger than the Kennedy Airport in New York, and the Nazis wanted that airport because the Soviets had it. Because the Burnham administration, they were Marxists in Guyana. And the Nazis,
that's right.
And the Nazis felt like all this Jim Jones and this Burnham and Marxists and Soviets, the Nazis were getting kind of disgruntled, and so the Nazis just said, "Hell with it, just kill all of them," And they wanted to get. And there was the Mark Lane guy, I found out he.
I remember Mark Lane. Yeah.
He ain't nothing but a CIA agent anyway.
Of course he was.
Yeah, I saw. There was a place called Hilltown. Did you hear about that? By Jonestown?
Yeah, Hilltown. I remember that.
It was a black guy who killed Martin Luther King's mother, and the black guy that killed Martin Luther King's mother, he was a little weird, mind-controlled looking guy. He had a mentor named David Hill, and the government put David Hill from America down in Hilltown next to Jonestown, and it was a camp like Jonestown, just called Hilltown, and Mark Lane had something to do with both these. But Mark Lane, when he was representing James Earl Ray, the only witness that was saying it wasn't James Earl Ray that did it, he was trying to put her in Jonestown right before the suicides happened.
Yeah.
And Charles Gary and it has something to do with Grenada, the hospital in Grenada. I think
that's exactly right.
I think there was some genetical stuff going on with Jones.
Yeah, that's exactly what was going on in Grenada.
Yeah,
there was a university down there that had I think it was 500 students, and I can't remember the numbers, but who talked a lot about that when it first happened? What was going on in Grenada was Dick Gregory. Dick Gregory was talking about Grenada and how there was all kinds of crossbreeding with animals and humans in Grenada.
Oh my!
And how the Cubans went into Grenada late at night and slipped in, and got through the security and found out what the Americans were doing down in Grenada with crossbreeding animals with humans and all that kind of shit with the Nazis. And that's why Ronald Reagan sent the Marines in and leveled that university, leveled it to the ground so there'd be no more evidence about what was going on.
Yeah,
that's
I heard
a lot of interesting stuff like that.
I think that's what in Jonestown, nobody ever got to get the remains of the bodies or anything, and I've always often skepticized that there were some weird genetic experiments going, and a lot of these people that they said came up missing. I mean, they said 900 something people died down there in Jonestown. I don't believe that. I think a lot of these people were probably relocated, maybe to Grenada or something. There were genetic experiments.
Very possible.
Cloning, or like mixing them with monkeys and stuff and reptiles.
Well, look at that. But look, as far back as 1938, shit, that's a long time ago, almost 80, 90 years, whatever it is. 1938. There was a movie came out with Charles Lawton called The Island of Lost Souls.
Oh yeah, that was like the island. Yeah.
And then later on, in 1965, Burt Lancaster remade the movie Island of Lost Souls and called it The Island of Dr. Moreau.
That's right. Yep.
And then the last movie that Marlon Brando made before he died, his very last movie, was called The Island of Dr. Moreau. Get the movie, Island of Dr. Moreau. Yeah.
Yeah.
And what is that telling you? It's an island, and in the book, The Island of Dr. Moreau, it takes place in the Bahamas or in the West Indies, and that's where Grenada is. And so, that's what the story was all about. But hell, they knew all that shit back in 1938. They were making movies about it.
Yeah, they were working on the genetics. They had been talking about that.
Oh, that's a long time ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jordan, I want to ask you this thing about this Jimmy Jones guy. I did a channeling session. There's this guy out there named Rob Goth or something, and he can channel entities. And I mean, this information comes through really good, Jordan. And I was explaining to him how many body doubles and stuff exist. And I'm to the point now, the information I've been getting, that the real Jimmy Jones got away.
I would be a bit surprised because that's exactly what I think happened with Hitler.
Yeah.
And all of these other people, I think they are always protected. And I don't buy for a minute that Osama bin Laden is dead. I don't buy that for a minute. I mean, they announced 3 different times under 3 different administrations that they had killed Osama bin Laden. 3 different administrations talked about how they had killed Osama bin Laden. People didn't pick up on that.
Same thing with Saddam Hussein.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And then when you see the pictures of Saddam Hussein, about 5 different ones, and each one looks different. And it's supposedly Saddam Hussein, and each one looks different.
Jordan,
yeah.
Do you remember the zebra murders in San Francisco?
I remember something about them, yeah.
Okay, it was supposed to be about these black guys that were coming out of prison, and they all came, Charles Manson, and the zebra murders, and it seems to be something going on at the Vacaville prisons over there in California, where all these strange, deranged people were coming out of these prisons just mentally off, and causing as much chaos. I mean, some of these guys were on parole and they kept getting in trouble and they didn't get locked up. It's like the system purposely kept them out there to do this stuff, and these guys were committing, all these murders, and they all had the same psychiatrist.
That's exactly right.
Yeah,
that's right. But they were purposely being allowed to do it, purposely.
Yeah, and the Charles Manson guy, he kept saying something about the blacks were going to take over. The blacks were going to take over, and he kept saying something about the Black Panthers. But then when I think about it, he was talking more about the black Muslims, and that's exactly what happened. After he got arrested in '69, all these deranged black guys were coming out thinking, saying the white man was the devil and all this stuff, and they were randomly killing whites. And I'm thinking, but Charles Manson appeared to have the same sort of mind controllers that these men had. I'm thinking he had some inside information that this was going to happen.
No doubt about it.
Yep.
And Hollywood's involved in it up to the throat. Hollywood's involved in it.
Right.
Like Dick Gregory said, Hollywood does 3 things. They tell you what they've done, what they're doing now, and what they're getting ready to do.
Right, like the Zodiac Killer. I mean...
That's it. That's a big story in itself. That Zodiac killer, that's a real big story.
I don't think like the Zodiac murders. I don't think that was one man. I think that was definitely some sort of group. You know.
That's exactly right.
The police were I was reading about this, and you know the people who were calling in saying they did it. Most of the time, it was a phone booth right outside the police station, and and the dispatchers seemed to be involved with it because they kept giving wrong information about who to look for, the suspects, and
that's right.
It just seems like there's some over there in Presidio Heights, the weird military connection. These people like Michael Aquino and all these weird groups.
You got it. That's exactly right, boy. That's exactly what's going on.
They want
all kinds of really heavy-duty Marxist-Leninist stuff, as opposed to Nazi stuff. NASA is, for one thing, NASA is pure Nazi, but the CIA was founded by the Knights of Malta.
Yep, Vatican. That's Vatican right there.
Vatican right there. That's CIA, Vatican.
Yeah, well, the Jesuits. Jordan, I live in Muskegon. Yep. I'm from Muskegon, Michigan, and I'm aware that the woman Kathy O'Brien. I grew up down the street from the high school that she said the Jesuits mind controlled her at. You remember Kathy O'Brien?
No, I knew her. I knew her. I went and picked her up at the airport. Her and the guy with her. I went and picked them up at the airport a couple of times. Took them back down to the airport. Yeah, here in L.A.
Yeah,
I know them.
I read her book and I said this can't be true. And I went to go look, and sure enough, matter of fact, the same priest that she was saying did this to her, they're still in operation. Some of them are still working. They're still doing what they do.
It's an incredible story.
Yeah,
it's an incredible story about how jumbled up this stuff really is. How far gone it really is. The people in this country have no idea to what extent this crap is going on.
Jordan, you remember the Manson guy? They killed a family the next night, the Lino LaBianca family, and on the guy's stomach, they had they were trying to say it was cuts, but it looked like maybe the police did it with marker even, but it was two triangles going the opposite way, like a Masonic type of symbol. It was spelled out war. Mm-hmm. But it was Masonic, and it looked almost like it looked like the war, and the girls that said Leslie Van Houten of the Manson family, she was saying that she had cut this into the stomach, but I'm thinking about this. Maybe these people maybe didn't do this because several months went by before they got busted, and they were all out in the desert near a military base. Out in Death Valley, out in Ridgecrest and Inyokern, by that China Lake Naval Base, and I'm thinking maybe these people, this Manson crew and all this, maybe these people were meant to believe they did it, and somebody else did it.
Yeah, it could be.
Because this Lino LaBianca guy, he was connected to the mob, and the Sharon Tate and all this stuff. It looked like some mafia, occult, witchcraft type stuff going on. And
no doubt about it. It's been going on for a long time, especially in Hollywood and up in the Hollywood Hills.
That's where Laurel Canyon.
Yep. That's it, Laurel Canyon.
I've been there before, and it's a beautiful place. But all the stuff that's happened there with the murders, the Wonderland murders, and
that's right.
Wasn't Nazism created there too? Wasn't it?
That's right. Nazism was created right up there on Mulholland. And Laurel Canyon Boulevard, Laurel Canyon, and Mulholland is where a bunch of really wealthy Nazis lived up there, and they were all getting together. This is before Adolf Hitler even came into power.
They even had a compound up there.
That's right. They had a compound up there, and the compound was inside of a mountain, not on the mountain. They were inside the mountain. You could drive by and see the mountain open up, and there was a big parking structure inside the mountain. You drive inside the mountain, and then the mountain would come back down and cover. So it was a fake.
Yeah. And I remember you telling that story about.
And that's where all the planning for Adolf Hitler was being planned up on Mulholland and Laurel Canyon. And right here in Studio City.
And they were making movies about it. Charlie Chaplin made a movie called The Great Dictator or something like that.
That's right.
Way before Hitler even really was known to the world, they were already making movies about what was going to happen.
Yeah, and then you find out Charlie Chaplin was left-wing and pro-Marxist and pro-communist. So, and Hollywood was making movies about these kind of things.
Yeah.
You know, you're just opening up a can of worms, because the deeper you get, the bigger it gets, the deeper it gets. And I'm going to send you, within the next day or so, I'm going to outline and I'm going to send you the people to listen to that I have got about, I've got about 6 or 7 people that I think are sensational, that have got all kinds of really important stuff on what you're talking about.
Yeah.
That they've done a lot of really important research, and I'm going to send you their names and the links to go and listen to them on the web, and listen to them, because I'm going to send you some really off-the-wall stuff that is going to blow your mind.
Yeah.
I know these people personally.
Jordan, I know it's getting late, and before we disconnect or whatever, I just want to say the story you told. I just got to tell you this about the reptilian type people.
Yeah.
You know, over the years, I always believed that they existed, but in the last couple of years, I had an encounter at a bank. I was going to the bank, and the woman working there, she was extremely slender. She had blonde hair. And for the last few years, I've been studying, you know, if you look on Google, sometimes you can catch them shapeshift, the reptilians.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And as soon as I walked in the bank, I looked at her, and I knew immediately she wasn't human. What I was looking at is what she wanted me to see. She had created some sort of, you know, I don't know if it's holographic or she's in a different dimension, and she's able to produce you know how whatever these creatures are, they can make us see what they want us to see.
No doubt about it. That's exactly right.
And listen, I was in the back room with her, and I said, "Hey, you ever heard of the lizard people?" And she looked at me, you know, she was like, "No, what's that?" And I told her about how, you know, there's lizard people living under Los Angeles, and I told her about how they were created, you know, by the Anunnaki and the sixth density ancient reptilians and the Anunnaki and all this stuff, you know, and you should have saw her face. It wasn't an emotional reaction. She wasn't emotionally reacting like a human, but it was some sort of weird. It was like the veil was being taken off her, like I was breaking through, like I was energetically breaking through what she was trying to make me see her as. Was, you know, the fakeness of it was starting to show, and she started to panic. And I pulled a crystal out of my pocket and set it on the table, and that really bothered her. And we were sitting there talking about it. And I said, yeah, you know, the lizard people and the reptilians and all this, and something happened, and after that, she completely left the bank. I went back there again, and they said, we don't know. She just left the bank. She switched. We don't know why she did it. I'm real good friends with somebody who works at the bank, and he said, we don't know why she left. She just one day, you know.
Well, you remember the ABC television network miniseries V?
Yeah. Yeah, I saw
remember that?
Yeah, I've seen the old one and the new one.
Yeah, I saw both too. I saw the old and the new one.
Yeah.
And the new one, the visitors, the aliens, are handing out pamphlets explaining to the people of the earth what they want, why they're here, what they want to do. And the name of the booklet, the name of the pamphlet in the TV show was called Dawn of a New Day.
That's what I've been learning that from you over the years about the dawning. If you just Google the word Dawn of a New Day, you get a million different things on it.
That's right. And I started talking about that back in 1967. I was doing radio shows talking about the dawn of a new day. Nobody ever heard of it. Nobody knew what I was talking about. 1968, 69, and 70, I was talking about it in the motion picture studios. I'd go to the different movie studios at night and give lectures on the sound stages.
Yeah,
I could get in. Yeah.
I think they got something going on out there in Death Valley. These the lizard people or whatever they are. I think, you know, I know for a fact they're real.
No doubt in my mind about it.
Yeah, I after that with that woman, I knew and this woman was so intelligent and sharp. She was razor sharp. You know, and I was telling her about astrotheology. She was like, "What are you going to do with your day?" And I started talking about astrotheology and the sun and all that stuff and religion and stuff, and she was picking up on it, but she was going along with it like she didn't know what I was talking about. But I could tell by looking at her, she knew exactly what I was talking about. And
of course.
And you know, these people, I mean, the human race doesn't realize these entities are here. You know,
of course they are. They're all around us, but nobody sees it. Well, that's like the movie They Live. Remember?
Yeah, where he puts on the special glasses.
The movie They Live.
Yeah. Well,
and now, did you ever hear that interview I did? Go on the web to YouTube and type in Jordan, Maxwell, and Nancy.
Oh yeah, I've heard that. What? Yeah, about her.
You heard Nancy talk about the reptilians. Her father worked for the Air Force and all that.
It came out of the closet on her.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I've listened to so many of your interviews, Jordan, over the years. I mean, I know you've been doing a lot of them lately, but most of the main ones, I mean, from a year ago and back, I've just listened to all of them. You know.
I'm just amazed that people, you know, even know of me. I just keep putting the stuff out there. I don't know where it's going. I just keep putting it out there and talking and doing the best I can.
No, I take all this stuff seriously. I mean, you know, I know you don't like to get into the sovereign law stuff too much because, you know, they really like to persecute people on that one. But
yeah, I know. And see, I was one of the very first people who started talking about that publicly.
With Vic, with that guy named Vic, right?
That's right.
Yeah,
exactly.
I did that stuff you guys were talking about. I did that in a courtroom, and it completely worked. I asked for permission to cross the gate. Then I said I'm appearing specially, not generally. Then I said I'm reserving all rights not to be bound by any unrevealed contracts. And the judge said something, and I said I said exceptions. Like exceptions means you're sure. And you know, I mean, they cleared the courtroom because I was tearing them up. I had been reading your guys. Even the judge was getting scared. You know, he got up off the bench and left the courtroom. And then when he left the courtroom, I left too. I said, well, if he's not going to be here, what am I going to be here for? And I left, and the police were sitting there looking stupid, like they didn't even know what to make of it. I
love it.
Yeah. I put, you know, a cop pulled me.
I knew it. I mean, I knew that stuff was important and all that, but now things have changed. That's why I don't fool with it. I tell everybody just stay away from it now.
Yeah, I'm the same way. If they pull me over and ask me, I just tell them what they need to hear. And if I really need it, I got it. But you know, I try to.
Of course.
I try to play along.
That's what I've always said. Just at least know about it. At least you can know about it and understand it. Doesn't mean you have to use it, but at least you're not stupid. You know about it.
Yeah, I know all about
the main thing.
The maritime, the flag got the gold fringe. You know, that's that.
Yeah, I know all of that. You know, it's a big story.
It is, and you know, it gets into humans being property, basically. Like we're property of whatever these entities.
Of course we are. We're chattel property. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me ask you something. How old are you?
29.
Because I was going to say, you're very well read and very intelligent, you know, for guys in his 20s, because usually guys in their 20s out here in California, 29 years old, they're on skateboards with popsicles. They don't know their ass from a hole in the ground.
Yeah, I know that. I mean, if you look at a picture of you know what a man was supposed to look, you know, 50 years ago, 100 years ago, in today's world, you know, you don't become a man until you're like 40. You know,
that's right, at least.
You know,
and even then, you're fucked up and mentally disordered, man. But
yeah.
But you know, before, you know, when you were 15 years old, you were a grown man. You know, 150 years ago. But today, shit, you could be 29 years old. There's a lot of 29-year-olds out here on skateboards with kids going to roller rink and going to all little silly ball games and all that shit.
Yeah, that's why.
It's just amazing that.
That's why I can't with the women. I can't ever. I tried to date women. I've been I've dated some women over the years, and every time I get to talking to them, they talk all the stuff they talk about is so silly and stupid. The stuff they're interested in.
That's right. That's exactly right.
I start talking about the Kennedy assassination, they start looking for the door. You know what I mean?
That's exactly right.
They're just like,
look at you just need to understand that women are not interested in anything that makes any sense. Their whole world is based on fucking stupidity and ignorance. All they're looking for is security and some money. That's it. They don't give a shit one about what's going on in the world. They can't read. They don't give a shit. And like I always say, they don't read shit. They don't study shit. They don't question shit. The best part, they don't give a shit.
Yeah.
So just understand that about women. They don't give a shit about any of it.
Yeah,
if you're going to act like, if you're going to start talking intelligently, then you're not going to be able to. Women are going to be running from you.
Yeah, that's what I've seen. It's almost like the stupider you are, the more women you get.
That's it. That's it. If you wear your baseball cap backwards and got broken teeth, and earrings in your nose, and nose rings in the ears, and your brain dead and broke and have nothing, the women will love you.
Yeah. Yeah. Then
if you act like you've got a brain, they're gonna run from you.
And Jordan, as you said, they think they're going to college to graduate, but graduate means gradually indoctrinate, right?
That's it. That's where the word comes from. Gradual indoctrinate.
Yeah, like that cap. That graduation cap, that's like the mortarboard from the Vatican.
That's right. The black mortarboard is the black square. It's called the Saturnian black square.
Yeah. Yeah, like I was saying, I remember you teaching, like, the Hanseatic League, or whoever these guys are, they set up the degree program, the bachelor's, the master's.
That's exactly right. They sure did.
So it's like people are born in society, and they're given a language, they're told to go to college, they go through all this stuff, and they don't even know what it is they're going through.
They have no idea what they're doing. All they're doing, like one teacher told me a long time ago, all you're doing when you're going to college is getting a work permit. That's it. You just get a work permit so you can go get a job. That's it. You're not learning nothing. I ain't teaching you nothing. They're just teaching you just enough so you can go out and get a job. That's it. Pay your taxes and go have a beer, watch a ball game.
And it all leads, and I've seen it over the years, it all leads straight back to the powers in the Vatican. I
know. That's where it all goes back to, because the way the corporation called the United States Corporation, who owns your body on the stock market, that corporation called United States Corporation is a subsidiary corporation of a British corporation. And the British corporation is a subsidiary of the Vatican Corporation.
Yeah.
Because you've got to remember that for 2,300 years, Rome has ruled Europe. First of all, under the Caesars in the ancient Roman Empire, and then with the fall of Rome in the 5th century comes the Vatican, and the Vatican picks up where Caesar left off, and it controls the Europe in Rome. So for 2,300 years, Rome has ruled Europe. That's why they say all roads lead to Rome.
Well, that's why I see, like, the Nation of Islam, that Farrakhan guy. I can't believe how idiotic the people are who actually go to this man for spiritual advice, because every time I see him, he's in a picture with a Jesuit priest. He he has a picture. Yeah. He has pictures of Farrakhan, right? He has pictures of L. Ron Hubbard hung up all around his house and stuff. He has these pictures of L. Ron Hubbard of Scientology hung up, and he got these people. He got these people following him, thinking he's this great spiritual leader. And on one angle, he's talking about the white man's the devil, but on the other angle, he got pictures of L. Ron Hubbard hung up. He's hanging out with Jesuit priest. So
and Elijah Muhammad was the great prophet Elijah Muhammad. Well, yeah. Elijah Muhammad was a student
of a Jewish guy, right?
Of a teacher that taught him.
Was it a Jewish guy? Something Ford?
That's
or something?
Right. It was a Jewish guy. His name was and in the movie Malcolm X. It actually had it in the movie, a picture of the Jewish guy in one of the temples
Yeah, yeah. I think I remember seeing it. It was a Jewish guy, and they don't even know where he came from. He just showed up in Detroit.
Oh,
Yeah, he just showed up one day. Yeah.
And then he gets a student who later on calls himself Elijah Muhammad. And Elijah Muhammad is a great prophet, but he forgot to tell everybody. No, I learned all this shit from a white guy, from some Jewish guy taught me all of this. And then Farrakhan comes along and learns it all from Elijah Muhammad, and the whole thing can be traced back to a white Jewish guy.
Well, that's why I think Malcolm X might have ended up dead. I think he started figuring stuff.
I think that's exactly why.
He started figuring stuff out, and then he wasn't afraid to say that this is wrong. What we're being taught, and then he ended up dead.
That's right.
Not that.
Then they figured this kid's waking up, so we got to put him back to sleep permanently.
Yeah. And I've seen it with the Jewish people. I'm not anti-Semitic by any means, but Jordan, I've seen where the Jewish people were working with the Nazis.
Well, of course they were. Of course they were.
I've seen pictures of Mengele, and there was Jewish people there working with him at the laboratories.
Of course they were
in Auschwitz.
No, there's all kinds of. Have you ever heard of? Dave Emery?
Yeah,
never heard of Dave?
Yeah, I've heard. He's in the research stuff, right?
Yeah, but heavy into that. Well, he's got maybe 200 or 300 radio shows out there on the web. So go on the web and find Dave, D-A-V-E, Emery, E-M-O-R-Y, Dave Emery. And listen to him talking about the Jewish connection to Nazism. The Nazis were being financed. Who was financing Hitler?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, the Ashkenazi Jews.
Yeah,
and it's called Ashka, and it's spelled N-A-Z-I, Ashkenazi.
Right, and a lot of their symbolism and stuff. The Ashkenazi Jews, I noticed they were Druidic in nature a little bit.
That's right, and they were also into blood, the purity of the blood. The Jews wanted to keep their blood pure, or that's what the Nazis were saying, keep their blood pure.
That's what I couldn't understand in Jonestown. When I saw that footage, I knew these guys. These were German Vatican ratline guys, but then I saw Mark Lane, who I think Mark Lane's Jewish as far as I know, and I saw Mark Lane.
Yeah,
I saw Mark Lane there with other Jewish people, like Soviet type Jews. And there was the British there, and then there was blacks there, and they were all working together and they basically killed all these people in the People's Temple. Got rid of all the people. It was all these people working together to do wrong.
I know. That's right. Yeah.
And I couldn't understand it. I said, why are Nazis and Jewish people and British people and black people? All these people are working together to hurt people who don't even want to hurt nobody else.
Yeah, no, there's a reason, because it was an experiment.
Yeah,
they were experimenting on MK Ultra was doing a lot of experiments on people to see what they could do with human minds. So that was an experiment.
Yeah, I even heard that Mengele was working in California, at that Mendocino Mental Health Hospital.
Yeah, I wouldn't be a bit surprised.
They said Mengele. Yeah, they said Mengele was up in California, during the 60s, in working in the prisons and working in the mental wards, and that goes back to these zebra killers, Jordan. They call themselves Death Angels, and Manson, he called his group, Death Angels, and I thought about it. Mengele's name is Angel of Death.
That's right.
And it's like maybe that he put
that was his term.
He put that in there because that was his work. He was putting his stamp on his work, so to speak.
Yep. And like I said, I'm going to send you a whole shitload of people I want you to become familiar with their work and listen to them. Huge amounts of audio out there, and download it. Each one of these people, I send you a link to their work. Download everything they're doing. Listen to them, because these people have got all that information nailed down, and you'll see what I mean.
Okay.
There's a lot of information out there on what you're talking about.
Okay, it sounds good, Jordan. You know, we've been talking for a while. Why don't we just...
Look, I'm going to call you back. I'm going to call you back maybe tomorrow night.
Okay.
And if not tomorrow night, Monday night, let's talk again. I'll call you back, and we'll talk next week too.
Okay, that sounds beautiful.
I'm in no hurry to leave. So I'll leave now. But I'll call you back, and we'll talk Sunday night, and then maybe we'll talk Monday and Tuesday night too.
Oh,
I'll give you a call. We can talk.
That sounds wonderful, Jordan.
Okay, now I'm going to send you a lot of stuff tomorrow, and then next time we talk, at least you will have seen all of the stuff I'm going to send you.
Okay, that's great. You know, and I'm going to definitely look at it and research it. Then when we talk again, I'll be able to go over some of it with you that I learned.
Exactly. Okay, and look for Dave Emery on the web, because hundreds of his radio shows. But get his lectures. All of them are sensational. His radio shows. They're all half-hour apiece. Some of them are lectures that go. Some of them are lectures that go for 2 hours, but most of them are all radio shows.
Yeah,
but he is very big on connecting the Jonestown and the Nazi movement in Europe to Jonestown, who was financing Jones. There's a lot of stuff there, and I'll send you. Like I said, I'm going to send you a huge email with all that stuff on it, and then we'll talk again.
Okay, it sounds great. I'm gonna Google him, YouTube him tonight, and listen to some of his stuff, and then I'll look at that stuff, and you send it to me, and then we can just go back over it next time we talk.
Let's do it. No problem.
Okay, well, Jordan, I'm very appreciative to be able to talk to you, and I love.
I appreciate you wanting to talk to me, and I'll be talking to you. We'll talk. We'll talk plenty times. Sunday night, Monday, and Tuesday.
Okay, it sounds great.
No problem at all.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Jordan. You take care, and I'll talk to you soon.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Goodbye.
What I'm trying to tell you is that the reason why you have to have a seat belt and have insurance on the car, and it's a law, the seat belt, it's not because they want to keep you safe. They don't give shit one about you. They don't even know you. So it's not that they are personally concerned about your health. The reason why you have to have a seat belt and have to have insurance on the car is because you are a stock on the New York Stock Exchange. Your body is owned by the stock exchange in New York, Wall Street. And since your body is a stock, you are actually worth $6 million. You didn't know that you were worth $6 million because nobody told you. But you are worth $6 million on the New York Stock Exchange. Your body is worth $6 million on the New York Stock Exchange. And so since that's the case, you are worth $6 million to the federal government. Therefore, they want to make sure that you don't hurt yourself. And if you do hurt yourself, if you do get in a wreck, that you have insurance. You have insurance so that they will make sure that they get paid too. So they're insuring your body and they're insuring you because you are worth money to the government. That's why. They don't give a fuck about you, but your body is worth $6 million. Did you know that?
Yeah, I did. I remember about 5 years ago, you had some links up about the Treasury Direct account and
that's right.
The birth certificate, and you can even see if there's a site there's a website you can go through, and it'll show you there's like different stockholders who have stock in you.
That's exactly right. That's the point, and that's why they want you to wear a seatbelt so that you stay safe, because they own you.
Yeah.
And they want you to stay safe because they got money on you, and you're making them money. So stay safe and don't get hurt.
Yeah, and you can't own. That's why you have to have a license for every single thing. A dog.
That's right.
Because you can't own property because you're property yourself.
That's the point. That's exactly it. You can't own property because you are property yourself.
Right.
So how are you going to own shit? If I own you, you don't own nothing. I own you.
Well, ain't that coming out of the Civil War in 1868, somewhere around there, when they made everybody?
That's right, 1868 to 1870. That's right. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they made everybody a part of the United States company.
That's right. They made everybody a part of the federal corporation. Now, go on the web, and when you go on the web, type in U.S., the letter is U.S., then V as in victory, V.S. So it's U.S., V.S., USA. Write that down.
Oh, like United States versus the United States of America.
That's right. .info. USVSUSA .info. INFO.
Yeah, I remember. I remember.
Well, have you ever been to that website?
I think I have. This gets into like the idea of the continental United States of America, as in like South America, North America, Central America. They had a continental currency, and everything was. All
I'm telling you is just go on the web. And just go to USVSUSA.info.
Hey,
write it down.
I just took a note on that.
Okay.
Jordan.
.info.
Jordan, when it comes to the U.S. and USA, they seem to use a lot. Like you told me last time we talked, you said the word peoples. That they got that in the Constitution.
Yeah, I know. We the people, but that's not you. You are not part of we the people.
That's a special people.
That's right. That's right. That's we the people who are writing this document. We the people. Not the country. Fuck, you ain't got nothing. No, it's we the people. All of us sitting here at the table and we're writing this. Well, we are people. So we're writing this. We the people are going to do this and that, and we the people say this and that. And that's not you. You ain't people. So you shut the fuck up. Just go watch a basketball game. Yeah, and drink your beer and just stay the hell out of the way. Keep your mouth shut. So, and it actually says in the founding documents that you cannot be an American if you are not white. Only white people can be Americans. Only white people. That's the law.
I read that. I read like if a black person is only 1/3 of a man, according to
that's right.
Yeah.
Exactly. According to the law.
Yeah, but Jordan, doesn't that get into like the status? They had different statuses. I heard I was doing some research where they say somebody's Caucasian or black or Negro or brown or Hispanic. It's like when you agree to be in these statuses, you have to accept everything underneath the status itself.
Well, of course, yeah.
Right, like the Dred Scott case. Scott, his last name was Scott. Scott's the last name of that's an English name, pretty much, right?
Yeah.
And so that's property of England. How can a black man have a name that belongs to England?
Yeah, that's true.
I remember that's how, back in the day, the slave masters would, if the slave master's name was Jack, he would name his slave Jack's, Jack. That's Jack's boy, so that's Jack's son, Jackson.
Yeah.
But because they got the name, they're property.
That's exactly right.
Yeah,
at least you're getting it now.
Yeah, and the wardship status, instead of the plantation have the wardship status, the wardship status just switched to the state.
Yep. And the word worship, when you go to church, you worship, is two words put into one. It's called worship. No, it's worth. WORTH. Worth, meaning the value of something. What is its worth? And so worthship. So what is it? What is it worth to you? Worth means the value of something. So therefore, whatever it is that you put a high value on, if it's your girlfriend or your car or your mother or the airplane you're buying, whatever it is that you put a high value on, then we say that you are worshiping it. You're worshiping your girlfriend. You're worshiping your job. You're worshiping your bank account. Well, whatever it is you put a high worth on is what you are worshiping.
Oh my God,
so
that's why banks look like churches, like kind of.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
Banks are like churches because that's why when you go to a church, all churches, when you walk into the front door, always had pointed arch doors. Do you know why? And they have pointed arch windows. The arches, windows and doors in churches always have pointed arches. You know what I'm talking about?
Kind of like a phallic symbol?
No.
Okay.
Well, it's kind of like a phallic symbol, but it's a pointed arch. Not square doors, pointed arch doors. Why? Because the church is called Mother Church. And because the Mother Church, Mother has a pointed arch. Her vagina is a pointed arch. And so, therefore, you're going inside of Mother Church. And so, that thing between that thing between the young girl's legs, it's a pointed arch.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
okay.
I see what you're saying now, yeah.
Uh-huh. And so that's why the windows are pointed arches. So you're going to look inside of Mother Church. So, and so that's why when you go into the church, you're going into your mother. You're going into Mother Church.
Like like the story you said, Mother Church is like Mother Circe.
That's right, Mother Circe, Church, and who was Mother Circe? She was able to hypnotize people, bring them into our house, lock the door behind them, and take their brains and eat them.
Oh.
Well, that's Greek mythology. Go read it. It's Greek mythology.
But that's
what the church does.
And that's the philosophy of the American government. It's a Greek philosophy,
right?
That's it.
Yeah. That's right. Bring you in, lock you down so that you don't know shit from Shinola. You don't know your ass from a hole in the ground. They take your name. They put a $6 million price tag on your body and lock you up, and now they own you. They can eat you, and they own you, and they can write checks on you, and so you are their slave. They own you.
And they always kill their flock in the end. It seems like.
Always.
That's
what the flock. That's what the flock is there for, to be eaten. That's why they call Christians, God's sheep, because sheep are to be fleeced and then eaten.
Yeah, like with
so that's what they do. If you're a Christian in church, they're going to take everything you got, your money, your property, your underwear, and anything else you got. Bring it to the church. And if you got nothing else left, if you give it all to the church, well, then we'll just eat you.
Yeah, like with Waco or Heaven's Gate or
at
Jonestown, in the very end, they always just kill everybody.
Yep. Well, you had it coming because you were stupid anyway.
Right. Yeah.
So they figure, well, you're so fucking stupid anyway, we might as well kill you. Besides, you ain't worth a shit now. We took all your money. We took everything you got. We took your home. We took your life, and we took everything else. So we might as well just get rid of you now. There ain't nothing left.
But I discovered through you, Jordan, it's all Vatican anyway, because All the directors, and head directors are at the CIA. They're always Knights of Malta, coming out of the Rome.
That doesn't make you a bad person.
That's true.
I mean, it doesn't make you a bad person just because you're fucking everybody. I mean, after all, people are going to get it anyway. They're so damn stupid they're going to get fucked anyway. So, yeah. Yeah, and since they're going to get fucked anyway, well, then the Vatican figured, well, hell, we might as well fuck them then. Because they're going to get fucked anyway because it's so damn stupid.
That is
true.
And
so they got a little money, and if they got a little money, well, get the money from them. You know, tell them whatever you want. Tell them whatever they want to hear. Tell them the Lord Jesus is coming back. Tell them the Lord God loves them, and tell them this and tell them that, and just get the fucking money, stupid.
Yeah.
Just get the money.
Kind of like a pimp.
That's it, like a pimp.
Yeah.
And after the old lady has given all her money and her grocery money, and she's given all the money away, and she signed the house over to the church, they say, okay, so they own you. When you were born, they baptize you, and when you get married, they're there to make sure of your marriage, and then when you die, the priest is going to be there for your burial. So from the moment you're born to the day you get married to the day you die, the church fucking owns you, period.
George, you know who's really out cold with that? The Mormon Church.
Yeah, I know.
Listen, just by chance, I went to a Mormon church twice. I already knew all the stuff about these teachings, but I just wanted to see what it was like, almost like sneak in and see what was going on. And the second time I went back there, they pulled us into a separate room from everybody and sat about 10 of us down, and we were sitting there talking about, somebody has to be an authority to speak for God, because can't everybody speak for God, or everybody will get confused and stuff.
Well, that's true.
Yeah, they were sitting there basically telling everybody that only they could speak for God, and they had,
yeah, and see, but I don't have any problem with that, because if I was there and I was in the church, I would be saying the same thing. I would be saying the same identical thing. You can't have everybody speaking for God. So sit the fuck down and shut up.
Yeah.
Now, since I am a white folks, I will speak for God. You understand? Because I'm white folks, so I can speak for God.
Yeah.
Now, what God wants you to do is give me a couple $100. And I'm not talking about next week. I'm talking about now, asshole. So pull the wallet out and drop me off a couple $100, and then keep your mouth shut and go watch your basketball. And if I need you, I'll call you later on, because I'm talking with God. Now, if you don't like that, you go get an ass whipping.
That's exactly what it is.
That's all it is.
That's exactly what it is.
Yeah. Well, what makes you so important? Are you talking for God? Well, I'm white, for Christ's sake. The hell's wrong with you? I'm white, folks. I can talk for God.
That's how it is in the black community. The lighter, if you're real light skinned, then you have the most seniority. That's
it. As long as you understand that, you're gonna do just fine. That's right. You just need to keep that in mind.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I said, well, it sounds to me like a bunch of bullshit. Well, it may be, but I'm still the boss. So it might be bullshit, but I'm still the boss here. So make sure the checks keep coming in.
And if the leader doesn't want to go, like with the Pope, I noticed, man, they got so many popes that have been poisoned over the years.
Well, hell yeah, and nobody liked them.
Yeah.
Even the parishioners going to church,
yeah.
And all the cardinals that were around them, they knew they're assholes. So it's like the mafia. The guy is in charge of the guy at the top of the mob is a fucking criminal, and he's not giving you anything. So after a while, you say, well, why are we kissing this guy's ass? Why don't we just whack him? When he goes out to dinner tonight with his old lady, I'm gonna fucking blow his brains out. I had enough of his bullshit. I had enough of him.
Jordan, is that really the way it is though? Like the inner orders over there, they just all around the globe just crack the whip on everybody.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's like gangs. That's all I've said that 10 times. It's gang wars.
Right.
It's the white gang, and like in prison, you get the white gangs, and then you got the black gangs, and then you got the Mexican gangs, and then you got the Oriental gangs, and the gangs stick to themselves. So all the blacks stick to themselves, and all the whites stick to themselves, and all the Mexicans stick to themselves. And so they don't give a fuck about each other. They just soon kill each other.
Don't they have wars sometimes though? Like the Tavistock Institute or the Russell Trust Fund and the CFR and stuff. These different groups out here.
Course.
They go at it now and then, don't they?
Well, look you have to do that. If you're going to have a fight, you got to have a fight promoter. You can't have a heavyweight championship fight without a fight promoter. You got to have somebody who puts the fight together and sets the ring up and sets the business up and sets up the bank account and does all the advertising. That's called a fight promoter. So you got to have a fight promoter if you're going to have a fight. And if you're not going to have a fight, you ain't going to make no money. You make the money when you have the big fight. So in Las Vegas, when you set up a fight between Muhammad Ali, the heavyweight champion of the world, and the next guy who wants to be the heavyweight champion, well, shit, there's going to be a lot of money on that one. Lots of money is going to be all over the world. People are going to be putting money on that one. And so but you're not going to have a fight if you don't have somebody to promote it. So you got to have a fight promoter.
And it's usually a distraction too, isn't it? Like when the fight's going on, there'll be something else. They'll have the fight going on over here, then over there they'll be ripping everybody off.
That's right, but that's the way that's always been done in any jailbreak. That's the way it works in the jailbreak.
Right.
They plan and have a big fight break out at one end of the prison, and there's a big fight, and all the cops are down there, and all the guards are down there, and there's violence and bloodshed, violent, and while everybody's down there, the big guys are slipping out at the other end. Yeah, and keep everybody down there looking at what's going on until we get the fuck out of here. And then after it's all put down, and everybody's gone back to the cell, they say, well, where the fuck did those guys go? Oh shit, they left yesterday when all that fighting was starting. Yeah, they started that fight purposely. Keep you busy. That's why they got out 2 days ago. You just didn't know anything about it.
Yeah, they staged a riot so they could slip out the back door.
That's right. They staged a riot so they could get out the back door. While you fucking around trying to put down the riot, shit, they were getting out the back door. They were gone.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, that's that. Jordan, the CIA though, like, I'm studying all this stuff, and I'm starting to realize, right now I'm studying on a worldwide level how it works, and it's like there must be like 20 different levels of these guys all working on different...
Oh, no doubt about it. 20, 30 different levels, and nobody knows what's going on. Everybody hates each other, and everybody's going to rat on each other, and everybody wants to be top dog.
Right.
That's okay. That's the way it works.
That's what it seems. I just discovered in this research, that whole thing with that Jonestown thing. I'm seeing now that this could have been some sort of gold heist. There's a lot of gold deposits in Guyana, and I'm seeing that maybe they needed to get in there and get some gold to get some major amount.
All kinds of tricks like that most people don't know anything about.
Yeah, like
don't know nothing about it.
Like what do you think in the Middle East? What do you think they need to be there for other reasons? No doubt.
Oh, I know for a fact what the problem is. Zachariah Sitchin talked about that a long time ago.
Is it the guy, like technology of the gods or something they're trying to get out?
No. If you go to the very top of the earth where Russia, go to the very top northern tip of Russia, the northeastern tip of Russia, at the very top of Russia, and draw a straight line across that landmass from Russia to Ukraine into Eastern Europe, and draw it to the other side of the landmass, you'll hit the Gold Coast in Africa. So if you go to the top of Russia and draw a straight line, use a ruler and draw a straight line to the Gold Coast of West Africa, right on the Atlantic Ocean, and then take another straight line from England, from London to India, and draw a straight line from England to India. Now you've crisscrossed the greatest landmass on the earth, from Russia to Africa, from England to India. And where does it crisscross? Where does it cross?
Israel.
It crosses right in Israel.
Yeah.
Israel is the crisscross of the world. And therefore, any business that's going to be conducted in the world, from Russia and China and India, England, Europe, Africa, any business is all going to go through Israel. All the business. So the Jews are going to take care of all the business. If Russia wants to do business with Africa, yeah, you got to come through Jerusalem. And if England wants to do business with India or China, you got to come through Jerusalem.
Just like the ancient Phoenicians.
That's right. So just understand, you're going to do any business, you better check with Israel first, because you got to come through Israel, Jack, and you better have the cash in your hand when you come through. Because you got to pay your 20% up front, or you gonna get an ass whipping.
Ain't that the breakdown of ISIS, Ra, and El too? Israel?
That's Israel.
Yeah. Yeah, people get, I told some guy I was talking about, I got a doctor's degree and I do this and that, and I was telling him about the World Israel Federation, British Israel World Federation.
Yeah.
And I was trying to teach him about it and teach him about how Israel was the center and it's ISIS, Ra, and El, and the guy almost had like some sort of panic attack or something.
Yeah, that'd be wonderful. At least he could wake up, get his head out of his ass.
Jordan, they do that though. When you start telling them the truth, they get this weird look on their face, like they're gonna collapse or something.
Well, do you remember that movie that Tom Cruise and in the military? And remember, what was his name? The other actor, and they were in the court. They were in a court-martial. What was his name?
Oh, remember? Jack Nicholson.
Jack Nicholson.
Yeah.
And he said to the kid, he says to Tom Cruise, he said, "Kid, what do you want from me?" And Cruise said, "I want the truth." And he said, "You can't handle the truth. You ain't man enough to handle the truth. You want the truth. I'll give you the truth. Bend over, I'll give you the truth." Yeah. Yeah, you want the truth? Yeah, the truth is you need a military. Because you damn well know without the military, they're going to cut your goddamn throat. So you need me. So shut the fuck up. That's the real truth.
That brings up a good point. I mean, if say like something like the CIA didn't exist, I mean, what else would be there?
That's right.
Everything would go into some sort of, because most of the stuff happens behind the scenes anyway.
That's exactly right. So if the white guys didn't take over this country and found this country and set it up and arm it with arms, well, eventually the Africans are going to come over and do it. Or the Chinese are going to come over and do it.
That makes sense. Like if you look at a city like Compton, if you withdrew all the police and all the FBI and CIA and all that stuff out of Compton, the city would kill itself within a week.
Within a week.
Everybody.
There will be fucking bloodshed on the streets in a week. And the only thing that keeps that place quiet is that the gang called the police department are even more ruthless than the gangs are.
Yeah.
And everybody knows that, so everybody just stays cool. They just be cool.
Yeah. I even heard that a lot of, like, I was listening to this one guy, and he was telling me so many years ago, like in the late 70s and early 80s, somebody used to leave large amounts of guns and drugs abandoned. They would just abandon it there and let the gangs find it.
Yeah, I wouldn't be a bit surprised. All kinds of shit like that happens.
Yeah, this guy was saying how there were, back in the early 80s, there was a truckload full of machine guns and drugs just sitting there, and the truck was sitting there for a few days, and so eventually the gang said that, one of the gangs broke in the van and found all this stuff in there. It was there for them.
Yeah,
somebody
left it there for them.
Right. Yeah.
It's probably white folks. Give the blacks the guns, and hopefully they would kill each other.
Like I remember what you said about Rodney King, how that whole thing was staged and manipulated. I believe that totally.
Oh yeah. Oh shit. Yeah, that was. It's all very well. I told you. As I gave you an example. I told you. I think I was telling you. that if I was in Africa, and I'm in Zimbabwe, Africa, Nairobi, in Kenya, and I get thrown in jail, well, I'm the only white guy in the fucking place. So the smart thing for me to do is to get all the black guys there fighting each other.
Yeah.
So I go over and tell this one guy, I said, did you hear what that guy said about your mother? What did he say? I said, well, he called your mother a fucking whore. Oh, really? Yeah. Yeah. Now he goes over there, and now they're going to get in a fight, and everybody's going to watch this. And then I tell another guy, yeah, did you hear what he said about your daddy? No. And before you know it, I got everybody fighting each other. Good. That way the fuckers will leave me alone.
Right.
So the idea is very simple. Cause everybody to be in a fight, and they'll leave me alone.
Yeah, and the leaders, you know, when I was younger, I used to listen to rap, but I stopped listening and paying attention to the hype because I looked at all this stuff, and it's so stupid the way they put these guys up there with all this money, and they look like with Jay-Z. Look at his rap label. It's called Rockefeller Records. Rockefeller.
Yeah, I know. And he talks about Jay-Z. He talks about Ja and Hova, and
yeah, and
you know, and why? And you got to ask yourself, why does Hollywood promote this kind of music and promote movies about gangs and Fast and Furious and gang wars and gang movies and gang movies about war and violence and gangs? Why does Hollywood do that? Why do they keep promoting these gang movies? It's because they want the young people to get into gangs. They want it. They're not trying to stop it. Just say no, bullshit. They want the kids to get into gangs because that way they got control over them. That way they got control over them. So
yeah, and the guys they got promoting it, like the rappers and stuff, all these guys pretty much aren't even real gang members, but they got them up there dressed like gang members because they know.
That's right.
They, you know.
That's exactly right.
Yeah, I seen that. Where
now, what they don't want, I'll tell you what the white people who are running the planet, what they don't want is they don't want any movies being made that shows young black men going to college, going to school, doing well in school, getting high marks, opening up corporations and companies and making big money and educating their children and taking care of their families and growing intelligence and wisdom and knowledge and becoming very highly intelligent young people with good families. That's what they don't want.
Right.
Shit, you get that going, and before you know it, they'll take over the whole damn country. No, keep them on drugs and shooting each other and give them a bunch of titties and assholes and drugs. Yeah, give them the drugs. Make sure they got plenty of drugs and plenty of alcohol and plenty of rap music and all that shit. And just fuck them. Let them have a good time on that. But don't teach them anything.
It's like a zoo.
We don't want them to know how to read or write and teach them anything and dress up in suits and be intelligent and run for office. No, we don't need that.
Yeah, that's why I was you know, Jordan, I was sitting there watching this thing. It was about prisons, and it was all these guys in prison. And they put them in these little mini cages. This was in California. They had them in these little mini cages, and there was a basketball hoop in each cage. I love
it.
Yeah, there was, and I was sitting there. I couldn't believe it. It was all these people in cages playing basketball by themselves.
Yeah, that's it. That's cool.
Yeah,
and give the chump a ball and then go play basketball.
Yeah, and it was, as soon as I saw that you're the first person I thought of. I was like, that's what Jordan was saying.
There it is.
It's all about the basketball.
That's it. So I don't want to play basketball. Well, then you can go get your ass whipped.
Yep.
So now, you want to get your ass whipped or you want to go play basketball? So, well, I guess I'll go play basketball. Good. That's a good decision. Because I'm going to whip your ass if you decide not to play basketball, because I'm going to decide that you're getting too smart. You're starting to think.
And
that's the one thing we don't want is folks getting too smart.
Well, that's like with the Black Panther Party. In the beginning, they had some people who were at least halfway serious, putting breakfast programs together, and they weren't as focused on the militancy. They were trying to do something. They were serious about politics, and I saw that got shut down quick.
That's it.
They put the
and Martin Luther King, when he was out there ranting and raving about the disparities between blacks and white people were doing this and black people were doing that, and as long as he was talking about blacks and whites, the government don't give a shit. Let him talk all he wants. But when he went to Selma, Alabama, and started talking about the rich have all the money and the poor people have nothing, oh, that's different. Now that's different.
The economics of the
now he's talking about the money.
Vietnam. He started talking about what will we do with all this money that was going into Vietnam? Yeah.
And so then they said, wait a minute, the fool's talking about the money now.
Yeah. Yep.
Now you're talking about the money, so we got to whack you. We've had enough of your bullshit.
And not only did they kill him, they killed his mother and his brother.
That's right. So
his mother got assassinated in a church, and his brother, they found his brother dead in a swimming pool, strangled or something.
Well, that should tell you something right there.
Yeah, they hit. The same thing with. I remember I was watching your video about Kennedy, about something about. It was an older video you did in the late '80s, but it was about how you were saying in the video how about 100 people died.
It was over 130 people died.
With Kennedy, right?
With Kennedy, absolutely, no doubt about it. Go back and read this out there on the web right now. How many people died when Kennedy was assassinated? How many people died? It tells you. It'll give you their names and addresses and who they were and how they all were found dead. Their throats were cut. They were shot in the back of the head. There's about 130 people who knew too much. They knew the Kennedys personally, or they saw something they weren't supposed to see, or they found out something they weren't supposed to know, and they went bye-bye. They got whacked.
Who, Jordan? I thought the Kennedys were Catholic.
Well, they were.
So I thought that would have been good for the powers that be. Or were it was
no, that would have been good for the Vatican. Right. That would have been good for the Vatican, but it wouldn't have been good for the Jews. It would not have been very good for the blacks. It wouldn't have been very good for the Jews and for the Russians. It wouldn't have been good for the Chinese. Yeah, it would have been great for the Vatican. But the Vatican's not the only dirty game in town. There's a bunch of other dirty games going on out there, too.
Did Kennedy really want to do right?
I don't know. He was doing right on some things and wrong on the others, but it doesn't matter. He's gone anyway. Anyway, I'm going to have to go. I gotta go.
All right.
But I'll catch up with you maybe tomorrow or the next day. We can talk later.
Okay. Thanks a lot, Jordan. I appreciate it so much.
Okay. Talk to you later.
Okay. Bye, Jordan.
Bye.
Hello?
Jamal, Jordan.
Hey, Jordan, yeah.
Yeah, I'm still here.
I saw the Google guy and I said that has to be him. That's the only person on that phone ever.
Yeah, I don't have a land phone. I got a Google phone and Skype.
Okay.
Skype I could call anywhere in the world, anywhere, and I've got that's great for me. And of course I got Google phone, which is free. So. And I got my cell phone, but I seldom use that. I only take it with me for emergencies, so I don't really use my cell phone. It's there for an emergency, but that's it. So what I wanted to do with you is I wanted to take some time and sit down for an hour to a couple of hours with you and go through everything, because I appreciate your friendship and so I'd like to take some real time to sit down with you. Right now, I've got to go to the post office. I've got to go to the bank, and it's 4:35 here in the afternoon.
Right.
And so I'm wondering if we could do the phone call tomorrow on Friday.
Yeah. That's
at the
fine.
same time.
Yeah.
And what is this? 7:30 for you?
Yeah. Yep, I'm always 3 hours ahead of you.
Okay, so it's 7:35, 7:36 right now for you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay.
I just got so many phone calls to make and got to run. I got people coming by to pick me up because I don't have a car.
Right.
So I have to depend on them to come pick me up to run errands. So So anyway, I'll catch up with you tomorrow about the same time.
Yeah, that sounds really great. I'll be right here at the same time tomorrow, and then.
Okay, and also write down anything you want to ask, so you don't forget.
Okay, I'll be sure. I already have some stuff written, but I'll be up. This is good for me because I'll be able to include some more stuff.
Okay, good. So we'll talk tomorrow.
Okay, Jordan. Take care now.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye. He had an apartment building down on Wilshire Boulevard, the Miracle Mile, and he said he was interviewing people for a couple of apartments he had open.
Mm-hmm.
And this young man came down, knocked on the door. Excuse me. And the young guy wanted to rent the apartment. So he said, I said, I was sitting on the sofa, one sofa, and he's sitting on the other in my front room, and I was talking with him. And he said, I put my head down for a minute, and when I looked up, there was two of him sitting on the sofa talking to each other. He's talking to an exact same man himself. He's talking to himself, another entity. and he said, and that one was just as real as the other one. I didn't know which one was the original one. And they're talking to each other back and forth about the apartment, about whether he should get this one, and whether this is what he was looking for. And he said, I looked up, and there's two of him, and they're talking to each other. And I asked, what in the hell is going on here? And he said, and then when the kid said, the other one disappeared. Boom, it's gone. And he said, what was that? And he said, that's my alter ego. I've been worshiping the devil, and he's actually communicates with me, and so it doesn't scare me. He communicates with me that looks like me, but it's actually the devil. And
what?
Yeah. But he doesn't want to scare me, so he will appear to me like me. So I'm just kind of talking to myself, and that doesn't bother me. I'm just talking to me. So he said, and so my friend says, I'm afraid you're going to have to go look for an apartment someplace else, son. I don't want you here. Thank you. Goodbye.
So it's like a demonic entity was appearing as himself, so he doesn't scare him.
That's right. Exactly.
My God.
So if the demonic entity, the devil entity, wanted to, has been, totally communicating with him, but he always appears as if he's him, so it doesn't scare him. Hold on just a minute, will you?
Okay.
Hold on. Okay, I'm back.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard lots of stories.
Yeah.
I've heard lots of stories because I've lived here in Hollywood for 54 years. I know all the studios. I know all the big shots here. I know all the movie stars. I know all the directors. I know the whole system. I know where it all comes from, how it works. Because I've been here for many, many years, and I know people all over behind the scenes. So,
Jordan, who's running? I wonder who really runs those hills back there, like Laurel Canyon and Benedict Canyon and stuff. They got the underground.
Nazis. There are underground homes.
Right.
One in particular.
Uh-huh.
Nazis. They were mostly all. See, Adolf Hitler did not develop Nazism.
Nope.
Nazism was first of all developed in Studio City on Laurel Canyon.
Mm-hmm.
Up on Laurel and where Mulholland and Laurel Canyon. Many years ago, there were extremely powerful, wealthy, industrialist Germans. And one of the most wealthiest German industrialists had a house up on Mulholland, off of Mulholland, and it was inside of a mountain. The house was inside of a mountain.
Mm.
They dug into the mountain and built a home there for him. And so you could drive by that mountain every day and not know that's a home inside that mountain. You just don't see it. And that's where the Nazi Party was actually put together. The whole idea and all the concepts and belief systems of the Nazi movement was all put together up on Mulholland Drive in Laurel Canyon, right here in Studio City.
Do they have any beefs? I wonder who do they beef with?
Oh, who knows? I don't know.
I'm wondering because it looks like one thing that they don't like you talking about is sort of like the beefs that these people have with other groups.
Yeah.
Why is that so dangerous, do you think?
Oh, well, it's just dirty laundry they don't want.
They don't want out on the streets.
They don't want out on the street, yeah.
You know the China Lake base. I know
about China Lake, yeah.
Yeah, I was listening to Dave Emery, like you were saying.
Oh, yeah.
And, he was talking about Frank Turple, and Frank Turple, Frank Turple was basically a mobster from Brooklyn, and he got recruited. He went to the army, then he got recruited by the CIA. He ended up being Idi Amin's right-hand man. He basically turned Idi Amin into what Idi Amin became.
Mm-hmm.
He got him all the guns from England, and he did all this stuff. But Frank Turple was indicating that he had the help with a lot of people from the China Lake Naval Base to do all this.
Yep.
And Frank Turple got arrested, or he didn't get arrested, but he had never been arrested. They gave him a pass to leave the country, pretty much, when this all came out. But he had been robbing that base blind. That he had, listen, Jordan, even the President of the United States can't even get to some areas of that base because of the clearances.
Well, I know that.
But Frank Turple had him and a bunch of mobsters from the East Coast were robbing that place fucking blind. And the China, you have these high up military people and a bunch of thugs from the East Coast were taking high tech, sophisticated equipment off the base and all kinds of shit. I mean, it's just unbelievable because these guys are just gangsters.
Yeah, it doesn't make you a bad person.
No, it does. It does. I don't have anything. I don't have anything against them, but I'm just saying that.
No, I'm just being facetious as a joke.
Yeah, I just noticed that you think about this stuff when you really think about the CIA and stuff. It's really difficult to when you actually figure out who these guys are. It's crazy.
Yeah, well, that's why I've come to the point in my life after doing this for 54 years.
Mm-hmm.
I've come to the point where I don't even care anymore. I just want to be left alone and happily, pass away soon. Thank God I'll be gone.
Yeah.
And because I know there is no hope. for the human race, not just for America, not just for people
in the
U.S.
Jordan, this stuff I'm talking about isn't anything secret. All this stuff was mainstream.
I know.
This was all in the newspapers.
Yeah.
That's what this was all. This was all in. This guy named Tony Thomas of the British Broadcasting Network did a big documentary series on this. And
yeah, I wouldn't have been surprised. There's been a lot of good stuff out there. Yeah. There's a lot of really good stuff out there on the web if you know where to look for it. If you got a pencil and paper,
yeah.
Write down some of these names and go watch everything, download everything they've ever done. I'm going to give you the best of the best.
Okay.
One is Lloyd Pye, spelled with 2 L's, L-L-O-Y-D. L-L-O-Y-D, Pye, P-Y-E. Lloyd Pye.
Yeah, I know who he is. He was on your show.
Well, he's sensational.
Yeah.
But he's gone. He died mysteriously. He happened to be doing just fine one day and died of a horrible cancer 2 days later. So that tells you something. And then there's that guy named Joseph. Peter Levenda is another one. Peter Levenda, L-E-L-E-V-E-D-N-A, I think it is. Levenda, L-E-V-E-D-N-A. Peter Levenda, very, very important. Download anything he's talking about. He's great. And especially John, what's his name? Joseph who? Hold on just a minute. I'll find his name. Joseph, I've got him here on my computer. Hold on. I'm looking for his name right now. His first name's Joseph. Where is he? Santos. Do you know about Santos Bonacci?
Yeah, he had a radio show.
Yeah, but have you seen his lectures on YouTube?
No, I haven't.
Well, then you haven't seen nothing.
Okay.
So it's Santos, S-A-N-T-O. S-A-N-T-O. Santo, B-O-N-A-C-C-I. B-O-N-A-C-C-I.
Okay.
Santo Bonacci. Got it?
Yeah, I got it written down.
Okay, now just hold on. I'm trying to find the other one. The other one's very important, so I want to make sure I'm finding him here. Joseph, what the hell is his name? Joseph, hold on. Oh, shit. I got so much in my mind, I can't remember them all.
You can always email it to me later if you don't.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I want to get it. I want to get it to you right now because he's so important.
Okay.
Just hold on, Joseph. Yeah, I could do that too, but.
Yeah, and Jordan, I'm getting the feeling, like from you, I can just feel the vibration of this. That this stuff is so. These people are so dangerous. You know?
God, you have no idea how bad they are.
They're so. It's almost like there's a secret committee just to stop people from talking.
Oh, of course there is.
Several of them.
Of course there is.
Several of them, huh?
But they're not. But it's not just that. They are not of this world. They're vicious. They're vicious. Not of this world.
It's spiritual.
It's a spiritual thing. It's demonic. So when you see, here's this guy. His name is Joseph Farrell. F-A-R-R-E-L-L. Joseph Farrell. F-A-R-R-E-L-L. Joseph Farrell is absolutely a mind trip. He is incredibly interesting and important. So go on the web and just listen to all of his lectures of Joseph Farrell, and he'll blow you away.
Mm-hmm.
He'll knock you out with the stuff. Yeah. And then, of course, there's, I got Lloyd Pye and Joseph Farrell and
Santos Bonacci.
Who was he? Yeah, Santos Bonacci. And can't remember. There's a whole shitload more of good people out there, really good stuff.
I had went back and checked out a lot of that stuff from Anthony Sutton.
Oh yeah, Anthony Sutton. Yeah.
Yeah, it turned out like the stuff he was talking about. Even in the Vietnam War, you can see how the United States was giving the Russians all the technology.
Of course they were. Of course, yeah.
And then they were using it on the American soldiers.
He was one of the ones I was going to give you. Yeah.
Yeah.
I knew all about him many years ago. I heard about all of his stuff. I had all of his stuff many years ago. His books. Mm-hmm. And yeah, I mean he's very good. Anthony Sutton. He's got tons of books, and proving everything he says, proving everything. So, but happily, that doesn't have anything to do with Paris Hilton and basketball, so nobody gives a shit.
Oh, I know. You got to have evidence.
That's right.
We got to go and get these people from the bunkers and bring them up and have them do an interview and admit to it with.
Yeah, and show you how they did it.
Yeah. Yeah. Then we have to have CNN put it on TV, and it has to be a big thing, and maybe then they'll consider it.
Well, they will consider it, but the end result will be, well, you can't believe all that bullshit. Yeah. That's true. Yeah. Out there, see it right in their face. So, that's a bunch of bullshit. You don't believe that, do you? Okay.
Yeah.
So that's why I do what I do for the people who are supposed to hear me. And the people who are not supposed to hear me, I don't give a shit one way or the other.
Yeah, I had listen to this, Jordan. Okay, right after the congressman was killed, before the suicides even happened, they were already ordering the body bags for the suicides and stuff. And the CIA had sent a wire from Jonestown at 3 a.m. in the morning to the Department of State, telling them the situation and everything. And this is admitted by the department. This isn't anything secret. This is all admitted. It's all been provided and documented. And I was explaining to a school teacher, listen, this is already documented. You can contact, there's people who have this on paperwork. You can contact the Department of State and get it again. And he was telling me, oh, you have nothing but stories. There's no evidence. You don't even know what to say to something like that.
I know. It leaves me speechless.
Yeah, I don't even know, how do you respond to somebody who says something as moronic and ignorant as that?
Yeah, I know. Well, the other thing is I was at a Sabbath dinner. A bunch of my Jewish friends invited me over for Passover.
Uh-huh.
At Passover, they had a Passover dinner in Santa Monica, and this is a couple of years ago, and I went down. And one of the guys there was a top reporter for the L.A. Times, Los Angeles Times reporter, and a very famous name in town. And he was there, and after dinner, we're sitting around talking, and I brought up 9/11, and he said to me, Jordan, I don't want to talk about that. And I said, oh, really? Okay. Why? And he said, well, I just don't want to talk about it. And I said, well, I just was, interested in the facts that don't make sense. He said, no, I don't want to talk about it, period. Mm-hmm. And I said, why not? He says, I don't care to know. I don't care what the facts are. I don't care. I don't want to know. As far as I'm concerned, the government is right, whatever they said, and that's it. I don't want to hear it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I said...
And that's a reporter.
Yeah, that's an LA Times reporter.
That's a reporter saying that, yeah.
Yeah. So I told him, I said, well, it strikes me that this is exactly what the German people said when the Jews were being marched into concentration camps. They were the people said, we don't want to hear it. No, it's all a bunch of bullshit. We don't want to hear that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, well, there's none so blind as those who choose not to see.
Yeah.
It's not like you're blind. No, you don't want to know. So that's it. I understand. You don't want to know. You ain't interested to know.
But Jordan,
so shut the fuck up.
You've had some serious protection too, though, because if I'm right, you've had entities or people out there, whoever they are.
Oh yeah, all around me. Yeah.
Come in, just to provide provide the protection for you.
Yeah, I'm sure. There's no doubt about that. None. Mm-hmm. I know exactly right. You're exactly right.
But it doesn't mean it's that scary, though.
No, it doesn't mean. It really, to me, doesn't mean a whole lot. Period.
Right.
Because while that may be true, it's also true somebody could kill you tonight. So.
Yeah.
I hope I'm being protected, but I'm not going to bet on it.
Oh, I know. I've been. It wasn't related to anything like this, but I've been shot at. I've had a gun held up to my chest before, and the only reason nothing happened is because there was a car at the corner, and the person holding the gun didn't want to. They didn't want to be witnessed. They didn't want to send it off. And I've had a few situations like that, and I know it. I'm sure you've had a lot more, Jordan, because I remember. You were at a diner or something. I remember you talking about.
Oh yeah,
somebody.
Yeah, that was. That was down on Fairfax in Wilshire Boulevard in Fairfax. Yeah.
Yeah, but the people.
I've had lots of experiences like that.
The people who were doing this to me were basically nobodies. The people who were out to get you were. This was a.
They're not even from this world.
Yeah. Was it like the Men in Black type of thing? You think?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Jordan? Who are the Men in Black entities? Do you know?
Yeah. I have no idea, but I do know that when I talk with, what's his name, the movie star, he was Saturday Night Live. What's the guy's name that was on
Dan
Saturday
Aykroyd?
Night Live?
Huh? Was it Dan Aykroyd? Was Dan Aykroyd on there?
Yeah, Dan Aykroyd.
Yeah.
I was out at Disney at a party. And Dan and I were sitting around talking. We talked for about an hour about all this kind of stuff, him and I.
Mm-hmm.
He told me all about his brother and making the movie Ghostbusters and why he made it. But he was telling me the story when he said, I was in New York, downtown, and he said I went into a phone booth in New York, and he said, and when I was there, a black car, a big one, pulled up right there by the phone booth, and two guys in black, both of them in black, with sunglasses, and they watched me. They were both sitting there watching me, and he said that it was real spooky. I'm standing in the phone booth, and this car is parked there, and a couple of guys watching me.
Mm.
And he says, and so I turned to put some money in the meter, to put some money in the phone, and I turned back around maybe a second and a half a second, and the car's gone. And he says, so that scared the shit out of me. They were there, in a blink of an eye, they're gone.
Interdimensional type of.
There's no doubt about it. That's the only way it could happen. So he says, when that first happened to me, I knew that all this stuff that I've heard over the years from, there's no doubt there's something to it, because I just saw something I don't believe. Got two guys sitting here with black suits on, sunglasses, and a big black car. And I blinked my eye and turned just for a second, and they're gone. And he said, no car can move that fast. Nobody.
Yeah.
So I don't know what it was, but it's not from here. So he says, so after that, now I'm a believer. I've already had enough experience to know there's something going on here we're not being told. So
that's kind of like, that reminds me of that story that you told about you told so many good stories, but you told a story about how airline pilot had went into a bathroom and came out, and he went back.
Oh, that was John Anderson.
Yeah.
He was about 95 when I met him. 95.
Mm-hmm.
He was at least 92, I think, 93, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And Dr. Roger Lear, you know, the implant doctor. You know about him?
Yeah, the one who found the NASA. He found out that the microchips in the abductees were like emitting NASA signals.
That's him.
Yeah.
That's him. Well, his best friend was this guy, this Navy guy, Anderson, John Anderson, and Dave Anderson, and Dave was telling all of us. There was a whole bunch of people at Dave Anderson's home. Dr. Roger Lear, myself, and AJ from Brazil, and a whole bunch of people were all sitting around talking. And this is a guy who's like 90 years old, and he's not trying to get on TV and be a big movie star. He's just telling you what happened.
Right.
And he said he was flying over the Bermuda Triangle. And he went to the bathroom, and he was the pilot. He was the pilot, so he let the co-pilot have the plane, and he went back to the boys' room. And when he came out, he was in a different plane.
Yeah.
And he was shocked, and everybody on the plane was shocked. Well, where the fuck did he come from?
Yeah.
And he was thinking, no, where did you come from? I know where I've come from. Where the fuck did you people come from?
Right.
And they thought he had stowed away
Yeah.
And he said, stowed away? I'm a fucking captain. And he said, I couldn't understand what was going on. And so I went up into the captain of flying the ship, and he says, and the controls and everything in that plane was, that was old stuff. It was old. It was U.S. They were Americans, but it was old stuff. I didn't even understand how to work some of the stuff that was on that dashboard. And he said, and they wanted to know, who the fuck are you? And you stow away on the ship, and they were going to arrest him when they landed. And he said, no, I don't know what you're fucking talking about. I don't even know who you are. And he said, we went back and forth. And so they told him, just go back and sit down and have a cup of coffee, because you're going to jail when we get back. If you stowed away, when we land, your ass is grass. So just go back and relax. And he said, so I did. I went back, and I decided to go back to the bathroom. That's it. Maybe I'm losing my mind. And he said, when I came out of the bathroom, I'm back in my plane. And he said, so I don't understand. All I know is what happened. I was in the Bermuda Triangle, and I was in my plane. I was the captain, and I went to the bathroom and came out, and I'm in somebody else's plane. Now, I don't know what happened or how it happened. I'm just telling you what happened. I can't explain it.
It's almost.
But when I hear shit going on being talked about going on the Bermuda Triangle, I'm here to tell you that shit is real.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is, but it's real.
Kind of like a
That's it.
Hyperspace. Like there's portals and openings and.
There's no doubt. Yeah, I know all about it. Yeah. I've heard all the scientists and all all the people. I've heard them all. I've heard all the stories over the years.
And Jordan, you've been contacted. I remember you said when you were, when you were young in Florida. You've had some spiritual contact with entities.
Oh, you kidding? I sure as hell have.
How did that play?
I went out of body. I've been out of body when I was 8 years old. I had a really demonic, probably the devil. It was so evil. Come into my bedroom. Yeah.
What did it look like?
It didn't. It was a spirit. But boy, that spirit really impacted me. I was asleep. I was about 7 or 8 years old.
Mm-hmm.
And I woke up. Something woke me up. And I looked up, and I didn't see anything because it was dark in my bedroom. I didn't see anything, but I could feel it. That there was an entity in the room.
Yeah.
But it wasn't just a suspicion, or no, I could feel it. I knew it was there. And it frightened me because it was so evil, and I jumped up in bed and started screaming as loud as I could, as a little 7 or 8 year old, and my parents come running in to turn on the light, and I started screaming for them to stay out of my bedroom, stay out. And my mother's asking, what's going on? And I just kept screaming at her, loud as I could, stay out of this room, do not come in this room. And I'm jumping up in bed, crying and yelling and crying, stay out of this room. And my mother said, why? I said, because he's here. He's right here. He's down here. And I'm pointing to the corner. He's standing there, right there in the corner. Don't come in the room. And finally, it went out. I felt it. I just felt. You know what it was like? It was like in the movie Predator.
Yeah.
When that thing could turn on a little device, and then he was invisible.
Mm-hmm.
But you could see when he moved. You could see it was doing something to. It was doing something so that you could see something moving.
Like an energy silhouette or something.
Yeah, like an energy field was moving.
Yeah, I've seen stuff like that before, yeah.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
So, and I saw that when I was like 7 years old.
It's almost like, Jordan, these spirits were aware of your incarnation. And,
there's no doubt in my mind. They've come
to hassle you almost.
Yep. That's exactly what I think. That's what I think.
I've had that happen with like the Black Shadow people. You ever heard of them?
Yep.
I remember when I was growing up as a child, I had like several dreams of these Black Shadow people kind of like holding me down against my will. And,
yep, that's exactly right. That's what they do.
It's an evil feeling, and you don't. It makes you feel unsecure.
Oh God, that's the least. I mean, it's scary. It's scary as shit, boy, when you are confronted by something that is not of this world.
So Jordan, but these are the type of entity that you faced when you were like when you were this age, this young age. These are the type of entities that are giving the orders to the agencies and secret societies that we're talking about.
Oh, absolutely. There's no fucking doubt about that. No doubt about it. That's exactly correct. Right. That's exactly what's happening. These entities, people who are running this planet, they're not running anything. They are merely the pawns in the game. They're just pawns in the game. Somebody's running them. So that's why I know there's no hope for the human race, because the real enemies, like the Knights Templars said, as above, so below. Mm-hmm. So the shit you're seeing down here, yeah, well, that's nothing compared to the shit that's going on out there that you don't know nothing about. As above, so below.
Yeah, Jordan, there's this guy, he channels. I think I told you about it. They got a website called Treb Channeling. And there's an entity called Treb. And Treb is like Treb is half human, half reptilian. And Treb says that a future version of the human race called the Nihal took their DNA and mixed it with that of a reptile to try to prove that the reptilian people can be good too. And Treb is like some sort of, at least that's the story. But the information that comes through is incredible. And Treb was saying how that there's an ancient race called the ancient draconian race. The lizard people, and they had something to do with there's earth reptilians, different types of reptilians, but the highest you can get, at least in this matrix, whatever that means, is the ancient draconian reptilians, and they're all throughout the galaxy, and they move to planet looking for different types of basically like parasites almost. They feed off the energy, and so all these the creation of humans. And all this stuff, these entities, they look for vulnerable species to right.
Did you ever hear that show I did with Nancy?
Yeah, about the how the reptilian came out of the closet with her.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm. And then didn't her father have to fake his death? Like
yeah. Well, the father died. He
he went out one day and never came back.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they don't know what happened to him. He just went out and never came back.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
But humans sell out. I mean, it's so crazy because humans aren't shit. Humans sell out over nothing. I mean,
I know.
You got a whole race here, and it's all this money and all these agencies and stuff. Their job is to make sure the humans that want to be free can't be free.
That's it. That's there, and they're doing a good job.
Oh, they're doing a marvelous job.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
Yeah, but that isn't it? It's just crazy. It's just like, the religions, all these groups, and everything. It's all there to make sure humans don't ever have any real freedom.
Yeah, well, it's they realize that as long as you give them a bunch of beer and games and entertainment and alcohol, most of them, 95% will be happy. Oh, they got their cold beer and their sports, they'll be happy. But there's going to be a few that's not going along with the program, and we're going to whack them.
Yeah.
We're going to make sure they stay in line.
And I read that thing you had about Lincoln and Kennedy, how like they're basically the same people, just.
That's right. I thought that when I first heard that a long time ago, I was a kid when I first heard that. There was a record, an old '78 record, many years ago, and I don't know. I was probably 12, 13 years old. And that caught my attention, and I played it over and over again and wrote it down, what was being said, and I started, I always kept that in mind. That was very interesting. All those facts about the, it was a long time ago. I don't even remember exactly, but I don't even remember exactly. It was right around I think it was right around the time that Kennedy was coming into power.
Mm-hmm.
Then when he was killed, that's when it was. So it was back in 64, I think it was, 63, 64.
Right.
That record, that's when it was. And but that's been a damn long time ago. That's 54 years ago. And
that was kind of like your initiation.
Yeah, that was one of the first things I heard was that old record.
Uh-huh.
And then of course I started meeting people, but that was because of my girlfriend's father back in '59.
Jordan, who was that man? Can you? I don't know if you said you don't want to name any names, but who is that?
Well, his name was Bob Ferney, F-E-R-N-E-Y.
Okay.
F-E-R-N-E-Y, Ferney.
Ferney.
Bob Ferney. But who was he? In fact, I don't know. All I know is he blew my mind. That's all I know. He blew me away. I got the faintest idea who he really was.
But he had access back in the 50s to crafts, to the extraterrestrial type.
Oh, yeah. 59. 59.
And
he just looked up in the sky and started talking. And he said, they'll be here in just a couple of minutes. They said about 2 minutes. And 2 minutes later, they showed up.
But he was
and
cool,
then they
though.
Stopped.
He was cool. He wasn't.
Oh, yeah, he's talking to him. He ain't no big deal. Shit, he's just talking to him like the neighbors.
Yeah.
He's just standing there talking to him. And he's talking, but you can't hear him because his lips are moving. But you can't hear him. And he's just looking up in the sky. And I watched him as he's looking up in the sky and he's talking with his lips are moving. And then he looks at me and he said, well, I just talked to them and they said they're coming and they'll be here in about 2 minutes. They're coming from Griffith Park area going north. And they said they'll be here in about a minute and a half, 2 minutes. And I said, who? He said, oh, wait, you'll see. And I said, well, were you talking to somebody? He said, yeah, I'm talking to him.
Yeah.
Where do you think I got the information from? They told me they're going to be here. And I said, who is going to be here? He said, you said you wanted to see UFOs, right? Yeah. I said, yeah. She said, well, then just sit tight and they're going to be here.
like soup. It was like he was making a bowl of soup or something. It was so
he's just over here talking to the neighbor next door.
Yeah.
And he's just looking up at the sky and talking, and sure enough, minute and a half, 2 minutes later, they showed up. And when we saw them coming over the mountain from Griffith Park, we saw them coming, all three of them. And he said, "Oh, there they are. Okay, here they are." And I'm wondering, what the fuck is going on here? Yeah. And they come over very quietly. They come over, and then in a triangle formation, three of them, and they're glowing, beautiful colors, making no sound at all, and stopped right in the air, right above us, and sat there. And the colors were spinning around. They were beautiful colors, and they make no sound at all. And I just stood there watching them and looking at them, trying to figure out in my mind, what in the fuck am I looking at? What in the hell am I seeing? And so then in 59.
Yeah.
And then I looked over at him, and he was kind of smirking and smiling. Well, you wanted to see UFOs, didn't you? Yeah. Well, there they are. And so I looked back up, and they're just sitting there spinning around in circles, the different colors. And then I looked at my girlfriend and her sister, and she just kind of smiling at me, which was telling me, this is my father. He does this all the time. And I was just amazed. And then he looks up, he starts talking to him again, but you can't hear him. His mouth's moving. He's obviously talking to him. And he said they said that they're going now, but they'll be watching you. They've been keeping an eye on you, so they're going, but they'll see you later. And he said they're going north now. And then when he said that, they started to move. And then we stood there and watched them as they went north. And once they were gone far enough, they were gone over the hill. That's it. They're gone. And I was amazed. What in the fuck did I just see? This guy looks up in the sky, talks, and they show up. Then he chit-chats with them for a few minutes, and then they said they're going, and they do. And my girlfriend's looking at me and thinking, what's so impressive about that? Well, I see that shit all the time.
Yeah,
but
she looked like a normal girl.
Yeah, just a normal guy. But he was very, very agitated with me. He was very agitated with me.
Why?
He was very excited about talking to me.
Right.
It was like he was very excited. He's supposed to talk to me, and he was very excited. He was very excited to impress me. I don't know how to say it. In other words, it wasn't just a casual thing. No, he was really excited about my being there and wanting to show me all of this stuff, what was going on, and then he got the book out and said, "I'm going to give you a book. I want you to read. This is going to start you on your journey because we brought you out here. We have something for you to do, and but it won't happen till the last part of your life. So I need to get you started." So he gave me the book, The Complete Works of Charles Fort. Have you ever seen that book yet?
I haven't seen the book, but I've read on blogs and stuff. I've read some of the material, like about the rocks coming from the sky.
Yep.
And the rocks would like a
well,
different.
Order the book. Order the book. You can still get it.
Yeah.
Order from Amazon. It's called The Complete Works of Charles Fort. F-O-R-T.
Yeah, I'm gonna order.
And there's a website called Fortean Times.
Mm-hmm.
Fortean, Fortean Times. It's out of England, and it's a website devoted to Charles Fort and all the strangest shit in the world, all kinds of strange pictures and off the wall shit that nobody's ever heard. It's a great website called Fortean Times.
Jordan, right?
They got a magazine that's on the newsstand called Fortean Times.
Yeah. Jordan, right now, when you were telling that story, I got like a spiritual, energetic type of vibe from that story, where it's like it's almost like I can feel the strangeness that you have encountered through your life a little bit. Like, you know how you can talk to somebody, you can pick up on the vibe of the person?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'm getting the sensing. It sounds like there's just a lot of, like these people, this guy that was showing you this, like, it looks like his job, like their job was to, like, follow you through your life a little bit.
Oh, that's exactly what it was. He told me that. He said, he asked me, I said that, he asked me in the house before we went out in the yard, he asked me, he said, why did you come to California? Why did you come to Los Angeles? And I said, I don't know, I just had to come. And he said, that's exactly right. You just had to come. And the reason why is because we brought you here. We're the ones that made you come here. And he said, we can make you do anything. We can make you go anywhere we want you to. We can make you do anything we want you to. And that's exactly right. You were here because we made you come.
Yeah.
And I was thinking, what are you talking about? And he said, well, you've always been interested in UFOs and aliens and other world stuff like that. And I said, always. He said, yeah, I know. We've been watching you for a long time. And he says, so would you like to see some UFOs up close tonight? And I said, yeah, I would love to. And the way he said it, I will never forget the way he said this. He asked me, would you like to see some UFOs tonight up close? And I said, yes. And he said, well, that much I can do for you. You know, there are things I can't do, but that I can do.
Like he can do a whole lot more if he really wanted to. But
yeah, if I really wanted to, I could do a lot of shit that you couldn't handle.
But there's rules. There's rules to it.
But there are rules and regulations. So, but this I can do. I can do this for you. So come on out, and I'll show you some UFOs if that's what you wanted to see. So I said, yeah, I'd like to. Well, come on out, and I'll show them to you. And we went out there and was standing out there at night, probably 11:30 to 12 o'clock at night, North Hollywood, 1959. And he looks up and starts talking, and he said, yeah, they said they'll be here in a couple of minutes. They're coming from the south. They'll be here. They'll be there in the 2 minutes. They did show up.
Yeah.
And, you know, but I've also had many, many experiences like that. Area 51, seeing aliens there. I've had some really, truly remarkable experiences.
I remember that story that you told.
The most remarkable, but the most remarkable thing that ever happened to me in my whole life, the single most incredible event, and I've had a lot of them, was I was out in the canyon up here in Box Canyon, up in the mountains north of L.A. And I was. Did you ever hear that story I told about when I was staying with a friend up in his home, and up in the canyons of Los Angeles?
No, I don't think I've heard that yet.
Well, I thought you'd heard that one.
Well, what's the nature of the story? I might have heard it.
Well, I'll tell you anyway.
Okay.
I was invited to go up and spend a long weekend with a friend who has a house up in the mountains of north of Los Angeles, and it's up in the canyons, up in the mountains. And so I went up there. Well, I had a friend that was visiting me, my age, who was visiting me from Las Vegas. And so I asked the people I'm going up to stay with if I could bring him. They said, yeah, bring anybody you want. Just stay here. So he still lives in Las Vegas. I talk to him all the time. He and I went up and to this people's house, and it was a tri-level house. It was on the side of a mountain, so it was a triple-layer house. And we were staying in the top part. They lived in the bottom part of the house. We stayed at the top part. And so we were there for like 4 days. And so one night we got a 6-pack of beer, him and I, my friend from Vegas, and we crawled up on the roof. They had a little ladder going up on the roof. So we took some pillows and some beer and some food and went up on the roof at midnight. and we could see the valley. We could see the Los Angeles, the lights of L.A., and it was just beautiful. It was a beautiful summer night, and we're sitting up there shooting the shit and drinking a beer and talking about stuff. And for some reason, which I have no idea why I did it, because even today it makes no sense. It's just what happened. As I was sitting there talking with him, and then I stopped, and I looked up, and I said, and this guy sitting next to me listening to me, and I said, I looked into the heavens, and I said, Almighty God, if you can hear me, would you please let a meteorite hit this mountain? And I pointed to the mountain. Let a meteorite hit this mountain over here. And when I said that, boom, a meteor out of nowhere shot down and hit the mountain right where I was pointing. Right where I was pointing. And I was shook. And I thought, what in the fuck just happened? And my friend said, what did you just do? And I said, I don't know what I just did. He said, you asked God to let a meteorite hit that mountain, and you were pointing at it when the damn thing hit the mountain. And all the lights came on in the canyon. All the lights came on because that thing really hit. And it made a huge hole in the side of the mountain. And I was amazed. I said to God, let a meteor hit this mountain, and right where I pointed was exactly where the meteor hit. I still talk with my friend in Vegas, and he still says, I cannot fucking believe that happened that night. What made you say that to start with?
Yeah, they might have put that in his head to say that. You think?
My head. I'm the one that said it.
Yeah, but
not him. He just sat there and watched it all happen. But I'm the one that said it.
Right. But
I'm the one that put.
That's the people, the spiritual type friends. You just like the one from 59. That might have been them doing that.
That's exactly right. Who the hell else would be able to do that? Sure as hell ain't me.
Jordan, who do you think they are?
I have no idea.
Do you think they're
no
from
idea
here?
in the world.
Do you think they may be a group from Earth, and they've just been here the whole time and we never knew it, or they're?
I don't know. Could be anything. I don't know. I have no idea. Anything is possible.
Because they were telling
all the scenarios, all the stuff, everything you could think of, and more. I have no idea.
They were telling you about the lizard people and stuff way back then, weren't they?
Yeah, of course. That's what my girlfriend's father was telling me all about it. Showed me the hills out there in Palmdale where they were.
Parablossom, or where the name of it?
Yeah, Parablossom, off of Parablossom.
Yeah.
That's exactly right. Uh-huh.
Yeah. And did he say where they lived down in there?
Yeah, he said they lived down there.
Underneath the ground.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Because I remember there was a newspaper back in the 30s that came out about they were going to be excavating under L.A. because there was a whole.
That's right.
Makes you wonder where those skyscrapers go. How far down the elevator goes.
Yeah, I know all about that. I got a friend out here who's very knowledgeable on that, been tracking that stuff for years, and he and I have gone downtown L.A. at 2 o'clock in the morning and been scavenging around, and we know what's going on down there. Alien.
At night?
Yeah, at night.
With elevators?
There are openings down in Los Angeles. We didn't go into them, but we know about them. But I ain't going down there. That's for damn sure.
Yeah, I would have said that's what would have been what I would have said too. I would have said we can take some photographs, but I'm not going in them.
Yeah, no, not me either.
Who do you
think?
But
I've been told that the same girl but Nancy was telling me, the same one that you heard. Mm-hmm. She was telling me all about the reptilians who are under Los Angeles, and her father knew all about it.
And they bring the children down there.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah. Jordan, again, with this Manson guy, I've been doing some really deep research on this, and I just think, I've learned that he did not do any of this. He was framed up, and the reason for that was he had a lot of really, he was institutionalized before he got out in 1967. But he spent his whole life in prison with these top mafia guys. So he had all kinds of mafia connections. He wasn't a hippie by any extent. He knew the old school. You know.
Yeah, I understand.
Elvin Creepy Carpus taught him how to play guitar, and you know, but he had figured out some things that were going on. You know, he lived with the Beach Boys, and he played.
Oh, that's bad enough, boy. That's bad enough right there.
Yeah. He found out some inside things that were going on back in the '60s in Hollywood, and I think it has to do with what was going on back there at those movie sets, with the child stuff and.
Oh yeah, of course it was. Yeah, I know.
Right, but he.
I know all about that. Yeah.
But the children, there was something going on about back in the '60s about these hippies and all these people having children. The children being taken somewhere and disappearing, being delivered, put purposely left in locations, put in holes in the ground and stuff, and the children mysteriously coming up missing. Like maybe down.
I know all about it. Yeah, I know. I've heard all the stories.
I've
heard all the stories.
This is some sort of contract deal.
I've heard all the stories. I can tell you. Yeah, I've heard it all.
You can't go into that anymore.
No, I don't want to.
Okay.
It might have listeners, and so.
Yeah.
Right. I'm not going to go into it. All I tell you is I know what you're talking about. I've heard it all. So.
Wow, I just felt a funny feeling like I was being watched by something when I said that. Like I just felt the presence of like otherworldly type of thing watching me.
Yeah. Well, probably so.
But where I'm coming from though, Jordan, is you spent your whole life researching this stuff, and I'm extremely interested in this stuff. I don't give a fuck about the money. You know, I'm gonna tell you the truth. When I put your YouTube stuff, when I put these conversations on my YouTube channel views went up times like 20. And just because your name was on it. But I'm not trying to use this to boost me. I've spent the last 10 years just researching this shit. And I haven't made a dime off it yet. But I know because of you, now my channel is becoming popular. Now I see why you've been scammed so much in the past, because anytime you put Jordan Maxwell's name on something, the value of it increases significantly. With the research.
Yeah, I know, and so you get cutthroats and mobsters and assholes and knuckle dragging pissants and fuckers and liars, and they all look at and they see that, put my name on it, and it sells, so they want to come in and rip me off, take my name, take my work, take my videos, take everything, and fuck this old guy and fuck him. Take everything he's got and make as much money off of him as possible, and then whack him.
Yeah, Jordan, I even made a video on my YouTube channel saying that more people should support you and call you, and ask to do interviews or buy interviews from you or give more. If they're going to use your information, I made a YouTube video saying they're using your information, and give some because all they're doing is discrediting themselves, and.
Well, I know.
When I was growing up, my whole life going to school and stuff, I had a teacher who was purposely using me. He wanted to put me on medication. There was nothing wrong with me, but they said, "Oh, you got hyperattention deficit, blah blah blah."
Yeah, all that bullshit.
Take these medications, and they were purposely trying to fuck with me with the medications because he was getting a cut of the shit. He was,
of course.
Right, and so shit's like that, I know how it is to, that's just the first. I got numerous stories growing up as a child in the system.
Yeah, I can imagine.
The system purposely, and in today's world, you see in 1950s, you kind of saw how the teenager started being targeted on a smaller scale in the 50s. But now it's to the point where, my God, they're living off the children. Of
course they are.
The fucking... by the time your child's 10, he's taking 20 different medications.
Yep. And he's that's what Hollywood's all about. It's everywhere.
And he's on the New York Stock Exchange. They're doing
right.
They're doing all kinds of business and
the whole world is far, far more different than what we think it is. Far more different. It's really really, really bad. There's nothing we're going to do about it. Nothing.
Jordan, but I just, I came across this information, and it's so powerful, man. I just got to run with it. You know what I mean? Whatever happens, happens, but I just got to run with it, though.
Yeah, well. I learned the hard way, not me. I'm going to run the other way. I've already done too much. Too much, and I found out it doesn't get you anywhere.
But it's enjoyable, though, to research the stuff. I mean,
Well, I know. That's what got me involved, back in '59.
Yeah.
But I was already heavily involved in all kinds of dark stuff.
Like the ghoul, Jordan, the ghoul story.
That's exactly right.
It was a ghoul eating people, and you know what? That story is, after you told that story, do you know the local people in Florida put that shit out in the paper? After you told the story on your show, they put something out about that.
Oh, really?
Yeah. After you told your show on the Jordan Maxwell Show, then the local area down there in Florida, wherever you were, they started re-releasing some of the stuff that had been put in the newspaper about it.
I'll be damned! I didn't know that.
Yeah, somebody heard you say that, and went back and started checking into it, and then they just put it out there.
That's funny.
Yeah, but
that's funny. I didn't. When I'm doing radio, I normally, this is the way I feel. I don't know who's listening, and I don't really care. I just do what I do, and if somebody's listening, that's fine. And if they're not listening, I don't give a shit. Doesn't matter to me. And so I just don't consider myself to be of any importance at all. I don't see myself as important at all, period. And therefore, I really don't realize, I don't understand, realize, or even care to know of my popularity in the world. I don't see myself as important. I don't see myself as popular. Not at all. It's very difficult to see yourself as being important in this world at all, or popular at all, when you sleep on the floor in an airbag in somebody else's home, broke with nothing.
Yeah.
Sleeping on the floor with nothing.
But that happens to all that. That's a sad story, and it's even sadder that it's happened to so many people, like Royal Wright.
I know.
They made him out to look crazy, and they,
That's right.
Anybody who even tries to use that shit goes to prison. How you
That's right.
feel. It seems like if you're really honest and you're really trying to get somewhere, you don't get shit. You just get fucked over.
You ain't getting nothing. You're gonna get fucked over, and if you don't shut up, you're gonna get whacked.
Yeah. Yeah.
They're gonna find your body in an alley in Long Beach somewhere.
Yeah. Yeah. There's even people have had to go in exile. Have had to,
I know. Some of the best people out in the world, some of the best researchers and best minds out there have gotten, they put something out that they were not supposed to, and shit, they've gone into exile and nobody knows where they are.
Mm-hmm.
So,
shit. Yeah,
that's how bad it is. That's how scary it is. And I know it. I'm not stupid, so I know what's going on. That's why I'm trying to kind of dropping out of sight anymore. I'm just dropping out.
Yeah.
I've got so much I could tell people, but I'm not about to.
But you're saying you don't got any fucking. If you do say it, there's no fucking protection. You can't say anything, because then if you say something, then somebody got you on a list and all kinds of fucking shit.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
You got people.
Now I'm also told. I've also been told that I have protection. Well, that's true, and maybe I do, but it sure as shit don't look like it. But then again, I'm still alive. I'm still here.
Yeah, that ought to tell you something,
And so I guess it tells me something. Maybe I do have protection, but so what it tells me, all right, maybe I do have protection, but I'm not going to go out looking for trouble. I think I'm just going to retire quietly.
Yeah.
I'm just going to retire and drop out. And did the best I could. Tried to do the best I could. Didn't have a dime. Never had a dime, and don't have a shit now, and I ain't ever going to. So that's it.
Yeah,
I did the best I could.
What pisses me off a little bit is you got these people out here who are talking about be positive and be love and light and shit.
Yeah, bullshit.
And I said, yeah, okay, that's fine. So who, can you tell me a little bit more about what happened to Kennedy? And then they go, oh no, we can't do that. So
yeah, right.
If it's so, if you're so much in the love and light and all that shit, shouldn't the love and light be revealing more of what's in the darkness? Shouldn't we be getting more information? So what's the holdup?
That's it. No, you're right. You're right. That's exactly right. And and then when you talk to these people and start talking to them, you find out how much they really don't know.
Yeah, I know it. Yeah.
That there actually are fucking morons.
Yeah.
And they tell me, I've had them tell me so many times, you ought to be more positive.
Yeah.
And I said, I am one of the most positive people you're ever going to meet. I'm very positive.
You are, Jordan. Because you don't ask, you're the only person I know that has done, people haven't done a tenth of what you've done, and you never really asked anybody for money. I remember back in the day, a few years ago, I used to call you, and you would talk to me for 20, 30 minutes for free. And you didn't ask me for, I randomly called you, and you didn't ask me for a penny. And, I tried to call Stuart Swerdlow. You know who he is?
Yeah, of course I know Stuart.
His wife picked up the phone talking about, $350 to set up a consultation to go over all this shit and stuff, and all the shit on his website, like you clear your energy field for $500 and all this shit, and and you could.
But see, I know him. I know Stuart Swerdlow and Al Bielek and Peter Moon and Preston Nichols, all those guys. I know them all real well.
His grandpa. I think his grandfather, Stuart Swerdlow, was like the first leader of the communist movement or something.
Yeah, I heard that. Yeah, that made me feel warm and all over. Made me feel good just to know that.
Yeah.
No, you're right. I knew about that.
Yeah.
I went back to Philadelphia twice. A few years ago, I flew back to Philadelphia and did a long, extended weekend seminar with Al Bielek and Preston Nichols. It was Preston Nichols, myself, and Al Bielek, and we were speaking on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And so I know Preston Nichols and Al Bielek. And you know what I'm talking about, Al Bielek?
Yeah, Al Bielek was with the Philadelphia experiment. Is he still around?
No, he passed away. He was in Florida and died.
Okay, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah.
Yep. But
yeah, I remember him with the I remember you saying you asked somebody about the Philadelphia experiment that was high up in the military.
Oh, that was Colonel Tom Bearden.
Yeah, and he got kind of disgruntled.
Yeah.
But he basically let you know there was something to it, though.
That's right, exactly. He said, I can't talk about that. And so I said, well, I don't want any state secrets or nothing. He said, no. I said, I can't talk about that, period.
Yeah. There's a lot of... Yeah.
In other words, I ain't talking about that at all, period. Well, when a man like Colonel Tom Bearden, at the top of America's scientists, tells you something like that, that means he answered your question. My question was, is there anything to it? And the answer was very simple. You bet your ass there is, and I ain't talking about it, so shut the fuck up. So I said, well, I guess I got it. I think I figured it out. So, whatever.
Yeah. And
let me ask you something.
Okay.
Did you say you were out here at one time?
Yeah. I go back. I go to California about once a year, and I'm about overdue. As a matter of fact, I was thinking about going out there in the next couple of weeks. I didn't know. Usually I stay at the Motel 6, but I was going to pick a different location this time. But I go to California. I've been going there since I was about 7. I usually go there just once a year.
Well, what are you doing when you come here? You got family here or anybody?
No. Something draws me. This is the interesting thing. Something draws me to the location of the LA area. I don't know what it is. And
how old are you?
29.
And you come to LA on your own.
Uh-huh.
It's interesting because see, LA is it's called Los Angeles, and Los Angeles is city of the angels. Los Angeles.
Yeah, I know.
Los Angeles.
Yeah, or Los.
Well, what are you talking? What are you talking about? Angels. Yeah.
The fallen angels.
Yeah, well, the angels are from out there, right?
Yeah, and Sol and Los, backwards it means the sun.
Yeah, that's right.
Sol.
Mm-hmm.
Jordan, you think that the LA area itself, it seems like it has a significant spiritual presence there on its own.
Of course it does. Of course it does. Of course it does. What do you think? That's why Hollywood is Hollywood. No?
Yeah.
And, of course, it's City of the Angels. It's a mecca for spiritual stuff. All the cults are here and all that kind of shit. It's all here.
Yeah. Over in Chatsworth.
So,
over in
Chatsworth. Yeah, Chatsworth is full of it.
You ever heard of Krishna Venta?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I haven't heard that name in a long time though.
Yeah, he had a cult there before the Manson family in the 50s.
Yeah.
And then before him, it was.
You know that in the Santa Monica Mountains, there's a huge retreat up in the mountains. That's it's all overgrown now. But it was an enormous retreat. You can still go there today.
Mm-hmm.
That was built for Adolf Hitler by all the Nazis here in L.A.
I didn't know about that. I got to write that down. Hitler retreat,
that's
Santa
a
Monica.
huge. That's right. In the mountains of Santa Monica is a big mansion and storage house and storage bins, a big pool, and a storage facility for food, and an underground bunker, and it's an enormous place. It's huge.
That's where he went after the war.
But it was built for the Fuhrer because he was going to live in the Santa Monica Mountains.
That's where he went after the war. Sure.
Well, I wouldn't be a bit surprised, but I don't think he went there. I think he ended up going to Argentina.
Mm-hmm.
But they wanted him to come here if he won the war. If he won the war, and he defeated America, then they had a nice plush palace for him up in the mountains because he loved the mountains. So if he's coming to America because he's overthrown the American government and he's now the Fuhrer, then he liked the mountains. So they bought and built a huge place here in the mountains of Santa Monica Mountains for Adolf Hitler.
Yeah.
And it's even got the big swastikas at the gates. The gates have big swastikas on them, and
coming home to
and
where
on
it
the
started.
sides of it's all there. It's right here in the Santa Monica Mountains.
Yeah, that's just like you know where Santa Susana Pass is?
Oh yeah.
You know,
I've been to it 100 times.
Yeah, where that the Manson family lived at that Spawn movie ranch.
That's right. That's exactly right. I was there. I mean, I know exactly where it is.
Yeah, I always thought, the Germans, in 1970, when this stuff started coming out more and more and more about what had happened, and they were indicating the Manson family, I found out that they were saying on one of the interviews the Germans owned half the where they lived. The Germans owned the ranch that they were at.
Well, wouldn't be a bit surprised. That's exactly right. Wouldn't be a bit surprised.
Like the Hughes Foundation or something like that was there too.
Yep.
Yeah. But
anyway, I'm gonna have to go. I got to make 2 more phone calls tonight.
Okay, Jordan, I want to say I'm gonna be in touch with you because I'm gonna do something like we did before with the money order. Hopefully, I can if you're willing. But also,
of course I am.
Yeah. Also, I want to come out there and possibly just see you in person.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That's why I asked if you're coming out here. Why don't you email me when you're coming out here? And then come over and hang out.
Yeah, I work. My job is very relaxed. My family owns a couple businesses, and so I basically I'm trying to do this stuff, my research, full time now. But and I know how it is with I have no problem. Like on my YouTube channel, I always say, all this stuff I'm doing. Most of it is the work of Jordan Maxwell, and all this, and I just want to, my main interest, Jordan, is the 60s and 70s. I think whatever happened to Kennedy in 63, a lot of the shit in the 60s and 70s was an outpour of that.
Of course it was.
The takeover.
That's why you need to listen to
the
two guys I gave you.
Mm-hmm.
Peter Levenda talks all about that.
Right.
What happened to Kennedy and the Germans and the Nazis and what was going on in America with the motion picture company. That's what he talks about.
The internal takeover.
Internal takeover. But go on the web and look for Peter Levenda, and it's called, the lecture he gave is incredible, talking all about this stuff. It's called the Secret Space Program.
Mm-hmm.
Secret Space Program of Peter Levenda.
Okay. I'm writing that
down. And it's like a 90-minute lecture on Studio City and the mountains of Hollywood, the Nazi movement, the killing of Kennedy. I mean, he ties it all together.
Yeah.
So, and then the other one, Joseph Farrell, he'll blow your mind too.
Okay, sounds good, Jordan. I'll be in touch with you through the emails and all that. And
okay, absolutely.
We'll be able to hang out and go out to eat or something and just talk about.
Well, let's do it.
Do it in person.
I'm here.
Yeah, without anybody on the phone listening and all that.
I know, right.
Okay. Okay. Thanks so much, Jordan. I'll be in touch with you soon.
No, that's all right. And if you want to talk again, let me know. I'm always here.
Okay. I'll talk to you soon.
Right. Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye. Hey.
Hey, Jamal.
Yeah, how you doing?
Oh, Lord God, I got so many people poking at me and trying to destroy my work and destroy everything I've ever done.
That have to do with, like, I heard your work had got burnt up in a warehouse.
Yeah, everything I owned in the world was burned up purposely. Nothing in the whole warehouse was touched except that one little area where my stuff was burned to the ground. So, it was most likely what is it? The Jewish thing, Mossad.
Yeah.
Mossad. Yeah, Mossad did it. There's no doubt in my mind about it because of where it was and how it happened. I went down to live in Panama,
mm-hmm.
the country of Panama. And I was living with a Jewish military guy that was in the military, and he retired and was living down there. And so I went down because I didn't have a place to live here. I was kicked out of the place I was in and had no place to live, and I didn't have a car to sleep in, so I had no place to go at all. And so rather than sleep under a bridge, a friend of mine down in Panama said, just come down here, I'll pay for everything to get you down here, and come down and live, and just do whatever you want, but do it down here. And live with me, and it won't cost you nothing.
Yeah.
So I said, okay. So I go down there, and he was very, very kind, very generous, and we had a good time. But I had to ship everything I owned, which wasn't that much. But what little bit I did have, I shipped down there because I was going to live there. And it took 5 weeks for it to get there because it came down on a ship, on a boat. And then when it went to the warehouse the next day, when they were supposed to deliver it, the morning they were supposed to deliver it, they called and said that section of the warehouse caught fire and everything was gone. I lost everything. So I know what happened. I know. But you see, I've had so many tragedies in my life that I don't even care. I've already lost everything I own 5-6 times before. So the 7th time didn't bother me that much. Because I've had 6 different times everything I own in the world, including my clothes and my kitchen stuff, everything I own, stolen 6 times in my life. People came in when I wasn't home, took everything I own, everything. And I come home and there's nothing in the house, period. Everything's gone. And on the wall, one time, on the wall they scribbled on the wall in a felt tip pen, "Fuck you, you're out of business." So I've had 6 different times, everything I own in the whole, everything is gone.
And this is all through Mossad, you think? You think that same, when they wrote that on the wall, do you think that was in particular from Mossad as well?
No. It's just this last one.
All right.
Yeah. No, each time it's the people who come in to be my friends who did it. People come to see me and they say, "Oh my God, we just love what you're doing, Jordan. We want to help you. You're doing so much, and you just got great stuff, and we want to help you. And what can we do to help you?" And I said, "Well, you can help me by handling my website for me." And that will be wonderful. We'll do that for you immediately, and whatever else you need. And so I trust them, and so I give them my coordinates on the website. I have to give them the username, and I have to give them the password so that they can work on my website. And the very next day, I found out that now that they have the password and the username, they could go into the website, and they changed everything.
Mm.
They changed everything. Go into the back end of the website and take my name off of it as the owner, put their name.
Stole it.
I'll take my name off of it as the in charge of that website, and put their name. And take my name off of the bank account and put it in their name. And then behind my back, take all of my videos and books and stuff that I have produced and send them to Washington, D.C. and copyrighted everything. All my products are copyrighted. And so now I don't own any products I produced in the past 25 years. I don't own nothing. They copyrighted it, and they own it.
Yeah.
And they own the website, and they own the bank account, and they own the email list of 27,000 people. And so they redirect the emails coming to me to themselves. So now, for the past 4.5 years, all the personal emails I get from people from all over the world goes to them. And they answer those emails as if they were me. And when they answer those emails as if they were from me, they ask for contributions and say, if you could help me, financially, if you could help me, make a contribution to me. And so I'm finding out, I'm hearing from people from all over the world saying, "Jordan, we've been giving money to you for the past 4 years." I said, "Not to me, sweetheart. Not to me, you're not. I haven't gotten nothing in the past 4.5 years. Nothing." So that is what we call mail fraud. That's a felony in America. You can go to prison for that.
That's federal.
That's federal. Mm-hmm. And so we now have these assholes who have stolen from me and ripped me off for 4 years. We have them on 4 separate felony charges of wire fraud, mail fraud.
Interstate commerce.
Interstate commerce. I mean, we've got these assholes nailed, and they're going to prison. And I can't fucking wait. I want to see them. Yeah. Ooh. And I told him, I want to see you in prison. Now, I hope you get fucked every day and have your head cut off and somebody pissed down your throat. You think you're going to fuck me and leave me for dead and take everything I've ever done all my life and leave me for dead and take everything? I don't think so.
Yeah.
So, but they have put themselves into a bad situation because the feds know about them now. FBI is involved with them now, and it's just incredible criminality.
Yeah, Jordan.
So all I got to do is just sit here and wait till we go to court.
I saw that the guy with the ponytail. I was looking at him on TV or on YouTube, and he's up there on a channel with Oliver Stone's son.
Yeah, I know. Mm-hmm.
And I think they're doing that purposely because he stole your stuff, and he's kind of getting commemorated a little bit for it by them.
Yeah.
By the secret societies and stuff.
Well, I would be a bit surprised.
Like they're oh, he stole Jordan. He stole Jordan's stuff. He copyrighted Jordan's name and shit. This guy might be able to do something with this. Let's get him on the show and get him with us.
That's right. Well, I would be a bit surprised.
Yeah.
But that's all right, because I got a feeling what goes around comes around, and if their ass goes to prison, his ponytail's going to look real good to those guys waiting for him.
Once he gets out there on that level 4 yard, all that stuff's going to come to an end. Once he gets back down there.
All that fun stuff coming to an end when you meet up with the gangs that are waiting for you.
Yeah, and Jordan, you got more friends back there. There's a lot of people who feel grateful for what you've done. I talked to a lot of people, a lot of those guys, the Moors and the Muslims, a lot of those guys, learn what they learn in prison. And I know for a fact that a lot of those people are favorable of your work back there in the system.
Oh, I know they are. Because I get emails from the Crips and the Bloods.
Yeah.
And I get phone calls from the Mongrels and the and Hell's Angels, and a lot of these groups know who I am and what I'm doing, and they know how I live with nothing.
Yeah.
Got nothing and have nothing, I own nothing, I've been ripped off and fucked over and pissed on and left for dead. They know.
Yeah. I sent a copy
and
of
it. I got one guy connected to Hell's Angels who told me, when these guys get sent to prison, you tell me what prison they're going to, and I will see to it that they will have a special reception committee.
Yeah.
I'll make a phone call, and whatever prison they go to, I will contact our people and make sure that they are treated, in a very special way.
Yeah.
They're going to wish the fuck they'd have never been born.
Yeah, I can definitely see that being so. I sent a copy of Priesthood of the Illies to two people. One of them was at Seneca Shakur. He used to go by Cody Scott. He was way high up in the Crips. I mean, he was one of the original guys coming out of the 70s, and he was thankful, and he said he had been familiar with your work. And then I know there was this one guy. He's in the Mexican Mafia, and he's in California in the SHU, in maximum isolation. And he has, he was familiar with your work and the stuff you've been doing over the years. So, whoever these people are, I wouldn't want to be them entering a state or federal system like that.
That's what I think.
Yeah.
And my friend here, who is well connected with all of them, he's crossing all of it, all the different groups. He knows them all.
Yeah.
And he said, I will make them aware of what prison these guys are going to, and they're going to wish to fuck they had never been born or come into this world.
Yeah,
so he says, just let me know. We'll just wait and see, but God help them when they do get sentenced, because they're going to be a special party for them when they get there.
And when they say lunchtime and those doors crack, boy, I wouldn't want to be them.
That's right. So. And they're cocky and arrogant. And they think they're in charge and they're going to do this.
Yeah.
And they also, incidentally, in California is where I am. Mm-hmm. In California, it's a prison. It's 4 years in prison for elder abuse. Anyone over 55 and can with financial elder abuse, that's 4 years in federal prison.
Mm-hmm. Coercing a senior like that.
Yeah, and I'm 74 years old, and they ripped me off and stole everything. Everything. My money, my work, my products, the website, everything. And then misrepresenting themselves, which is identity theft, and accepting donations in my name. That's wire fraud, mail fraud, banking fraud. Shit, these people are going away for a long time.
Yeah, that's criminal all the way around. You can't get out of that. That's criminal conversion. No, you can't. You cannot. Like my attorney said,
There's no discussion about it. We're just waiting to get into court. We've already nailed them down. They're going to the big house as soon as we get into court. So, yeah. So that's the name of that tune. So I'm just waiting, and I want to be there for that trial. Whatever happens, I want to be there so I can say goodbye to them.
Yeah. And tell them you're in charge. Tell them in prison. When you get to the penitentiary, tell them you're in charge. And
yeah. Tell them about how you are in charge of everything.
Right.
And that will impress them, especially in the shower, because they're waiting for you.
Yeah. I know. I have family members I got an uncle who spent 20-something years in prison for a long time ago, back in the 70s, for something he didn't even do. And he told me some horror stories of the kind of things that go on in there. So I know that's no place for the type of guys these are. That's no place for them. Trust me on
that. Lord, there's no place for a human being, period,
Yeah.
But especially these little pimp asses. And so that's why I just sit quiet. My attorney's taking care of it. He's doing it for me. And we've nailed them down. And so now we're just waiting for, see what the court's going to do.
Yeah.
So that's where I've been for the past 4.5 years. And then before that, actually for 25 years now, since 1989, I've been homeless. I've had no place to live since 1989. That's 25 years. And so in that 25 years of me doing what's out there on the web, you can watch all the time, all the stuff I've done. I was homeless when I was doing it. And living, with one person, living with another, staying in someone's house, staying in someone's trailer. I was totally homeless since 1989. Most people think, when they hear my name, oh, yeah, everybody knows him. So therefore, that means he must be very wealthy. He's a big shot, wealthy guy. They don't know. No, I've been homeless. I still am since 1989, 25 years. I have no place to go, no place to live. And so I live with friends who will give me a room. Somebody will let me have a room for a week or two, a month, sometimes 6 months. But that's what I have to do. Every now and then I got to find somebody else who will give me a room because I don't have any money. I don't have anything. I don't have any place to live. Got nothing. No bank account, no credit cards, no savings, no nothing, zero, period, nothing. And I've done what I've done, that way. So all the stuff you see on the videos and all the video stuff you see out there on the web that I've done, I was totally broke and homeless doing it all. So that's why people today hear me and they say, well, Jordan sounds like he's got a bad attitude. And I say, son, you walk a mile in my shoes. Try it. Try doing what I've done and do it with fucking nothing. With criminals stealing from you, ripping you off, calling your names, stealing everything you own, taking your money, taking your work, and stealing everything. Try it for 25 years and see how you like it.
And did they even try to kill you before a couple times?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and now I'm told by my friends in government, because I've got some very, very powerful people in government who are my friends, and they tell me, you're on a list, so don't be surprised if they come and arrest you soon. I said, yeah, I know. Thank God. At least maybe I'll just die before that time, and that way I don't have to go through it. But I'm expecting to be arrested at any time, and it doesn't matter to me. I did the best I could. Of course, I won't be homeless anymore. At least I'll have a place to stay. So that's my life. That's what I did.
Because
and I paid for it.
Because you decided to, dedicate your life to truth and wisdom and try to educate people about it. Now you're on a list.
That's it.
That's how it works.
Yep, that's how it works. So, when you're in the gang and the gang loves you and they like you and you like them and you play the game, everybody's happy. But if you start showing signs that you are beginning to question the veracity of the gang and starting to question things, and they find out, your ass is grass. If you're in the mob, the mafia, and they find out that you are thinking about turning state's evidence and deciding you don't want to be in that mob anymore, well, you know, your life is in danger. Fucking period. Somebody finds out about that and it goes up through the ranks, you're a dead man. Well, the same thing is true, and you know, if you're an American and you decide, you know, and if you are educated and you want to do something about all the dirty shit that's going on, yeah, well, they find out, the government finds out that you know what they're doing, you ain't gonna be around very long.
Yeah, George, listen to this. Malcolm X's grandson, he was the only heir to Malcolm X.
Speak up, I can't hear you.
Malcolm X's grandson, he was the only male heir to Malcolm X, and he went over to Iran and started telling the Iranian people about how, you know, it's all the companies, there's like 5 companies in America, or 5 people in America who run the movies, the music, everything.
Mm-hmm.
And once the Iranians found out that he was the grandson of Malcolm X, they said, oh, okay, and they started putting this stuff in the papers. This guy left Iran and went down to Mexico, and guess what? He got thrown off a building, off the top of a roof in Mexico, and killed. And they said and they tried to say, oh, he got robbed, and he was the only man.
He did. He got robbed of his life.
That wasn't no robbery. He had money in his pocket when they peeled him off the ground. He had money in his pocket. And so that just goes to show, you know, what type of stuff goes on out there.
I know, you're right. That's exactly right.
Yeah, this happened recently in the last couple of years. I was reading about it.
Well, see, that's what I've been up against from day one. I'm not only homeless, lost everything, I lost my family, and lost everything, and then people come in around me and praise me, and while I'm got my back turned, they steal everything and leave me for dead. So at this point, when this is over, when this trial stuff is over, and if I get my life back, I think I'm just going to retire quietly, dropped off the end of the earth. Nobody's going to know where I am, and because I give up. I did the best I could with nothing, and all I got for it was ripped off, pissed on, left for dead, and screwed over, and threatened, and maybe even going to prison. So I'm not interested in any of that shit anymore. Because today they don't throw you in jail. Today they take you to a warehouse and torture you till you cut your fingers off and poke your eyes out and make you wish you were dead, and then they kill you. You know.
Mm-hmm.
So that's America today. So I'm not interested in any of that. I'm 75 years old. I just would like to live out whatever time I have left quietly someplace.
Well, Jordan,
and you know,
who, like you're saying, Mossad was behind your warehouse getting burned down and stuff, and I had been threatened a little bit, not exactly threatened, but I was doing a channeling session. I was asking about the different factions in Jonestown, like the Tavistock Institute and Mossad and the Rat Line, and these guys get together and sometimes they have issues with each other. And the guy doing the session told me, my life, the channeling session, he said he can't really tell me any of this stuff because my life can be in danger for just knowing it.
Well, that's true. You know that as well as I do.
Yeah, but I'm wondering a little bit about how that works. Who you've been targeted, and I think you know a lot more than what you've been sharing.
Oh shit! I haven't even told you I haven't told the world 1/10 of what I really got.
Yeah. Well,
but I'm not going to either. I can't now, and
yeah.
I can't now. It's too late. And besides, it's irrelevant now. It's too late. So what would it accomplish if I tell people the real truth of what I really know? What would that accomplish? First of all, nobody is going to know what the fuck I'm talking about
right.
because it's so fucking stupid. They wouldn't know what I'm talking about. and the 2 or 3 people in the audience that would know are going to be government, and now you're really in trouble.
Yep.
And and so, and even if the whole audience understood and everybody got it, nobody's going to do shit anyway.
Yeah.
So what? So everybody understood exactly what you're talking about. Everybody's got it, and they realize it, but it doesn't have shit to do with football or basketball or Paris Hilton getting laid or anything of any importance. So, it was fun listening to Jordan Maxwell. He was very entertaining, but nobody gives a fuck one way or the other. As long as the baseball,
nobody can enforce it.
But they can't change it anyway.
Right.
Yeah. So
I hear you.
It's pretty. It's a pretty miserable situation. You're fucked if you do, and you're dead if you don't. So either way. So at this point, I just did the best I could, and I'm not looking to be a hero. I want to be able to retire someplace and be done with it. Because I'm almost 75. I'm going on 75 years old. I'm not interested in bucking the world and trying to save the world. Shit, Jesus tried that, and you see what they gave him. So, and Nikolai Tesla and Royal Rife and all the other great minds and geniuses, they all died of paupers or a bullet in the back of their head. And
Royal Rife, and all the scientists too. There's so many scientists out there who've been basically murdered, and they always say it's a suicide.
Yeah, suicide. Shot in the head 3 times.
Yeah.
Suicide.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
Yep, stabbed himself in the back 14 times. Suicide.
Yeah, just like Phil Schneider. You remember him?
Yeah. Yeah, of course.
I think
all about him.
He got strangled with piano wire or something, and they tried to say
something.
Yeah, something. Whatever the story was, and
yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. I know that it's way, way far too late to save America, to save freedom, to save the human race, to save anything. It's way too far gone. So that's why I'm not interested in being a big hero and a patriot and all that bullshit. No, that's gone long time ago.
Nobody even, Jordan, I know exactly what you're talking about. I made a lot of videos where I show people right on the fucking video, look, this man, he has these are 3 different people with 3 different fucking ears. One ear is extremely short, one's big, and the other one's lopsided. These are all different men. And they sit there and go, show us some evidence. Show us some evidence. And I say, what the fuck is wrong with you? Can't you see these are different people? What kind of evidence do I need to what the fuck do you want?
Well, yeah.
Do you need them to be on video admitting it to you or something? Like what?
Well, there's an old saying I grew up with. There are none so blind as those who choose not to see.
Yeah, and it's really frustrating because, I'm studying, man. You're talking about, all kinds of people just dead, killed in the middle of the jungle. And, And I'm showing people. I'm saying, listen. These are different factions down here messing with these people's minds, and there's all types of stuff going on. And they say, we need some CIA real evidence. And I said, you stupid son of a bitch, the CIA isn't going to give you any evidence. They're a covert, clandestine agency.
Well,
I mean, what the fuck? What are they supposed to do?
We need the mafia to show us. We need to have the Godfather come down here and take us home and show us what he's doing.
Yeah, that's how stupid they are out there. They don't fucking, I don't.
They have people are so fucking stupid.
Yeah. I know exactly what you're talking about. I've seen it. Even with Lee Harvey Oswald, that there was an Italian article put on the Italian paper where they said through World War II, so many millions of Italian soldiers shot this same rifle, and none of them could have did it at the speed that Lee Harvey Oswald did it.
Oh shit, no!
It was, that doesn't matter though, because the History Channel said it happened. You see what I'm saying?
That's it. And the History Channel happens to be owned by the Rockefeller Brothers Trust Fund, but nobody cares about that because it's not important.
Yeah. Or I want to talk to you about Jordan. I was watching a David Wilcock video. And I noticed he was using a lot of hand voodoo, like how that has to do with the neural linguistics, like on people's brains. and he was doing signals and codes to the guy across from him. And, I thought he came from like a rich family on the East Coast and a lot of stuff like this. And it seems like right inside the conspiracy movement, there's people who are operatives of other orders coming.
Oh, I'm sure.
Coming out of New York. And, I know he's an associate of yours, but I saw that the other day on the video, on one of his videos.
Well,
yeah.
He's. I know him. I know all about him.
Yeah.
That interview that I did with Kerry Cassidy on Project Camelot.
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever see that?
I saw you had like 3 or 4. You had at least 3 videos you did through Project Camelot with Avalon too, with Bill and Kerry.
Yeah, well, the one with Bill, that was done in Europe. That was not done here. That was done over in Switzerland, Zurich, Switzerland.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I remember you saying that.
Project Avalon, yeah. But the one that I did with Kerry was done at David Wilcox's home.
Mm-hmm.
And David Wilcox comes from a very, very wealthy family.
Mm-hmm.
And so the reason why he gets top billing at all the big conferences, all these conferences, they are always promoting him, David Wilcox.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason why is because I know him. I know what's going on. And David has the money. So he finances and helps finance these big expos, big expo shows.
Mm-hmm.
He puts up the money. And, of course, he gets his money back with interest, but he puts up the money so that these Whole Life Expo and Conscious Life Expo and the UFO Expos and all these big expos that he speaks at, well, yeah, he can speak there because he's paying for the fucking thing.
Yeah.
That's why he gets to. That's why he gets to speak there because he's paying for it.
Yeah.
And so so I understand what's going on.
Just like with Liberty Lobby, I found out. I mean, this was known a long time ago, but I was reading about how Mark Lane was really running Liberty Lobby, and then I find out Mark Lane has a intelligence background from 45 to 47, high up in Army intelligence. Well, that's when the creation of the CIA happened.
That's right.
With the Pinkerton the Pinkerton Detective Agency, the OSS, and La Cosa Nostra, Operation Underworld, where all these mafiosos and all these people came together and created basically what we know today to be the Central Intelligence Agency, and so it's split up in all these different factions. But
yeah, of course,
these people up there talking about the Republic and all this and all that, they're really agents, most of them.
Hold on just a minute. Hold on. Hello. Yeah, I know it is. Whenever I was going to say, I said hello. Hey, it's me. So, yes, I'll be down there tomorrow. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, about 1 because I was supposed to be on that panel at 2 or something with Kerry Cassidy, but they've decided, not Kerry, but whoever else is involved with it decided they don't need me. But Kerry said, come in anyway, even if I'm not speaking. Come into the room and bring books and everything and be there in the room, even if you're not speaking. So, but I guess the subject is conspiracies in government, so they figure they don't need to hear from me. Yeah. So I figure I don't care. Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, whatever. Well, whatever. But you're going to be there tomorrow and Sunday? Okay, well, let me ask you something. If you're going to, are you going to be driving yourself down there?
I probably will, because I don't know if Barbara wants to come back after tonight, but I do have a pass to get in. But just wanted to let you know that if you can come at 12 or 1, I'll make sure I'll be here, and I will carry all your books for you, and I will sell them for you.
Okay. All right. Well, we might make a few bucks together. All right. So let's talk tomorrow. I'll call you in the morning if I need to.
Hey, do you want to talk to Greg for a second? You want to talk to Greg for just a second?
I'm really on a phone right now talking to someone else. No. No. I'm on a phone talking with a friend back east, and you call. So now I got two people on the phone. Well, I don't care. I mean, I'm probably not going to get there till 12 noon at the earliest.
Okay, all right. So you won't be here till noon.
No, I probably won't.
Do you need a ride, or are you going
Well,
down
that's what I'm saying. I might need a ride, but I think I'm going to go down with Tiffany. She's.
Can I call you after the show and just to be safe?
Yeah, do that. All right, we'll talk then.
I'll call you a few minutes after 9.
Bye. Okay.
Hello.
Okay, are you there?
Yeah.
That was a Skype call from a conference in downtown at the airport. They're doing a big Conscious Life Expo, and I'm supposed to be there tomorrow and Sunday, and they wanted to find out what was going on, so sorry about that. Anyway.
Yeah. Jordan, I want to ask you a little bit about something like that. Do you remember Jaques Honduras?
Say it again?
Do you remember Jaques Honduras?
I'm trying to remember. I don't think so.
He held like metaphysical classes back in the 60s in downtown LA.
Was he an older man?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because
he was older back then in the 60s.
Yeah. I had dinner with him at his place. He lived in Hollywood, and he had a what do you call it, public access show on TV, also on television.
I didn't know that, but that's interesting though.
Yeah, he had a public access TV show. I'm sure that's who it was. Yeah, and he had this young man that was working with him, followed him around and worked with him, and they invited me over for dinner. I went over to their place in Hollywood. Yeah, I think I know who you mean. I think anyway.
Yeah.
What about him?
Lawrence Merrick did a documentary back in 1970 where he went and hung out with the Manson family and stuff, and Lawrence Merrick had met up with Jaques Honduras, he was Sharon Tate's personal advisor, and he was an advisor to many of the Hollywood people, the actors and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
And he told her not to be. See, she died on August 8th, which is like a date for bloodshed anyway, right? August 8th.
Uh-huh.
And it was a black moon, and on August 8th, a black moon. But anyway, he told her not to be inside that house. He told her to get out of that house and not to return there till at least after she had the baby. And when they showed up at the house, when the crime scene was open to the public, his telephone card, his business card, was on the coffee table next to the telephone. Like he was gonna, and
that probably wasn't the same person I'm thinking of then.
He was an older man. Was he kind of bald?
No, I recall that he had white hair.
Okay.
But it doesn't matter. I don't know if that was him or not. But anyway, go on.
Yeah. Did you ever meet Mae Brussel?
No, but I used to listen to her all the time. I got tons of her tapes and used to listen to her a lot back then. That's a long time ago. Yeah, she
still
has stuff out there today. You can still go on the web and hear all of her old shows.
Yeah, I remember the last broadcast she did was about that Franklin scandal, about Aquino and all that.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah, and then she, the night she died, the house across the street from her burned down. and she had been saying that it was the CIA in the house monitoring her.
Yeah, I wouldn't be a bit surprised.
It seems like Jordan's fires, like in Laurel Canyon, there was always been a lot of strange fires.
That's right.
At Universal Studio, that it burnt down a few times. Strange fire. Yeah. It seems like something about LA and fires. There's some sort of weird occult thing with that.
Well, I wouldn't be a bit surprised. They'll kill people around here, cheap about a dozen. Find bodies all over the place, and human sacrifice, and people's heads being cut off, and bodies being found in the L.A. wash, and all that kind of shit just goes on all the time.
Yeah, and they're not known. The people who are really behind Hollywood, like the motion picture industry.
Oh yeah.
And I've been able to track down that a lot of this stuff had to do with the Soviets. Stalin's propaganda team. Weren't these along the lines maybe the same?
Of course. Yeah, I've heard that too. I've heard that.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be a bit surprised because it's been very, very pro-communist, for many, many, many years, going all the way back to the 40s. So, yeah, I know it's very, very pro-communist now. And and I know that. I understand what's going on.
Yeah.
And the only good side of it, the only upside, is that the communists run Hollywood, but the Nazis are out there, doing their part to protect us. So the SS and the Gestapo are out there too.
Yeah.
So, and they're both the same thing,
Different flavors of the same Kool-Aid.
That's all it is,
And George,
that's all it is.
You should be like, you're talking to people about going to a conference tomorrow and stuff, and it just doesn't seem right. The person, all the work you've done, you should be way high up there above all these people. And,
well, I'm the one person they don't even want there at all.
Yeah, because you're going to say something that might make sense, and that might.
Yeah, and I think it's because they know that I know the real story, and I might perhaps get clumsy and start talking about something that's going to be very unpopular. So
yeah, what's the story,
perhaps?
What are they doing over there? I mean, what was the conference about?
Well, the thing is, I can't talk on the phone. I mean, I'm not going to talk on the phone.
Right. Yeah.
But my feeling, the idea is that I am not interested any longer in trying to educate the human race. I thought I was doing something. I thought I was doing something for my fellow man by spending my entire life researching how the world works. I only found out, in the last 25 years that nobody gives a fuck, and the few people who do are broke and ruined, or in prison, or dying, and the great masses of the peoples of the world, they don't give shit. One, they don't know what you're talking about, and couldn't care less. And if you don't shut up, they're going to nail you to a cross.
Yeah.
So I don't care because I know too much now, and it's very unsafe knowing too much. So that's why you don't hear much out of me anymore.
You know who these people are that are...
Oh, I've been with them.
Yeah. Just like that Dr. Horowitz, I was watching a Conspiracy Con, and I think you were there, and Michael Tessarian was there. And Michael Tessarian pulled Dr. Horowitz's card and was talking about how he was a Knights Templar right there in the conference.
Yep. And I wouldn't be a bit surprised. And, of course, I know that, I know other people who are connected. I've come to the point, though, that I'm not interested anymore. I used to be many, many years ago. I was very zealous for reading and studying and finding out, but then going down the rabbit hole, but not anymore. I'm not interested anymore.
Well, they couldn't buy you off. I mean, weren't you told that some important people from back east were going to approach you and try to turn you into,
I know,
their golden boy? And if you said no, that would make you an enemy of theirs? And
that's right. So, but happily, that hasn't happened, and it probably never will.
Right, because they know you can't be You know, they're buying.
Well,
they're buying off the conspiracy thing, aren't they? They're buying the whole like all the people doing this stuff now. They're buying all these people off.
Probably. I wish the fuck they could buy me off and at least give me enough money to pay rent. You know? I could buy some groceries. You know, and people think I'm working for the government. Yeah, well, come see how I live.
Mm-hmm.
Sleeping on an airbag in somebody else's home, penniless. I mean, if I was working for the government, at least I'd have enough money to buy a hamburger or something.
Jordan, I'm not. Can you like elaborate a little bit more on that? Because like I see you wrote books like with Paul Tice, Alan Snow. That was that old time religion.
Yeah.
Matrix of Power.
Yep.
The book The Church Doesn't Want You to Know, and I got all these books here.
Yeah.
You know, I got all your books here, and are not all of them, I'm sure, but I got a lot of them. And I'm wondering how has it got to this point, to all these books you've made and all this stuff. It seems like some type of power out there has intentionally been.
Oh, absolutely, no doubt about it.
Dark power.
That's right. Well, first of all, the book Your Church Does Not Want You to Read was not my book. That was Tim Leadham's book.
Okay.
I helped him on it. I worked with him on it,
mm-hmm.
and I was a part of the book, and I was in the book, and I helped him put it together. But it really wasn't my book. It was Tim Leadham's book.
But it was your knowledge.
The editor. Say it again?
But it was your knowledge.
Well, yeah, it was my knowledge on my part of it. But if you read the book, there's all kinds of people. There's all kinds of authors in there. It's not just me.
Mm-hmm.
There's different. You read the book, or you know about the book?
I got the book. I haven't read the book yet, but I got it.
Okay, well, it's many, many different writers. It's about a dozen different authors, and they all came together and did a chapter. And so each one has a chapter in the book, and there's different subjects, different authors. And Tim Leadham was the editor in charge, and it was his idea to get all the experts together and talk about all the different subjects in relation to religion and commerce and put them all together. So it's not just one person. It's about at least a dozen people in that book.
Yeah.
And I was one of them, just one of the many.
And
but now the other two books, the Matrix of Power and the Old Time Religion,
mm-hmm.
I did not write those. I didn't write that at all.
Okay.
What happened was Paul Tice, my friend Paul, who owns a Booktree publishing company, he was a very close friend. He's always been a very close friend of mine. And I actually got him into publishing. When I met Paul many years ago, he was working for the Disney company, working for Walt Disney. And, but he wanted to be a publisher. So I helped him when he quit Disney to get into publishing. I helped him and got him into publishing. And today, that's what he does. He's a publisher. Well, that's what he always wanted to be. He was a publisher, so now he is. And so he took all of my lectures. He had all of my, he went with me every time I was speaking and recorded everything. And so he took all of the recordings of me, of my lectures, and put them together and then transcribed them. He took all the information I was talking about and typed it into a manuscript. Mm-hmm. And published a book because he's a publisher. So he published 2 books for me. And so I didn't know anything about it.
That's wonderful.
So he said, I did it because you've helped me. You know, I wanted to help you. And it would help you if you were a published author. So I published something, so now you're a published author. I didn't know anything about it. But so all he really did was just taken all of my audios and videos and stuff that I've been talking about for years and put it into print and put my name on it. And now I'm a published author, but I didn't write the book.
Yeah, that happened.
All my, you know.
There was a film called The Zeitgeist, and I know it was based on
that's all mine.
Yeah.
Zeitgeist was done was produced by a guy named Peter Joseph. Peter Joseph lives in New York City, and Peter Joseph was on Jeff Rentz's show, the Jeff Rentz Show, which is a national radio talk show. And Jeff Rentz has been a good friend of mine for years, but he had Peter Joseph on, and I have a copy of that on my computer where he asked Peter Joseph, he said, where did you get all of this stuff from in Zeitgeist? Where did all this stuff come from? And he said, the whole thing is based on the work of Jordan Maxwell, period. All of it. Everything. I've just been listening to Jordan Maxwell for years, and since he didn't do anything with it, I did. So I put it all together, all of his stuff, and put it together and called it Zeitgeist. So today there is a political movement with 35 countries involved. I don't know if you know that or not, but there's a political movement now in colleges, universities around the world called the Zeitgeist Movement.
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's 35 different countries. Go on the web and type in Zeitgeist Movement.
Okay.
And it will tell you that the Zeitgeist film inspired all over the world, in Russia and in Africa, all over the world, Asia, clubs that are promoting the information that was in Zeitgeist. So it's a political movement now. But people don't know that the political movement, they know it's based on Zeitgeist, but they don't know that it's based on my work. So my work has actually spawned a political movement around the world called the Zeitgeist Movement.
And that's brought some scrutiny on you from the powers that be.
You can bet you can bet your ass on that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so all of that and $2 will get you a cup of coffee. I've done a lot of stuff, but I was doing it because I thought I was doing something to help my country and to help my fellow man. Then I began to realize, no, you're not helping your country or your fellow man. What you're doing is you're getting yourself in trouble. You need to shut the fuck up and get off the planet.
Well, Jordan, there's a lot of people who you have helped, though, because I go online, and if you just go to Google and type in Jordan Maxwell, you'll get all kinds of radio shows and videos and stuff. And there's a lot of people who are, I think, it's starting to happen. All the work that you've done, I think just now it's beginning to start to begin in fruition, so to speak.
Well, I know, because I have people saying, well, I have people all the time telling me, well, people are waking up now. And I say to them, of course people wake up.
They have
to. Yeah, they have to. Can't sleep forever. But when you wake up, that's what guys do when they're in prison. Every morning they wake up. But they're still in prison, and they ain't going nowhere. So just because you wake up, that don't mean shit, Big Jack. Nothing. That don't mean nothing. That just means you woke up and found out you fucked. Yeah, well, now you finally figured it out, and you woke up and found out you fucked. Now, what you going to do about it? Nothing. Well, then shit, you might as well go on back to bed.
Yeah.
So people say, well, yeah, but there's a light at the end of the tunnel. I say, yeah, it's a train coming, fool.
Yeah.
Damn. Yeah, there's a light at the end of the tunnel, all right. Yeah, it's FEMA coming after your ass. That's what it is. There ain't no light at the end of the tunnel. And I've been trying to tell people for years that people will always, now you've heard me say this before, people will always support what they want. They will not support what they don't want. You've heard me say that.
Yeah, I've heard you say that.
Okay. It makes sense. If you go to a grocery store, you're not going to buy stuff you don't want. You're going to buy the stuff you do want. And if it's a tremendous cheap price on the stuff you don't want, you don't give a fuck if it's cheap. I don't want it. And if you're going to spend 10 times that much on something you do want. So people will always buy and spend on something they want, and they don't give shit one about stuff they don't want.
They want a big flashy show.
Well, whatever it is that they want, they will pay for. They will not pay for what they don't want.
Jordan, I've seen where people will know, like, people won't even know 10% of what you know. And they make all kinds of money with these radio shows and shit, just selling it, because they can provide a big flashy thing and do all this, and people are so stupid, they go for it, but they don't come to the source. I mean, you're the source. If it wasn't for you, at least 80% of this shit out here wouldn't be out here.
Well, I know. I mean, but I've lived in Los Angeles for 54 years.
Mm-hmm.
And for many, many years, all the way back in the 70s, I was giving lectures in the motion picture studios. I used to go down to MGM, Universal, Warner Brothers, especially Warner Brothers, and giving lectures at 10 o'clock at night, giving slide presentations at night to the guys working at the studio on the Illuminati, secret societies, Federal Reserve, all the different, the shit going on with behind the scenes with the banking and
you've been
the
approached,
Masonic orders.
Jordan, you've been it sounds like you've been approached by these people in the secret societies or something. That you've encountered them, maybe not willingly, but in some sort of way you've come face to face with these people.
Oh yeah, I have, no doubts about it.
What did they tell you?
And
can you talk about that?
But they just let me know in a very courteous way. They're not threatening. So they let me know that you're on a list, and so try and understand that when they come for you, you got a big mouth and you're talking too much, and there's nothing personal, but you've caused a lot of trouble.
Yeah, because humans are there, because they're basically saying that they're the pimps and the humans are their bitches, and you're fucking up their thing. You're fucking up.
That's exactly right.
You're trying to free the bitches, and they
that is bad, and they ain't good for business.
Yeah, that's what it looks like to me.
No doubt about it. That's exactly what it is.
But
it's precisely what it is. They're basically saying to me, "Where the fuck do you come off with talking about this shit? The fuck's wrong with you? Don't you understand who runs this fucking country, airhead?" I said, "Yeah, well, don't you understand the people who run this country also run the whole fucking world? Yeah, and you out there shooting your mouth off and fucking talking to people about shit that they don't need to know?
Yeah.
Well, you better go back and do your homework, son. You looking to get yourself whacked."
Yeah. That's I wouldn't be a bit surprised if they got me on some type of thing like that, because
who knows?
I've been pushing this Jonestown thing pretty hard about the body doubles and stuff like that, but I'm at the point now, I really don't give a fuck, I mean,
that's commendable, but I don't either. But then again, I'm 75 years old, so it's understandable for me. I don't give a shit. I feel very bad about the human race, because I see every day young people, young couples with their children, picking their children up at school and the market, and I see young people with their families and their babies and their children, and they know, and I know there is no hope, none. There is no hope for the human race, and I know it. And I know what's going on. I know how it's being worked. I know where the country is going. I know way too much. And if I were to talk about what I actually know, I wouldn't be talking to you right now. I would already be I'd already be gone.
Yeah. I know there's some areas that even myself. I don't know what you know, and I probably never will know exactly what you know, but I know there's some areas that are just off limits when discussing stuff, and you
got that right.
I've never made it a point. See, I don't feel any type of anger towards the people back in the secret societies. My anger is mostly with the people who are so stupid they can't figure it out.
Well, I tend to agree with you. Yeah, you're right.
But my subject is I'm just studying what I study, and I'm just doing this mainly for the knowledge itself, And if I can't do that, then that's just the way it's going to have to be. If somebody's going to do something to me or something, then I was just born into the situation, and that's just something's going to, then fuck it.
Well, I appreciate that, and I understand. I feel the same way. I came in just an ordinary human like anybody else, and I just got involved with shit. I didn't plan on doing any of this.
Yeah, where the fuck are the people who are supposed to be? Isn't there some sort of agency out there that's supposed to help people who tell the truth or something? They got a million different fucking agencies to fuck you over, but isn't there a group of people somewhere supposed to be helping people?
No, that sounds good. That was in a Hollywood movie.
Yeah.
That was in a movie.
Yeah, Jesus.
What's really going on here is that if you study what Mao Zedong did, what Mao did when he took over China, for one of the first things he did after he came into power in China is he had all the top communist leaders across China that were under him. He had all of them go out and badmouth him in public. And all of his top leaders all began to spread stories about Mao as he's a criminal, and he's this and he's that, and he's a liar, and all this kind of shit, bad-mouthing Mao. Why? Because he told them to do that. So they're out bad-mouthing the Mao and calling him every name in the book, and they're the communist leaders.
Mm-hmm.
And so the people hearing the communist leaders ranting and raving about Mao, well, what they were saying was obviously true.
Mm-hmm.
And fuck, everybody knows he's a fucking criminal. You don't have to be a brain surgeon to figure that out. And everybody knows he's worthless as a tit on a boar, and he's sold out his country and all that. So everybody realized, and they knew that was true. But now that the communist leaders are saying it, now they felt more safer coming out and agreeing and talking about it, because even the leaders now see it. So now the people start talking publicly about it because they feel safer knowing that all the leaders across China are talking about it. That's what Mao wanted to know. That's what Mao wanted to know. Who is it that's thinking that I'm a fucking criminal? Who is it that could be my enemies? So my people go out there, that I hire them to go out there and badmouth me, so I can see who is thinking this way. And so the people who jump in with my leaders and say, yeah, you're right. You're right. That's what he wanted to know. There's no way that he would know who loved him and who doesn't love him, who was loyal to him and who's not loyal to him. So the only way to do it is to put your own people out there bad-mouthing you and see who jumps in to support them. And get their names and their addresses and where they live. Because they're out there supporting the communist leader that's calling the Mao a criminal. That's what he wanted to know. Who's going to agree with him?
Yeah.
So now they know. Now Mao knows who's thinking and who thinks that way. He already now knows who you are. And then you find out all the communist leaders were only doing that because they were told to do that.
Mm-hmm.
And now all the people that were innocent coming in to support these communist leaders and what they were saying, now Mao knows who they are and where they live. That's what he wanted to know. So anyway, that's what's happening here.
Yeah.
I think that's what's happening here. That's why. What's his name? Alex Jones. Alex is a great guy. I like him and all that. But I think now that the government is just watching who's agreeing with Alex and who's on the show, who's agreeing with him. And one day soon, the come down's going to come down, like Dick Gregory used to say. When the come down comes down, they're going to come knocking your door, and you go into a FEMA camp, and you are finished.
They want to do
your ass is out of here.
I look at it like, they want to do that anyway.
Well, they're going to do it anyway. Yeah, it's coming. So, and it's coming for the whole country. And the only good part about this is I want to at least live long enough to see the whole country fucked and people being thrown into prison and all that, because I just want to see it. So when people are crying and all that crocodile tears, oh my God, they put my father in prison and all that, I say, yeah, okay, well, going out and jump all out there in the street and act like a little jackass, jumping up and down for Obama. Oh, we just love Obama. Yeah. Well, just keep on jumping up and down for Obama while he's stuck in fucking putting your family in prison. You fucking moron.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, just jump around and dance and cry. And just beat yourself in the chest and cry about, oh, I just love Obama. Yeah, well, he's going to fuck you good. Because he's working for the boys. He's working for the man.
He's related to Bush and all that.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
By blood, yeah.
I saw that a few years ago. He had got his first job out of college from Henry Kissinger. And
Yep. Yeah, what does that tell you?
Yeah.
So this is why I know what's going on. I got the picture.
Yeah.
I know. The problem is I know way too much. I don't need to know.
Jordan,
and that puts your life in danger.
Yeah. Who? I was going to ask you that. It seems like there are the people. We talk about the lizard people and all that stuff, but there are people who, in fact, human, that are running the show for somebody else, probably, like administrators?
Look, I am of the opinion, I was in business with Zachariah Sitchin.
Mm-hmm.
I gave him $16,000 one time at dinner to sign a contract with me, which he did, and I sent him around the world to 5 different countries and published his books for him. So I was in business with Zachariah Sitchin. So was Paul Tice. Paul and I were in business with Zachariah. But I was also in business with astronauts, I'm the one that brought David Icke to America. I'm the one that brought him here. And he didn't have no job, he didn't have anything. I brought him over here and gave him money and got him started and got his books published for him. I've been behind all of these famous speakers and all these famous people talking today. I'm the one that got them started many years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And so I know a lot about what's going on. And I've talked to Zachariah. I used to spend hours with Lloyd Pye and all these other guys that I've helped about this subject of who in the fuck is really running this planet.
Yeah, who is it?
Yeah, and I think, I think that we have aliens here, because I've been talking to too many people on the inside. My opinion is I think there are aliens here who look like us, and we look like them, but they're not from here.
But they don't need an interface though. They don't need.
Yeah, of course they do. Yeah.
I'm wondering who is the direct interface.
Well, I know there's no doubt about, but they look like us.
No, so, not the aliens, Jordan. The humans that the aliens directly tell.
No, I know that. I know, but I'm saying the aliens themselves look like us.
Right.
So they look like us. So
no doubt about that. I know personally.
Yeah, and so they can interact and interface with normal humans, and we would never know the difference. They're human, and so are you. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but they're not human. They just look like you.
There's something going on over there in London with this too. With some of the people, like I saw pictures of was it Prince Philip and all these people, like the Duke of Kent. You ever seen the Duke of Kent? There's something really strange about that Duke of Kent guy. I saw him at a photograph, and he was shaking somebody's hand, but he didn't even look human. The way he was.
I know. Well, it's probably because it wasn't human. That's why.
And Kent doesn't Kent mean Egypt?
I think so. Yeah, because it comes from the word Kemet. Kemet.
Yeah, Kemet. And these people, didn't they? They were exiled from Egypt a long time ago. this royal group that went to Rome after that?
Yeah, I've been looking at that stuff for years, and so I'm totally sure that what's going on is that we are being orchestrated by entities which look human, but they're not, and that's what, the sci-fi movies, all the movies that came out in the 50s with what was it, Body Snatchers?
Yeah, Invasion of the Body Snatchers.
Invasion of Body Snatchers, but then there was about 600 little Mickey Mouse B and C movies about aliens from another world who come here and take, their brain from another planet, the brain from another world, and all kinds of sci-fi movies about entities and devils and demons coming here and space aliens coming here and all that.
Yeah.
Well, there's something to that.
Yeah.
There is. It may sound it may sound Mickey Mouse, but it isn't. There's something to that. There is, in fact, alien life forms on this earth, and they do look like humans.
Yeah, Jordan, I heard it like there was a race here like the Bigfoot people, and that was the original. The humans were created from that, and then
that's exactly right. That's what I think.
And then the other creatures, like there's werewolf people, there's
that's
fish,
right.
There's fish people, there's lizard people, there's
that's exactly right.
Bug people.
Yep.
There's all kinds of different creatures, and humans seem to be like the lowest. For some reason, humans just don't get it.
Yep.
But all these other creatures, I had met up with this. There was this young black girl over in Tarzana when I was staying at the Tarzana Inn, and I was supposed to meet her, and I did meet her, but she had all this ancient African stuff from and she was about 19, 20, and she had all this stuff from old stuff, like stuff hundreds of years old and stuff at her house, and I was sitting there talking to her, and she turned her head, and when she turned her head, her ears looked like cat ears, but they went right back to what they were before. And it was almost like because she had been she knew everything. She knew a lot of stuff about the stuff I was talking about the secret societies, and it was almost like she was trying to figure out how much I exactly knew. And
yeah, of course.
I was just trying, me at the time, I'm thinking like, oh, she looks good, she looks, pretty, you know how it is.
Of course.
But really, she's trying to analyze what does he know, and
exactly right.
And listen, she could hear noises from extremely far away.
Uh-huh.
And it was like it was really tripped out. And
I know all about it. I know all about it. I've met those kind of people.
Yeah.
One of my good Masonic friends was telling me that
Hello?
Hey, Jamel.
Hey, Jordan, how you doing?
What's happening with you?
Oh, not much. Not much. I wasn't sure when you were gonna what time you wanted to do it because
me either.
Yeah.
Me either, but I just got up and I figured now is about as good a time as any.
Yeah. I didn't mean to put you on the spot last night when I emailed you, like, you said you had to go out and do some things. So I was like,
no, that's no problem.
I was like, oh man, I hope I didn't think I was trying to like push him into, talking on the phone.
No. I just had Joe coming over. Did you ever get a reading from Joe yet?
You know what? I talked to him a couple years ago. He has a website about the True Zodiac or something like that.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I need to get one from him though. I need to contact him on that. But his waiting list is like 2 or 3 months down the road.
I know, because he's always got tons of people. Because once somebody goes to him, then they start telling their friends, and their friends want to get readings, and then they tell their friends, and before you know it, he's booked up, because that's how good he is. That's how good he really is, and everybody who tries him finds out, and then they start telling their friends, and then they finally discover why it is Jordan Maxwell is talking about astrology. So many people write me and say, Jordan, we thought you were a serious person, and We thought you were serious, and here you are talking bullshit about some astrology bullshit.
Yeah.
And so I always tell them, look if you have any faith in what I'm doing and who I am, then just accept the fact that I know what I'm talking about, and you don't. So if you don't want, it's very simple. I've been around before your mother was born. So if you trust what I say, and you like what I do, and you listen to everything I'm saying, why aren't you listening to that? I mean, just give it a try and see. Yeah. And so then when they do, then they say, oh, Jesus, God, this is wonderful. This guy was sensational. Yeah, okay, well, that's what I said, so stick it up your ass. I told you. I told you that to start with, and you calling me a damn fool for talking about astrology. Then you're the fool for being so ignorant and stupid that you're not following your teacher. I told you. He's good. I wouldn't put my name and my reputation and my work on the line for somebody who's just a friend that I just want to help. No. I know him. I've watched him for 16 years. He blows my mind every day when I talk to him. And everybody who's ever gotten a reading goes and tells their friends, and now their friends want readings. So I've never had one person get back to me and say it wasn't sensational. So I know what I'm talking about. And so I always figure anybody who wants to question why I'm promoting astrology, I always tell them I'm not promoting astrology, airhead. Go back and read it. I'm not promoting astrology. I'm promoting my friend Joe, who does astrophilosophy the way Nostradamus did it. And if you think Nostradamus is a fool, believe me, 500 years ago, he's still today world famous. Nostradamus is. And so, that's my feeling. If you're so stupid that you don't want to listen, I don't care. It's your loss, not mine. I don't give a shit one way or the other. I'm just telling you, just giving you the benefit of 55 years of intense study. And if you're so damn stupid and ignorant and backwards that you think I'm stupid, well, that's your problem.
You know what, Jordan? I figured out a long time ago that, I mean, to me, the astrology is just a reflection of like the inner workings of what goes on in people and in organizations and stuff.
Of course it is.
Yeah, even all the religions are based on astrology.
All of them,
yeah.
Especially Islam.
Yeah. The moon.
Islam is, the moon. And did I ever tell you about the book you needed to download called Moon O Theology?
No, but I'm going to write that down, Moon O Theology.
It's called, wait a minute. It's called Moon, and then a hyphen, and the letter O, and a hyphen, and then theology. Moon O Theology. It's out there on the web, volume 1 and 2. It's like, 1,300 pages or more.
Damn. Yeah.
Between the two volumes, volume 1 and volume 2, it's the most in-depth, off-the-wall brain puzzle that you will ever come across. This guy took Islam apart, big time. Goes all the way back to beginnings, way before Muhammad, way before the ancient pagan Arabic world, and explained Saturn, all of the esoteric symbols of the different planets, and how that all came down through the Arabic peoples thousands and thousands of years ago, and traces all of the documents, and just an incredible array of awesome research into Islam. Nobody has come near or close to what this guy did. It's about, I don't even know, I think it was 1,400 pages of diagrams, pictures, explaining where all this shit came from, what all the words in Arabic actually mean, not what the bullshit English-speaking peoples of the world have been told. No, but what does it actually mean, and where did it come from, And I was so blown away by this book. It's called Monotheism, and it's part 1 and part 2 are downloadable for free. Somebody put it out there, and download it, and you will see what I mean. Anybody who's interested in Islam should fucking take a few minutes out of their worthless lives and read this shit. This will blow your mind. Yeah.
George, that's funny because you know what? I've just been in the last few days. I got a copy. I got a copy of the Mormon Bible book, and I got a copy of the Quran. And I was going through the Quran because I was trying to find where they talk about the jinn, you know, the spirits over there. And I was reading a little bit of the Quran, and I was thinking about a few years ago. I was studying about this, about how Allah and like how they pray to the east and stuff, and I was learning about how it all has to do with the moon.
Yeah.
You know. Yeah. I haven't did a full study on it, but I remember learning.
Get monotheism.
Yeah.
That doesn't set you back about 20 years growth nothingness.
And Venus, right? Doesn't Venus have?
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. Venus and the moon. See, all the ancient world assigned colors to the different planets.
Mm-hmm.
The Earth was, I think, blue. Mars was red. Venus was always green. That was always. All the ancient cultures of the world assigned colors to the planets, and they were always all the same. Of course, the sun was yellow. The moon was silver. That's why silver and gold today is so important in the commercial world, silver and gold. Why? Because of silver, the moon, and gold is the sun. And so silver and gold is important because the sun and the moon is important. And but when you get into Venus is green. That's why all the flags and coats of arms and everything coming out of the Arabic world is green, because they're worshiping Venus, and Venus is referred to by the Romans in the Latin as Lucifer.
Jordan, I got. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say. So this shit is really deep.
Yeah.
And 99% of the people on the earth today, collectively, have got an IQ of 40. So they cannot understand their own ass from a hole in the ground, you know. And so they want to talk about religion. You need to get a mirror and look at your ass and get your head out of your ass and wake up and understand that there's a whole world out there of knowledge and wisdom and occult, you know, symbols and words and terms that have been developing over the past 15,000 years that people have no idea in the world about. All they know is Paris Hilton got laid and the basketball's on tonight and the beer is cold. And they're out of a job and they're broke and their house is being taken away from them and they've lost their job. But at least they got baseball and a cold beer and watching TV, if nothing else.
Yeah, they don't even read.
They have no idea.
They don't even read the TV cable guy.
No.
Jordan, you know what? I got an uncle who's let me put it like this. When I was going through my situation with the court system I was telling you about before, I even told the judge, like, after they cleared the courtroom and I left, I was telling the woman in the hall, she was a clerk, and I was telling her I was factually innocent and stuff, and she was like writing this shit down, right? She was like, factually innocent, and she was writing all this shit down, and she said, well, are you one of the Moors? And I said the judge is a Moor too, because they all wear the Shriner fezzes in the court in the secret lodges when no one's looking. I said, shit, he's more of a Moor than me. I'm not a Moor, you know what I mean? I said he knows about all that shit. I don't know that much about it. I'm just trying to protect my rights so I don't have to go to jail. Shit.
Yeah, if you want to know about the Moors, go ask him.
Yeah. Yeah, Jordan, they all wear fezzes. They all wear Islam, like they wear a bunch of Islamic shit. The judges and shit, the prosecutors.
Well, no, but see, Islam was developed by the Illuminati, and the Illuminati was developed by the Vatican. So the Vatican is behind Islam. As a matter of fact, a lot of people don't know this. Islam is a corporation in London. And it's on the London, yeah, no, serious. No, it is. It's on the London Stock Exchange. You go to the London Stock Exchange and look up the stocks of the major, what they call the major corporations, the big ones. And one of the biggest one is Islam Incorporated. It's a religious corporation called a Corporation Soul. And it's a company. It's a business.
Oh, soul? Like soul as in like the...
S-O-L-E, Corporation Soul. Have you ever heard the word Corporation Soul?
No, I haven't heard that yet.
Okay. Write this down.
Yeah.
It's called Corporation Soul. S-O-L-E. What that is, it's hard to explain, but are you by your computer right now?
No, I'm not.
Okay. What a corporation soul is, it was developed by the Vatican back in the 8th, 9th, and 10th century. It became very, very popular in Europe about the 10th century with the Knights Templars. They set up something called a corporation soul, and what it is, it's a position. It's a position in politics. It's a corporation, but it's called Corporation Soul because it's an office. The United States, the President of the United States, it doesn't matter who's in there at the time, but there is a position in power called the President of the United States, and and so whoever it happens to be in there at the time, it doesn't matter who the president is, but there's an office called President of the United States.
Yes, yes.
And so there's always some dumbass fuckers in there doing something. There's always some dumbass fuck in there doing something, And but it doesn't matter who's in there. What matters is it's an actual office, and there has to be somebody in there continually.
Some dumbass.
And so, all right. Well, the President of the United States office is called in law a corporation soul, meaning it's an office. It's an office, an official office, like in the Catholic Church. There is an office called cardinals, and there may be different cardinals. Some die, and some new ones coming in, and the others die, and some new ones coming in. But there is an office in the Catholic Church called cardinals. So there's always some cardinals there. Mm-hmm. There's also an office called Pope, and there's always going to be somebody in there who's Pope. But it doesn't matter who's in there. It's the office that's called the Pope. And then there's also an office in there called priest. So they're going to have priests coming in and priests going, priests dying, priests coming in.
And they usually have their own office. Bank.
Yeah, but I'm talking about an office.
Yes, I know.
An office.
Yes.
Okay. That's why the cops are called police officers, because they are working in an office, police officer. And the office is a corporation soul, meaning it's a company designation of an office. And when that office always has different people coming in and going, but it doesn't matter how many people come in to president and how many people go out, doesn't matter. It's still an office of government called the President of the United States. And so there's also an office called congressman. So there's a lot of people come in to be Congress, and they die and they leave, and other people come in, but they're always called congressmen because that's the office. Well, you can set up, Americans can set up a corporation soul. They're the only people in the world that are ordinary citizens can set up a corporation soul. Around the world, only the royalty and only the wealthy and most powerful people around the world can set up a corporation soul. But in America, because of the Constitution, the way it was written, Americans, U.S. citizens, have the right to set up a corporation soul. It's strange, but that's the way the Constitution was read, so that we have in America the ability to set up a corporation soul. Anybody can. Now, when you set up a corporation soul, what that means is that you're setting up an office You're setting up an office, and you're going to call that office whatever you want to call it. As whatever it is, whatever term you can. I'll tell you where to go read all about it. But the point is, once you set up that office and get the paperwork done to the State Department, the United States State Department, you set up the office, and now you control that office. So therefore, the corporation soul, you now have one, and it's an office, and it's called the Jamel Research Society or whatever. And whatever you call it, and then there. Now it's there forever. It can never be undone. It can never undo it. It's there forever. It doesn't mean that it has to have anybody in it. No, it doesn't have to have anybody in it, but the office still is there. And so once you set up the office, you can take your home, your car, your family, anything and everything of any value, and you give it to the office. You dedicate it to the office. And at that point, you no longer own it forever. It's gone from you. You no longer own your home, your car, nothing. But the office of the Research Society, or whatever it is you call it, now owns everything. And you don't own anything. And so it's a corporation of sorts, but it's called a corporation soul because there's only one person who has control over that new office, and that's you. So you have control over the office, but you don't own it, and you don't own nothing in it. It owns everything. You own nothing, but you control the office. So therefore, what that means is that you put your home in the corporation soul, and it does. You can do this easy. Just go down to the State Department, go down to the state building in your city, go to the Department of Corporations, go to the Department of Corporations at the state level in your city, and tell them you want to set up a corporation soul, and they will go back and get the paperwork and the applications. And then you can sit right there, and fill it all out. The name of your corporation, what it's going to be called, and who's going to be in charge of it. That's you, and this and that, and whatever it asks you to do, you fill it out. And then in about 2 weeks, you'll get a letter back from the state saying that your corporation soul is now registered, and you now have a corporation soul. At that point, you then put your car into the corporation soul. You give it to the corporation soul. You give your house, your business, your cat, whatever the fuck you got, put it all in the corporation soul, right?
Yes.
Now, at that point, nobody can ever touch anything inside a corporation soul. Nobody. The United States federal government and God cannot touch anything inside a corporation soul, because they can only take something from a person, and you are the person, but you don't own shit. The corporation soul owns it, and that's under Vatican maritime law, and nobody can touch a corporation soul anywhere. Not world government, not the World Bank, not the U.S. Nobody can touch a corporation soul, period. So therefore, whatever you got, your business, your car, your house, whatever it is, it's locked in, and no one can ever touch it. No one can tax it. Nobody can do anything to it, period. Nobody can touch it. It's in a corporation soul. So I'm just saying, I'll send you, some information on that, and just go look it up yourself. You just go look it up yourself, corporation soul.
Yeah.
And the government will tell you, oh, yeah, you don't want to do that. No, you don't want to do that. And then you turn around and go to each one of the big corporations like General Electric, General Motors, the Vatican, New York Stock Exchange, all the big corporations in the world, and they will tell you all of them are corporation soul. And so therefore I say, the government is telling you on the web, oh, you don't want to do that. No, stay away from that corporation soul. That's bad business. Well, if it's so bad, how come every fucking goddamn organization on the goddamn face of the earth is a corporation soul? All the big shots, All the big multi-billionaires are all corporation sold. The Donald Trumps, Steven Spielbergs, the George Lucases, the Disney Corporation, all of them are corporation souls. And yet here's the government telling me, little old me, I ain't got shit. Oh, you want to stay away from that? Well, fuck you, stay away from that. Why don't you tell Steven Spielberg to stay away from that?
Yeah, they love it.
No. The reason why they tell you to stay away from it, because like the church is telling you to stay away from astrology. They don't want you to know what the big boys know.
Yeah, they're good. George, you don't even got to tell me that. I know. I mean, I've been through so much. Fucking, I didn't come onto the public until the last year, but for like the last 10 years, I mean, 5 of those years, I went through the sovereign stuff with the courts and back and forth and finally I just got sick of it and just left it alone. But
yep, me too. I know. You're right.
They like to give me your name. No, I'll tell you my name, but I won't give it to you. It's not your. They fuck you over as much as they can whenever they can.
Oh yeah.
But this corporation soul, this is a bombshell for me. I never even knew about that.
Yeah, write it down. Write it down now. There's also a book out there, a couple of books.
Yeah.
And the books. One of the books you will see a Catholic cardinal on the face of the book. It's a very famous book. And so go on the web and go to image. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, Google Images.
Google image and then type in corporation soul. And it will be, first thing will pop up is a picture of the book. There's a book put out by the Vatican showing a cardinal on the face of the book. And the name of the book is Corporation Soul. And it explains how the Vatican, through and British Maritime Admiralty law, set up something back in the 10th century called corporation soul. And the Pope is a corporation soul. The Queen of England is a corporation soul. Prince Charles is corporation soul. King Faisal in Arabia, corporation soul. All of the big names, the Donald Trumps, the corporations, all the big names are corporation soul. Yeah. Why? Nobody can touch them. That's why they can piss on you, rip you off, do anything they want to do, and you can't touch them because they don't own nothing, ain't got nothing, and don't have nothing. So nobody's going to be able to sue them because they ain't got nothing.
Yeah.
But they control the world. Why? Because their world is in a corporation soul.
Yeah. Now this makes sense to me why people don't really do no jail time after they
That's right.
When they kill a village, they kill a whole village to build a pipeline over in Nigeria somewhere, but nobody does any time behind it. Now it makes sense.
Why? But because the corporation is in a corporation soul.
Yeah.
And the Vatican and British maritime law has locked that in on the earth. So all over the world, powerful people have quietly, unbeknownst to anybody, set up a corporation soul for themselves. So now they can do whatever they want. You can't touch them.
Jordan, speaking of the Vatican money, you remember Robert Calvi, the God's banker?
God, yeah. Roberto Calvi.
Yeah, Roberto Calvi. Yeah, check this shit out. Mark Lane, right? The guy, the dude, you know Mark Lane and all that, right? Okay,
I know all about it.
When he was in Jonestown and all that happened, he had a woman named Terry Buford pregnant in his home in Tennessee. Terry Buford was the financial aid to the People's Temple, the Jonestown thing. And she was, these people had millions of dollars spread out in all kinds of different bank accounts all over the world. But one of the ones that was interesting was leading back to Panama, and it was under the name of Saint Peter. It was in Latin, but it was under the name of Saint Peter in Panama, and it was connected to a guy named Archbishop Paul Menakis, who had like 12 ghost companies.
Oh yeah,
he had like 12 ghost companies.
Yeah, but the thing is, he was head of the Vatican Bank, Paul Marcinkus.
Yeah, he was.
He was the president of the Vatican Bank called Paul Marcinkus.
Yeah.
And he now today, the last time I heard, was living in Arizona. He lives in Arizona. He's got a huge, big, enormous estate in Arizona, and he plays golf every other day. And every now and then he will go to the Vatican to say hello and wish everybody a Happy New Year, and comes back and lives in his Vatican and lives in his enormous estate in Arizona. as the president and the chairman of the board of the Vatican Bank. And but he grew up in Chicago, and his best friends were Al Capone and all these gangsters. Yeah, he's an Italian mafiosi.
Speaking of Capone, I saw something like that. You know that movie Godfather with Robert Duvall? He was a lawyer. I saw where I was reading about like the early 1920s and stuff, and the early 1900s and the mid 1900s, where it was Al Capone's consigliere was like calling all the shots in Hollywood as a big lawyer consultant guy. It was I forget the guy's name, but the dude who was running everything was a he had been a Al Capone consigliere in Chicago for many years. Yeah, I thought that was
that's right.
Yeah.
And then remember in the movie Godfather when the attorney went to see the old gray-haired guy at the studio.
Oh, where they cut the horse? I know they put the horse.
Yeah, right. Well, first of all, that gray-haired guy was a sensational actor. The one that woke up in bed with the horse's head.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Well, I used to have breakfast with him when he was filming that movie. There's a restaurant here in Hollywood called it's in the Valley, in Studio City, and that's where Universal Studios is too. And he would come in every morning to have breakfast at Dupar's, and I sat right across from him. And so, we started talking one morning, and of course, every morning, 5 o'clock, I would be there. I was going to work and doing my thing. And he'd come in, and we'd sit and chat and talk. And I asked him, I said, "So what are you working on now?" He said, "Well, I'm doing a movie called Godfather." and he said, "Today they're going to put a horse's head in my bed." and so I was talking to this guy, every day. For a couple of weeks while he was working on the movie. So I had he was very, very nice guy, very nice. And there's a place called Dupar's Restaurant here in the Valley that is it's a hangout for the movie stars. It's a major, major hangout for the movie stars because it's 24 hours, but it's a very, very nice restaurant with the food's great. But it's just a nice place. And so on the way to work in the morning, all the movie stars coming into Studio City, Burbank, into Sherman Oaks, where all the different movie studios are, they have to go to breakfast first before they go to the studio. They got to have breakfast. So everybody stops at Dupar's because it's the place to go. The food is great, service is great. And it's been there for some 50 years, and everybody knows it. And so if you go there at 5 o'clock in the morning, you'll see all the biggest name movie stars in there having breakfast. That's all. They're just coming in and get breakfast before they go to work. And there's places filled with limousines and Rolls Royces. But they're just people. They need to eat too, like you. They need to have breakfast before they go to work.
Hell yeah.
And so I used to go in there all the time and sit and talk with all the top movie stars. But I've known them anyway. I mean, I go back a long time in Hollywood. But I would sit there and talk with Rock Hudson in the morning and Steven Seagal and all these different, just tons of people. Sean Connery was doing James Bond, some stuff here. So it's an interesting place. Maybe when you come here, we'll go over there at 5 o'clock in the morning and see what's happening over there.
Yeah, I'm gonna be in LA, Jordan. I get there Friday night at about 11:45, and then I already got the reservations over there at the hotel that we talked about.
Right. So okay. Now when is that? This Friday coming?
Yeah, I leave Friday night in Michigan around 7, and I'll be there about your time around 11 o'clock. So. Yeah.
Now, you're going to LAX, are you?
Yeah, the international airport.
Okay. How are you getting from LAX to the motel?
I was gonna call a cab.
Well, you could do that. When you get that is easy to do, but when you get out, once you pick up your luggage and walk out into the street, there are people out there that are, you will see them with vests on, with their yellow vest and flashlights and walkie-talkies, and they are there to help people get rides to wherever they're going.
Oh, yeah, I know. I've been to the LAX a few times.
Yeah, okay. So you can tell them that they can get you a shuttle. Just tell them I'm going to Woodland Hills, and they know exactly where Woodland Hills is. It's Woodland Hills, and tell them I'm going to Woodland Hills, and they'll say, all right, hold on, and then they'll call, and they'll say anybody, they'll call all of the shuttles at the same frequency, and they will say, we got a guy who needs to go to Woodland Hills. And they'll tell, and then, in a couple of minutes, a car will pull up, a shuttle will pull up, and it's about the same thing, but a little cheaper than a cab. So you can catch a cab or a shuttle. Just go out and tell them where you want to go, and they'll get you a shuttle.
Yeah, I'm going to go for the shuttle then. I want to do that. Yeah,
it's a little cheaper, and it's actually nicer because they're usually real comfortable, what do you call them, vacation vehicles, big ones.
Yeah.
So they're very comfortable, and they take you right to the door, just like a cab. It's a little cheaper.
Yeah, I can't wait to get there because I've been in Michigan through this whole winter thing, and it's just
enough of that shit's enough, right?
Yeah, I love like entering Los Angeles. For me, to me when you're here, when people say it's cold, to me it's like we get like 20, 30 degrees, down below zero.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So even some of the coldest nights in LA aren't cold to me,
Oh well, yeah. We've gotten in our winter. We've gotten down almost down to 60 one time.
Yeah.
Above,
Yeah.
And people are pissing and moaning because it's so cold.
Yeah.
Cold.
I saw a guy wearing
the air conditioner in the office is about 60. It's comfortable.
Yeah, I saw a guy wearing a winter cap, like a ski cap, in LA.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what the hell is he wearing that for? It's not cold.
Well, that's because he's mentally deranged.
Yeah. Yeah.
They probably let him out of some kind of a mental ward in a hospital or something.
Yeah. Hey, Jordan, you know what? I remember you were telling, man, you were I was listening to your show one time, and you were telling this really good story about how you were doing this thing with all these spiritualists in LA. Like they were.
Oh yeah.
Like.
That was called US of A, United Sensitives of America. Yeah.
Is it real?
The other, you know what? There's the other thing is, are you going to rent a car while you're here?
You know what? I was thinking about that, but I don't have a real license. I don't. I always use the other stuff. I don't have no real by the book, license, as they say.
Well, look if you want to rent a car, I'll come down to the motel. When you get there, I'll come down the next morning, and we can go over and rent the car. I'll drive it. I'll get it, in my name if you could pay for it. I don't have the money to pay for it. Probably only $50 to $70.
Oh yeah, hell yeah. That sounds like a good idea.
Yeah, and then we'll have a car, and we could go all over.
Yeah.
We'll have a car. How long are you figuring on being here?
I got it at least a week, but my thing is negotiable because I bought insurance for my ticket back.
Okay.
And it was a good deal. It was only $400 something to get a round trip, and then because
no, that's very good, very good.
Yeah. With the insurance, now I can extend it or something. I can call them, and it sounds like I'm gonna be able to figure something out with them.
Yeah. Okay. Well then, I'll come over and I'll have my friend drive me over because I don't have a car either. But I'll have my friend who takes me everywhere I need to go. He'll drive me down to see you. Then he'll take both of us over to the rental, and we'll get the car, and that's it. No big deal.
Yeah.
And then I can keep the car since you can't drive it anyway. I'll keep the car, and I'll just come pick you up in the mornings.
Yeah,
it sounds good.
Yeah. Jordan, were you in LA you were in LA in the 60s too, right? Like the early 60s?
Oh yeah, I was here from 59. I got here in 59.
Jordan, it sounds like in the early 60s, like when I look back and I listen to all the different groups, no matter if they're whites, blacks, Hispanics, whatever group it is, it sounds very serious and very practical what they were talking about. It looks like when it got to the later 60s, things had gotten really goofy a little bit.
Oh, yeah. Well, you know, when it started was with the assassination of Kennedy in '63.
Yeah.
Because before, and when I got here in 59 and 60, 61, 62, it was an incredible place. This Southern California, especially L.A., was one incredible place. But after the, there was it's just a whole different world. And after the assassination of Kennedy, everything turned to shit. Everything started going downhill quickly. All kinds of stuff started happening to just destroy Los Angeles, to destroy the country, actually. But L.A. began to really feel it quick. And then soon after that, 66, 67, 68 is when the big riots were breaking out all over Los Angeles. The cities were burning, riots, crime was out of control. It was interesting. I've seen it all. I was here before. I was here doing, and here after. So
yeah,
I've seen it all.
I was listening to Malcolm X speak about why he had left the Nation of Islam, about how Elijah Muhammad had a bunch of children with pregnant girls. I mean, he impregnated a lot of teenage young girls. Mm-hmm. And the story was, what Malcolm was saying is, like, the girls were getting in trouble for doing this. He was saying that the girls had committed a crime by doing this, like not admitting that he was the father, you know? But then Malcolm X had brought up something very interesting, that Malcolm X was saying how Elijah Muhammad was causing violence to blacks. All the violence that came out of the Nation of Islam at that time was on other blacks. You never.
That's right.
And so I was listening to Malcolm X say that. I really thought about that. I was like, wow, man, this guy must be working for the Ku Klux Klan or something, because some black guy in the Nation of Islam does something. You know, they take him on the alley and beat him up or shoot him or something. But you never heard. But when it came to the police were shoot the blacks. But the blacks that got shot, there was never any type of attempt to try to stop it, even, or any type of. It's almost like the power that saw to it the Honorable Elijah Muhammad was there was a power of the establishment itself.
That's exactly right. That's what he knew. That's what he. And the Nation of Islam was started
by a white man, a Jewish man.
By a white man.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, a Jewish guy. Yeah.
Yeah, and Jordan, check this out. The zebra murders, I was studying the zebra murders some more, and check this out. A lot of these hits that the zebra murders were, they were meant to be racial attacks from blacks on whites, but I'm finding out a lot of these people that were dying, these were like people who were like going to speak out or witnesses at a murder trial. A lot of it seemed like the people who killed, they were killed to silence them. Same thing with the Zodiac murders. It almost looked like a lot of this stuff was like hits, like British London underworld hits and mafia hits.
No, that's exactly what they were. Precisely what they were. That's it.
Yeah, the serial killer, like even with like Ted Bundy and Jeffrey Dahmer, lies people. There's like an overlay that this is all serial killings, but in reality, these are like orchestrated military industrial complex hits.
That's exactly what they were. That's precisely what they were. They were orchestrated. They've always been orchestrated all the time. It's a very simple concept once you see it for the first time. It's very simple. When you got a ship the size of the Queen Mary or the Titanic, you cannot turn that thing around like a Volkswagen. It don't work.
Right.
You got to plan 10 to 15 miles ahead. For every time you're going to change course, even a little bit, you got to do it 15 miles first before you want to turn and plan it, because that ship is too large, too huge, too heavy. It's got centrifugal force, so you got to plan ahead to turn something that big. And so that's the way the ship of state, because you're on a citizen ship. So the way that the ship of state works is they have to plan things, way out ahead to turn the citizenship into the way they want it to go.
Mm-hmm.
So they will kill somebody, and they will purposely go out and kill some people, which will then cause the other people, for instance, the whites will go out and kill some blacks. Then, now the blacks are ranting and raving about somebody killed one of theirs, and then the government has to come in and settle all of this and take charge. It's all orchestrated. The whole thing, all of this stuff is orchestrated. Period.
Yeah.
And people don't see it, and it's continually. And another thing which is overwhelming and obvious to me is that every now and then, they don't do it all the time, but every 6 months, they will have somebody do something, like they'll send one of their agents into an airport and have a gun on him. He'll have a gun on him. and the airlines are in on it, and so the government tells them, all right, we're going to send the guy in. Here's his name, and he's going to have a gun on him. So let him go, let him get on the plane, and then we're going to arrest him. And so the guy goes in, he's got a gun, he gets on the airplane, and then all of a sudden they find out, oh my God, this guy's got a gun, and the FBI rush in to arrest him. And then the next thing you hear is the government say, well, look, this is horrible. This is absolutely unreasonable. This guy walked in and got in a plane with a gun. We're going to have to get tougher. We're going to make these laws tougher. We're going to have to make the laws tougher. And so they got a good reason, because this guy snuck onto a plane with a gun. Obviously, somebody wasn't doing their job. And so now we got to make the laws even tougher, even more stiffer. That's exactly how they do it. So instead of making the laws stiffer every week, no, we'll just do it every now and then. We'll give it a little excuse. Somebody did something and we didn't catch it, and so we've got to make the laws tougher. Basically, all they're doing is little by little by little, they're squeezing and turning the screw tighter and tighter and tighter until one day you can't even belch unless you go to prison.
Yeah.
Why? Because it's so well tightened down, little by little. It was all planned 30 years ago.
Well, they do that shit on me, and I always say fuck them. I told the cops that they took me to jail one time, and they were like, we're going to need your fingerprints. And I said, you can get them out of duress, threat, and coercion, but I'm not going to give them to you. And they said, well, because of the Patriot Act, we can take them. I said, well, do you have any receipts for the fingerprint machine? How do I know you didn't steal it? How do I said, what they were trying to, the fucker, he was like, then one cop, like, kicked a basket, like, showing me he was going to kick me and shit. And I was like, I can't aid and assist you in a felony. I have a community responsibility to make sure you're not committing a crime. I was in there fucking going off on him, man. I go off. Eventually they left me alone. Now when the cops see me, they don't bother me, Jordan. But I used to fucking, they used to be like, we'll just put some drugs on you, and then we'll say you committed a drug crime. And I just said, well, go ahead, I said, you gotta carry that debt too. When somebody does something to you one day, it's gonna be because you can't just walk around framing people, They threat. They put me in jail so many times for that kind of shit. I don't even care no more. I just say fuck it. But
well, I know. That's why I stay so quiet anymore. Yeah. I'm not doing much of anything anymore. I just stay quiet because at 74 years old, I'm going on 75. I give up. I know enough to know when to give up, and so there's a scripture in the Bible in the Old Testament that says there's a time and a place for everything. There's a time to build up, work hard and build up, and a time to give it up and let it go. Well, as far as I'm concerned, the time has already arrived quite a long time ago to give it up and let it go. Yeah. I don't care. I don't care about none of it anymore. I just give it up and let it go. Because I feel America is like, I feel today like I'm in a, what do you call them? A a life preserver boat on the Titanic. I mean, a life preserver boat, and they dropped the boat off the side, and then you get about a block away from the Titanic, and she's 2/3 under already, and we're sitting out there in this boat, life preserver boat, watching the Titanic go under with the lights going off and the sirens going off. Yeah, and it's already 2/3 under, and ain't fuck all you gonna do about it. It's already 2/3 under, and you ain't gonna do shit.
Yeah.
So since you ain't gonna do shit, you just shut the fuck up and stay and keep the blanket around you so you don't freeze to death, because you ain't gonna stop nothing. You ain't you can't stop nothing. You don't know nothing. You ain't gonna do nothing. And so that's the way this country is 2/3 away. No, it's 4/5 of the way now. It's going under, and I can't do nothing about it. I ain't got nothing to say about it. I ain't God, and I don't have any supernatural powers. I just know what's going on for 50 years, but I can't do nothing about it. So I just stay quiet. I don't give a shit anymore. Fuck them.
Yeah, that you know what, Jordan? I think like since 1933, we've been under martial law with that House Joint Resolution 192.
That's right. Mm-hmm.
You know, where they took away the gold and all that shit. I think that right there.
Yeah, I know. Well, look, you and I both know, so that's it.
Yeah. So you know,
nothing anybody's going to do about it. So
yeah, I don't protest or like when it comes to protesting and all that shit. You know, like I'm not. You know, I learned a long time ago. Like if I go out there and I try to fight for somebody else's rights, I'm going to be fucked. But
that's right.
I just when they try to take something away from me, that's when I like that's when they've crossed the line. You know, when you know they get out and talk to me crazy and shit. That's I try to be like what you're saying. I try to I don't look for trouble. I try to avoid it. But man, they just some of these cops talk to you like there's something wrong with these cops. The way they talk to people.
Oh, I know all about it. Believe me, I know all about it. I can write a book on the subject. That's why I become a recluse. I don't do much radio anymore, and now I'm not doing any radio. I don't do any radio anymore. I don't speak in public anymore. I don't talk to people anymore. None of it. I'm not interested. Not interested in talking to people, doing radio, educating people about anything.
Yeah.
I'm not interested. I just do what I do, but I'm not out there like I used to be. Why? Because it's irrelevant. What I'm doing now is totally, totally irrelevant. It has nothing to do with anything. Nobody, the few people who are listening to me, they already know. And the great masses of the people out there, they don't know their ass from a hole in the ground. So I'm not gonna put myself on the line, not at all.
Yeah, I don't blame you. And they've already taken so much. It's like they've taken so much. Yeah. People, even people like myself, Jordan, who've been I don't even know what all they've taken. They've taken so much from me. You know,
I know.
I'm
you ain't the only one.
I know. I'm still trying to. They took rights from me 100 years before I was even thought of. You know,
That's right. That's exactly right.
Shit. Now we're talking about like
you take this shit back to 1840s, back to 1845, just before the Civil War. The League of Just Men, the League of Communists in America, and Karl Marx and V.I. Lenin, the fathers of communism, worked in New York for the New York Times. They were Americans working right in New York City, and they were financed by the Chase Manhattan Bank and Morgan Guaranty Trust. I mean, this shit's been going on for a long time. As far as I'm concerned, no, thank you. I don't want nothing to do with this world that I'm living in, period. I know where it all came from. I know where it is now, and I know where it's going. Not me.
Yeah,
I want to get off the bus.
Jordan, you ever heard of Dr. Z. York?
Yeah, of course. And I've got some of his books, and there was a time back in the 70s, late 70s to mid 80s, where I was giving lectures all the time at Nation of Islam bookstores, Nation of Islam meetings, etc. I've given big lectures and big seminars, 2 and 3 day seminars for the Nation of Islam, and So I knew all of those authors. I mean, I could go through all of them. I knew them all. I used to go to the bookstore, Nation of Islam bookstores. I had all the books. Yeah, I know them. I knew all those people.
There's something really fucking tripped out with him going to jail, because I was studying his case, and he's Dr. Malachi York, but the guy that got locked up on the federal record says Dwight D. York. But that's not really what's fucked up. His trial date is set on Martin Luther King Day in the federal court system for those alleged child molestation. They try to say he was taking advantage of children or something like that across state lines.
Yeah.
But it was Martin Luther King Day that they said his trial was. Federal courts don't run on Martin Luther King Day.
Well, this one did.
Yeah, but nobody was ever in the courtroom. The most anybody ever got is they just heard the audio of it or saw the clip of it. Nobody was actually, none of his followers were actually there. Jordan, this might sound really fucked up, but I'm thinking that never really happened, because because they raided his compound, the Pyramid thing in Georgia, right? But his home, his bookstore, all his fucking properties leading up to New York were untouched. The government never stepped foot in any of these places, and he got charged with the RICO Act and doing shit across state lines. Well, everything with his name on it should have been touched by the government, and and even the guy that they arrested at the compound didn't have the same. The guy was like 10 years younger or something. The name that they arrested the guy with, Dwight D. York, is not the same age or nothing, and the court dates were on a federal holiday. There's something really fucked up with his story.
I'll tell you what. Look at. I don't think it's very wise for us to talk much, on the phone. But
okay. I feel.
But suffice it to say, but what I will say is that I'm not interested anymore in any of this politics or social politics or the body social and all that kind of thing. I don't care about the world I live in. I don't care about the politics of it. I don't care about nations and countries and peoples. I don't care about any of that. I've already been there and done that 50 years ago. What I'm concerned now with, and this is the only thing I'm actually involved in, is the spiritual matrix of the universe. Who we are, where we come from, who made us.
Right. Yeah, George, it's not even safe to talk about. It's not even safe to talk about none of this shit no more.
I know.
I hear you, man. I hear you. You can't even fuck.
I don't even care about countries. I don't give a shit about Russia or America or China. I don't care about that. I'm wondering, where the fuck did this Earth come from?
Yeah.
Yeah. How is it that out of all the millions and millions of light years that we can see, we don't see any planet with water and people? And out here in the middle of nowhere, on the outskirts of the Milky Way galaxy, is a little small infinitesimal dot, and it's got all kinds of life on it, and water, and all kinds of life. I mean, cockroaches and dinosaurs and everything else. Where did this come from? Where in the fuck did we on this Earth come from? And how come the moon is the size it is, and its exact size and its exact place? I mean, everything is too perfect to just be by chance.
Yeah, Jordan, I think what you're starting to maybe seeing a little bit, I think what we may have come across here in our conversation is a lot of this fucking shit that we think is real is not real.
I think you're probably right.
A lot of the scenarios, when you say this person got assassinated, this person, is doing time, this happened to this person, sometimes these people aren't even fucking real.
No, I totally understand that. No, I mean, I've got a lot of goddamn stuff I've been saving for years showing that Muhammad never lived. There was no man named Muhammad.
Right.
And some of the best Islamic scholars have written, scholars who live in Europe have written books about there was no Muhammad. He never lived. There's just a story. And I know for damn sure there was no Jesus. And I can prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that everything in Judaism is a lie. None of it ever happened.
Jordan, I was talking more about, like, you know, I bought a little paperback about the Civil War and about, like, Professor Thaddeus Lowe.
Yeah.
And the secret society of, like, the Knights of the Golden Square and Triangle. And, you know, I'm starting to come across the conclusion that maybe, like, Abraham Lincoln might not even been killed, or, you know, like, or maybe he didn't, but the person they said they didn't do it, or maybe, Jordan, like, situations like, what if it turned out that some people that we think were assassinated never really were assassinated?
Yeah, I know.
Or they never existed. Like, you know how we talked about the prosthetic mask and stuff? The fake faces and shit? What if these people aren't really real?
Well, I mean, they've been, they made television shows about that same subject, you know, many years ago. What about Wild Wild West? There was a TV show. TV show was sensational.
Yeah.
It's called Wild Wild West TV show. They made a movie a few years ago, but no, there's a TV show that was one of my favorite TV shows because it was so well done. Called Wild Wild West, and it takes place in the 1870s, 1860s. You know, in the Wild West in the cowboy days, but it was so well done, and it showed how the president was not the president. It was somebody who had a facelift and made him look like the president, and so-and-so, some gangster, was not really a gangster because he never existed. And that's what the whole show was all about, how all the lies, deception, and bullshit, and the great things which happened on the world stage didn't happen at all. You remember the movie called Wag the Dog?
With Robert De Niro?
Yeah, with Robert De Niro.
I saw bits and pieces of it, yeah.
Oh, yeah, you got to go back and watch that. It's about how they put together a war, and when in fact there was no war. But they went to Hollywood and got on sound stages and with the computers make it look like there was people dying here and the bomb blowing up there and all these terrible things going on. While actually in the real country, nobody knew anything about it. It was all being done in Hollywood on a sound stage. That's why they call it Wag the Dog.
Yeah, but in Jordan, it's one thing to talk about this stuff, but, you know, Hollywood makes this stuff, but when you really start, like, catching this stuff happening, that's when it looks tripped out.
I know.
Because, Jordan, I catch shit, and like 90% of the shit I catch, I don't talk about it because it's so strange. You don't even know what to say to people. How do you tell somebody something like that? You just like,
I know. That's why I don't talk about it. That's exactly why.
Right.
I don't talk about it either. It's too fucking off the wall, and half of it I don't even believe, and I'm going to try and tell somebody else about it. So I understand. And besides, now it's dangerous to talk to anybody. It's dangerous to talk to anybody about anything because they will report you to the authorities. You know, the way people are today, they're so fucking stupid. If you try and explain something to them as intelligent, all they know is football, and they're scared. They'll call the police on you.
Jordan, I came across some stuff, man. It's not nothing really dangerous, but I came across some stuff where I think, like, this was in Hollywood, and it was the last time I was there, and there were these people selling tour tickets, and I don't think the people were human. I'm for real. It looked like they had, like,
Yeah, so you take a tour, you buy the ticket, and you're going on a tour, all right. Yeah, but you ain't coming back.
Really? That's what they do?
No, I'm saying that I've heard things like that. You know, where they're selling tickets to go somewhere, and you think you're going on some tour. You know, well, you are going on a tour. You know, but where you're going, you don't want to know. You know?
What?
Yeah. So
what's that about?
Well, I mean, there's all kinds of shit I can tell you about when you get out. I don't want to talk on the phone.
Yeah.
But the point is that I am not interested to talk about anything in public anymore.
Right.
Period. I've given up. I look at the American public. Have you ever seen those television, those things on YouTube? Americans are stupid, or stupid Americans. Have you ever seen those videos? They got some guys from England who came over here, and they've got about 4 or 5 of these 10-minute, 15-minute things that they've got on YouTube called Americans, Stupid Americans, or something like that. And what they do is they go around the country from England. They come here, and then they go around the country interviewing Americans about life, about things, about the war, about space, anything. And you should hear how fucking stupid these people really are. Mm-hmm. And it's funny. It's great stuff to sit and watch it. It's a crack up. Asking people, about the Al-Qaeda. What do you think about Al-Qaeda? And then one guy says, well, what team were they on? Is that basketball? No, it's football. Oh.
Yeah. Who do they play ball for?
Yeah. And then they have a big board, a big easel, and on the easel, on the board, it's the world map. And on the world map, they have Australia, and they have names of countries. But they have in Australia, they put New York. And then they asked us, some poor dumb fucking in New York, in the U.S., can you point out New York on the map? And says, oh yeah, there it is. They point to Australia because it says New York. So it just shows the IQ of the human being today on the earth is so far gone. There's nothing to argue about. There's nothing to discuss. It's over. Just go on the web to YouTube and put out and type in "stupid Americans" and watch that shit. And if that doesn't blow your mind, nothing will.
Oh shit! All you gotta do is just go outside.
Just go talk to them. Just go talk to somebody.
Yeah.
If that doesn't set you back 10 years growth, nothing won't. So.
Yeah.
Incredible.
Yeah, you know what? I've been trying to, like, lately, you know how people talk to spirit guides and stuff?
Yeah.
Okay, check this out. One night I was having a vision in my mind of this, like, guy. He was like a kind of like Hindu looking, like a bald-headed, dark-skinned Hindu looking guy in a circle with a bunch of other people. I was having this kept popping in my mind throughout the day. Then I did a channeling session with this guy named Brad Johnson who channels this energy. And the information comes through really good. This energy called a Dronus. He said he's channeling an energy from the star system of Sirius. And I asked the energy if I had spirit guides, and he said the spirit guide's name was Muhammad. And I said, Muhammad? He said, right, but not like a Muslim or the Muslim prophet Muhammad. He said a guru from India around 1,000 years ago. But right before he told me that in a channeling session, I was having those images a week before that.
Yep.
And then I've been trying to connect with my spirit. I've been trying to connect with this entity named Muhammad, and I've been getting like information. Like now I get information. I'll just be sitting here, and I'll just get information, like from the spirit. Like I'll be wondering how shit works, and I'll just get information out of nowhere.
I know all about it. Me too.
Have you ever tried to channel on though?
I believe me. I've been channeling for years, but I don't tell anybody.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know all about it, and I can tell you more when you get here.
Yeah.
I'll tell you more when you get here.
Jordan, that Bob Fernie guy, I was looking up about Bob Fernie, and I found one on like American, like where you can look for people on the internet. And there's one. They said he was in the 80s when he died. Bob Fernie, but he has a stepsister. The Bob Fernie they're talking about on Google, they're saying he has a stepsister in Muskegon, Michigan, where I am. I thought that was kind of tripped out.
Oh, really?
It might not even be the same guy, but I was just...
Well, who knows? Who knows?
But there's a.
Of course, he could have died in the 80s. That's very easy because.
No, they said he was in his 80s.
Oh, he was in his 80s
when he died.
Oh yeah, okay. See, because I never heard or saw him ever again. One day they left. I went over there on a Saturday morning to the house, and the house was wide open. All the windows were up, all the doors were open, and there wasn't nothing in the house. They gone, just left. The girl didn't tell me she was going. Nobody called and tell me anything. They're just gone, and never seen them again.
Or maybe the house, maybe they had like a similar house, and a reality just next to your reality, and they're still in their house, but they just shifted realities or something. You know what I mean?
Who the hell knows?
Something crazy like that. I don't know.
I know that kind of stuff happens all the time. I've heard all kinds of stories from people all around the world of that. What do you call it? Realities, universes, two universes existing at the same time.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember what the term is. I've heard too many stories. Yeah, parallel universes. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I've heard way too many stories from older people, military people, professionals who have had brushes with the parallel universe stuff happening. So I've heard too many stories. There's no doubt in my mind that stuff happens. No doubt in my mind at all. I don't know how it works, but I know it does work because I've heard too many stories.
Yeah, Jordan, I was channeling that energy, that Muhammad guy, and I was getting like the energy that like I was asking him about the giants. You know the Olmec statues?
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. And he was telling me that a lot of these giants were some of the first creations of the Anunnaki coming out of like a Sasquatch people.
I would be a bit surprised. It makes sense to me.
Right, and he says a lot of them didn't want to go along with the program, like work for anybody, and they just kind of like, they didn't want to go along with the program, but the Anunnaki had cut their resources off in the areas they were at, like tampered with their resource, like saying, well, fuck you, if you don't want to work for me, you can't get no more water, you know what I mean? And so a lot of these giant groups, they left and they went to different lands, like, and that's why there's like so many strange type of temples. But then there's also temples that were built before the creations of humans, for just temples.
Oh, God, yes.
Like temple, the gods, like in the book of Jeremiah, we're talking the city of the gods that was created.
That's right. That's right. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You know, and all those temples that are found in the ocean, pyramids in the ocean, pyramids off the coast of Florida, in the ocean floor. Have you ever seen that? I heard about that. There's a huge pyramid sitting on the floor of the Atlantic Ocean that's working. It's got a generator in it today. You can go out and go scuba diving and go and see this pyramid. It's larger than the Pyramid of Giza. It's larger than the Pyramid of Giza. It's sitting on the ocean floor, and it's 10 miles north of Bimini in the Bahama Banks. And it's sitting out there on the ocean floor, a perfect pyramid. It's got a circle at the top with an eye, and water is being sucked into the pyramid through the eye, and it comes out the bottom. The water is coming out the bottom. So there's some kind of a generator inside of that pyramid right now as it's sitting on the ocean floor of the Atlantic Ocean. And
Jordan, that's what. Okay, when I was channeling, like the spirit guy was telling me that like through sound, through these pyramids, these temple-like pyramids, through interjecting sound, the sound would be used like to create the vibration, and then the vibration would activate certain things within the DNA, and then you could travel from different places like that, like or like if you had a ship, like the aura of the body, your body, or the aura of several people can be used to protect you. So you like if you're moving through the air, you can breathe because the etheric aura that you have around your body can keep the oxygen, like protection.
Yeah.
And
yeah, I'm sure.
He was saying that he was saying like even 4,000 or 5,000 years ago, people in places all over the world could travel and go to like Mars and the moon through the manipulation of sound within the pyramids, the vibration and stuff.
I think so. I think that's exactly right. Yeah, that makes sense to me.
Yeah.
And also the thing you need to do is to go on the web. Oh, there's so much out there that's good stuff. Have you ever heard of a guy named Klaus, Klaus, Donna, Dona, Klaus Donna?
Oh yeah, I thought he was with you guys on Project Camelot.
That's right. Yeah, Project Camelot and Klaus Donna.
Yeah, he's German, right? Klaus?
Yeah, German.
Yeah, I remember.
I think he's Austrian.
Yeah, he's smart. I saw his stuff. He had the statues of the reptilian people and stuff.
Yeah, it's got all kinds of stuff. Well, go on the web and watch all of Klaus Donna. He's got great stuff. No doubt about it.
Yeah, and I wonder what... It seems like he found some shit that he's not talking about, too, because...
Oh, yeah, I know. And see, I spent 5 days with him in Zurich, Switzerland. 5 days. Klaus Donna and I, talked for 5 days at a hotel in Zurich, Switzerland. So I know. There's a lot of stuff I could tell you about that.
Yeah. Hey, Jordan, it seems like that dark power is kind of keeping... there's a dark power out there that doesn't really want this type of stuff spoken about.
Oh, are you kidding? You bet your ass on that, boy.
And even, like, a lot of people that, they think, okay, they're in the system, they're an agent, or they're working for the man or something. They don't realize they ain't working for no man. They're working for an entity.
Yeah.
You ain't working for no man. I don't care if you're in the
I don't care what position.
What group? I don't care if you're in the I don't care if you're in the KKK or the Chinese mafia or whatever you think you're in.
Doesn't matter.
They're all the same. You ain't working for a man.
That's right. Not at all.
Right.
You're gonna find that out if you fuck up. You're gonna find out.
Yeah, you get wise and figure out something out.
Yeah, well, you're gonna find out real soon. So that's why I don't have anything to do with any of it anymore. I just stay quiet, stay all the way. I want to quietly leave this place with no fanfare. But anyway, let me know when you get here, and I'll come over. We'll go get the car, and then we can. I got all kinds of places that take you. I got all kinds of places that.
Oh, we don't get in the car, and the car just starts. You're like, where we're going, we need no roads or something. The car goes off.
Right, yeah.
You're gonna find out where Jordan Maxwell really comes from, and it's like.
That's right. That's right. Yeah. Where you're going, you don't want to know.
Well,
I got lots of interesting places to take you. A lot of interesting places. It'll be fun.
Well, that has to happen because the whole world's under the camera now. So you got to go off planet to be able to talk to somebody.
No doubt about it. You're right there. It's incredible how locked in everything is. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I was looking at these old videos from like the 50s and 60s. And I was thinking, I'm like, wow, man, these people aren't on camera. I mean, in the movies they are, but in real life, there's no cameras out there that they know of. But.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Well,
but like I said, there's so much we could talk about. But when you get here, we're going to go to a lot of places.
Okay.
I like going places with somebody who I can talk with. 99% of the people, like Jackie Mason said, he said, when I talk to other people, I always end up talking to myself. So now I just talk directly to me and fuck everybody else. I'm not talking to anybody. I'm going to talk directly to me. And so that's the way I feel. I mean, I don't even want to talk to people who are so goddamn stupid. So when you get out here, we'll roam around the city and I'll show you shit you've never seen.
Oh, I'm ready. Okay, Jordan. Well, we got today's Sunday. So right.
Today is the 22nd.
Okay.
Sunday the 22nd.
So 5 days. I'll be there. Then the next day, the day after I get there, we can go.
Now that'll be what, Saturday?
Yeah. Yeah, the rent-a-car place.
Because you'll get here Friday, and what time did you say you get here on Friday?
It's going to be around 11 or something at night. I'm gonna
Good. Okay, so what you need to do is email or call. Well, actually, you don't even have to. You don't have to do that. I don't get up till late, like noon or so. So you just sleep in, and then I will call the hotel and get your room number.
Okay.
And or I have them call me or whatever. But I'll get to you. I know where you are. I'll get to you, and you'll have all my information too. So, did I send you all the information too yet? On my phone numbers and all that stuff.
I got one phone number that was on the I don't want to say too much, but I got one phone number on one of the on an address.
Okay, well let me send you all the information you need. I'll email it to you tonight or tomorrow.
Okay. Well, hey,
all the information you need, I'll send it to you.
Okay, sounds great, Jordan.
And then also, the mere fact that you're coming to the motel, I know where it is, and I can call them and get your room number, and I'll come over. So I know where you are, and I'll just come over Saturday and get you. Now, also, Joe, I might bring Joe. As a matter of fact, look at email me your birthday and where you were born and your birthday. And if you don't, that's all right. If you know the time you were born. And I'm going to give that to Joe because he usually comes down. He lives about 20 miles from me, but he usually comes down on Saturdays and we hang out together. So I'm going to have Joe look up your chart for you. And then when you, Saturday when I come pick you up, I might come with Joe. And then while we're out roaming around and driving all around, he'll have your chart in the car. Maybe he can start telling you some shit about you.
Man, this is really exciting. This is really exciting.
Yeah. And it would be just as well that I'm driving because it's going to fucking blow you away when he starts telling you some shit about yourself.
Jordan, is that guy that knows everything about people that you know?
Yeah, that's him. That's my friend Joe.
You said he can start telling you about, like, oh, when you were such and such, you fell down.
That's right, yeah.
Oh, shit. Uh-oh, there might be some stuff I don't want to do.
No. Well, too bad, because he tells you, I don't give a shit if you like it or not. I'm just going to tell you.
Oh,
and here's what was happening to you last year. Here's what happened to you right now. And I'll tell you what's going to happen to you in 2 weeks from now. Here's the date, and here's what's going to happen to you, whether you like it or not. Because I don't give a shit. I'm just telling you what... And,
oh, man.
And so my feeling has always been, well, I would rather know. At least I know. So when it happens, I'm not surprised. And so you plan for it.
So that means he knows lottery numbers and shit.
Well, no. He will tell you. No, the way he does it, he just reads the stars in relation to your birthday.
Okay.
He just reads the stars, and he will tell you all the general stuff that's happened to you. He does not always get very specific, especially on the first time around. The kind of thing he does, for instance, a year and a half before it happened, I was talking to him, because I talk to him almost every day. And he came down last night, yesterday, and I spent the whole day with him. But... he told me, he said, in a year and a half from now, Jordan, it's going to be in September, a year and a half from now. And that was, I don't know, 8 years ago, whatever it was. But this is the kind of thing he does. He said, in a year and a half from now, there's going to be a TV show or a movie or a video or something that's going to be released to the public that's going to be completely and totally based on your work, but you won't know anything about it. Somebody else is doing it, and he's in New York, and he's going to be putting together a TV show or a video or a movie or something, and it's all based on your work, and it's going to make you famous, and it's going to be very, very big. It's going to, lots of people are going to be watching it all around the world, and it's all based on your work, and it's going to make you famous. And I don't know who he is, but he's in New York, and that's going to happen in September, which was a year and a half from then. And that following year and a half later, in September, Zeitgeist came out. Did you ever see Zeitgeist?
Yeah, I did. That was inspired by you.
That's right.
Yeah.
All of it.
Yeah.
And so I didn't know anything about it. No, Peter Joseph did it on my work, but I didn't know anything about it. Well, that's what Joe said. You won't know anything about it, but this guy in New York is going to do it. Well, that's what Peter Joseph is in New York. And it was a year and a half before, and he told me the month it was coming out. So, I mean, that's just one of thousands of things he's told me. But that's the way he will do it. So anyway, I'm going to have him come down, and we'll go eat and go out to the ocean, sit out the ocean, and I'll have him bring your chart down. And,
that's really exciting right there.
Yeah.
That's really exciting.
Okay, look, I'm going to go, and I know where you're going to be Friday, so I'll contact you Saturday. And if you can call me on, and I'll send you all the information. I'll email it to you tonight, all the information, and then we'll talk when you get here.
Okay, and I'll be sure to email you the information for the reading thing.
No doubt about it.
Okay. Okay, Jordan, I'll talk to you later.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye.